Han Jiao Jiao, lying in a muddy pit, was awakened by a loud thunderclap overhead. As she opened her eyes, a flash of lightning tore through the sky, and the bright light made her instinctively close her eyes again. Han Jiao Jiao was confused. Just a moment ago, she was shopping at the supermarket, choosing ingredients for dinner. When she reached the checkout area, suddenly a loud explosion sounded behind her, and a hot wave of air swept over her. The next moment, she found herself lying in this foul-smelling mud pit. Did she die in the supermarket explosion? If so, she should be in heaven. So why was she in a muddy pit? Maybe she was just blown outside the supermarket and not dead? Han Jiao Jiao got up, wanting to see where she was. Before she could stand steadily, someone forcefully pushed her down.
Ouch!
She cried out, unprepared, falling hard and hitting the ground. Han Jiao Jiao was about to lose her mind. She turned her head and saw several women standing behind her. The women were glaring and pointing at her, mocking and insulting her. You still have the nerve to cry. Shin Junshan is such a good man, and you're just a shameless woman. Exactly. He's handsome and kind-hearted, supporting your whole family, and you still want to wear a green hat. I feel sorry for him. Married women still chase after young men. If this had happened 10 years ago in our hometown, you'd be locked in a pigsty and drowned in the pond. Han Jiao Jiao, we all know you're a silly, obsessed woman, but at least you're human. Live with some dignity. You shameless thing. If I see you chasing other men again, I'll break your legs. Let's go. Han Jiao Jiao was stunned by the insults. What do they mean by shameless, green hats, and obsession? Who are they insulting? And who is Shin Junshan? Suddenly, another woman's memories flooded into Han Jiao Jiao's mind like a sped-up movie clip. This woman shared her name and was born in Yongchun County, near the southern coast, a wealthy county. Shin Junshan moved to Manhwa village in Yongchun County when the original owner was about 8 or 9 years old, and they became neighbors. As a child, he came from a family of intellectuals, so life was tough for him. After his parents died, he became even poorer. He was sent to the military, then transferred to a special forces unit, and later became an Air Force officer, gaining the trust of his superiors. For some unknown reason, 2 years ago, I was sent to Yongchun County. After working there for a year, I surprisingly got a promotion. Then I returned to Manhwa village to propose to the original owner, insisting on bringing her and her younger siblings to live with me. Everyone thought I was crazy at the time. I was perfectly fine, but I insisted on marrying a fool and taking on 2 burdens. Now it is 1979, and it's the first year since I married Shin Junshan. Han Jiao Jiao struggled to accept this information and felt that Shin Junshan was crazy too. Suddenly, it started to rain. I wanted to stand up and find a place to take shelter, but I slipped and fell into a puddle. A few children gathered around the muddy puddle, clapping and laughing. The fool got scolded again. The fool can't get out of the mud. Fool, divorce your husband. The rain grew heavier, and the children ran away laughing. Their voices faded into the distance. Han Jiao Jiao felt annoyed. She sat down heavily in the rain, thinking about how the original owner of this body was not only a fool but also lovesick, and she looked around at the environment. Stinky mud ditch, brick house, trash heap. She couldn't hold back her tears. Who did I offend? I just bought a new house, and it's not even warm yet. Why did I transmigrate into a fool? I want to go home. I want to go home. Han Jiao Jiao, I've come to take you home. Following the voice, Han Jiao Jiao looked up. A large black umbrella appeared above her. The man holding the umbrella was tall, with neat clothes that made his shoulders broad and his legs long. His face was very handsome. He had clear features, and the maturity and coldness in his eyebrows gave off a bit of a bossy vibe, more of a righteous masculinity. He looked like a young officer from a TV drama. The moment Han Jiao Jiao saw him, it felt like her heart was struck by something. In her previous life, she had lived 25 years, working hard in school and at her job, never having a romance. Now she finally understood what love at first sight felt like. She stared at the man and instinctively hooked her finger around his hand, asking, "Are you Shin Junshan?"
Yeah.
"I am Shin Junshan. You came to take me home?" "Yes, I came to take you home." "What's at home?" "Everything you need." Shun Junshan patiently answered all her questions, holding her hand and pulling her out of the mud. His palm was dry and warm. A wave of gloom in Han Jiao Jiao's heart was suddenly swept away. Actually, Yongchun County in 1979 was quite nice. Shin Junshan ignored his white shirt as he carried her on his back, one hand supporting her and the other holding an umbrella as they headed home. The red house where he lived was assigned by his work. It was a small 6-story building with its own yard and benefits for family members. These were conditions many cities could not envy. When Shin Junshan went upstairs, he met 2 older women. They smiled at him, but when they saw Han Jiao Jiao, their faces immediately fell. Han Jiao Jiao instinctively tightened her grip around Shin Junshan's neck. Here, she could only rely on this man, and she was willing to rely on him. First, she wanted to build a good relationship with him, then change her silly image and later go to school, take exams, and start a business. Thinking about earning $1 billion in the future made Han Jiao Jiao giggle. Shin Junshan said, "Why are you still smiling? He doesn't pay attention to you, yet you're so happy? Who is he?" Shin Junshan thought she was silly. Seeing someone she liked and then forgetting about him was normal, so he didn't ask further. At home, Shin Junshan had already boiled water, prepared the bathtub in the bathroom, and was about to take her there. Han Jiao Jiao's face turned red. She forcefully shook off his hand.
Wash yourself.
In Shin Junshan's eyes, she was still acting out her usual temper. He responded softly and reached out to grab her again. Seeing his big hand coming over, Han Jiao Jiao cupped her hands around his and shyly smiled at him. A flicker of surprise crossed Shin Junshan's eyes. She actually smiled at him. Had she become even more foolish? Just as Han Jiao Jiao was thinking about how to escape this awkward situation, a sweet voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Big brother Shin, are you home? We found something good, and my sister specially brought it for you." Big brother Shin. Hearing this voice, a name immediately appeared in her mind. She was a girl living in the opposite street corner building, her age the same as hers, a textile worker from Factory 2. She was always acting coy, trying to flirt with Shin Junshan, and often lied about having a handsome young man to make her run outside and embarrass herself. Han Jiao Jiao was feeling upset and didn't know where to vent her frustration. Now, she saw her coming, and it was just the right time. Han Jiao Jiao forcefully pushed open the door, giving her a provocative look up and down. Today, Chunamin was dressed very beautifully. She wore a small floral dress that someone specially bought for her from a big city, the latest style. Her 2 braids were shiny and neat, tightly pressed against her scalp, revealing a bright forehead. This was a big contrast to her usually dirty and smelly appearance. Han Jiao Jiao brushed off the mud on her body, causing mud splatters everywhere. Chunamin quickly dodged and scolded. "What are you doing? You have no manners. Ugly monster, you crawl into a man's house every day. Shame on you. Stupid fool. Who are you calling an ugly monster? I'm here to deliver mountain goods to Brother Junshan. You fool, get out of the way. This is my house. If anyone should leave, it's you. I don't care for these mushrooms and black fungus either. Take them back and enjoy them yourself." After finishing with her basket, Han Jiao Jiao forcefully slammed the door. Suddenly, Chunamin pushed the door open with her body. A loud bang attracted Shin Junshan. Han Jiao Jiao immediately covered her nose and squeezed beside him, crying, "Ugly monster hit me." "It hurts. Who are you calling an ugly monster? Look at your stupid face first, you fool." Shin Junshan immediately frowned, his cold eyes showing displeasure as he interrupted her. "Is something wrong?" Shin Junshan didn't like others calling Han Jiao Jiao a fool. Even if she was really foolish, he didn't like others to say that about her. His tone was clearly unhappy, and he deliberately looked at Han Jiao Jiao's face. After confirming she wasn't hurt, his brows relaxed a little. Chunamin also realized she looked a bit harsh just now. She didn't want Shin Junshan to misunderstand. So she said sadly, "Brother Junshan, I didn't mean to scold her. She lied and falsely accused me. It hurts." The ugly monster hit my nose with the door. "It hurts." Han Jiao Jiao continued to pretend to cry, her angry face distorted. She looked very happy watching this. In the past, Chunamin was the one who framed the original owner. This time, she finally got her revenge. It felt so satisfying. Chunamin was so angry, she stomped her feet. She had never felt such injustice before, and she was falsely accused by a fool. She couldn't swallow this anger. She looked at Shin Junshan tenderly, about to speak, but he coldly put the basket back. "Our family has everything. Take it back and give it to your sister." Brother Junshan. Chunamin still wanted to cause trouble, but Han Jiao Jiao directly stepped in between them and forcefully pushed her out of the doorway. Han Jiao Jiao scolded. "Who do you think you are, your brother? Such a grown girl. How can you open your mouth and say things to a man? Take your stuff and go home. Don't come to other people's houses for no reason, disturbing their family life." Brother Junshan, look at her. Shin Junshan calmly pulled Han Jiao Jiao back behind him, frowning slightly. "Don't come here anymore if there's nothing important. It affects you." After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Chunamin waited for about 10 seconds, then finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears, running away. Han Jiao Jiao laughed loudly. "Serves her right. I wonder if she dares to come to my house to flirt with you again." Shin Junshan silently glanced at Han Jiao Jiao. She used to like Chunamin coming to their house. Every time Chunamin left, she would sneak out to find handsome men. Today, she surprisingly scolded Chunamin angrily. How strange. And that phrase, "my man." She must have become even more foolish. "Husband, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me outside, okay?" "Husband?" Shin Junshan was stunned, his face turning bright red as he went to the kitchen to cook. Han Jiao Jiao entered the bathroom, feeling frustrated again. The soap for showering was actually the stinky laundry soap, with only a small piece left about the size of a thumb. How was she supposed to wash her hair and shower like this? She sighed in disappointment. If only I had shampoo and body wash. Just as that thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly found something in her hand. 2 rectangular soaps, one for body cleaning from a comfortable brand, and a red shampoo bar. The room in front of her suddenly blurred, and a supermarket appeared around her. She found herself in a large supermarket during a gas explosion.
Could it be?
Is this a dream? Han Jiao Jiao pinched herself hard. Ouch! 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 It's not a dream. The supermarket had everything: food, drinks, daily necessities. Excited, she grabbed the bathing products and went back to the bathroom to wash. Han Jiao Jiao carefully examined her face in the mirror. The original owner, and she looked almost identical, except for a tear mole and a more charming, alluring look. After washing up, she put on a simple, rustic dress that showed off her figure and walked out of the bathroom. Shin Junshan came out of the kitchen holding the freshly cooked dishes. His eyes immediately landed on Han Jiao Jiao, and he paused for a moment. Her dress had a white floral pattern on a reddish background, making her look very fair and tender. Her hair was wet from the midday sun, with water droplets on her collarbone, clinging tightly to her skin. She looked much cleaner and sweeter than usual, with a gentle and confident aura. Shin Junshan was momentarily captivated, his throat unconsciously moving slightly. Actually, she was quite pretty, but... Han Jiao Jiao saw the food in his hands and immediately started praising him enthusiastically, clapping and smiling. "It smells so good. Your cooking is amazing, almost as good as a chef's." Shin Junshan replied, "Well, Chef Zhao from the company cafeteria is pretty good."
Han Yia.
Feeling a bit awkward, Han Jiao Jiao forced herself to sit down, wanting to eat with him. But Shin Junshan picked up his lunchbox and went to the balcony, squatting down to eat. She was surprised for a moment, then remembered that the original owner disliked Shin Junshan and even refused to eat at the same table with him. In the past, they had a big fight over this, causing damage to others' belongings and even burning Shun Junshin's hand. Han Jiao felt even more embarrassed. This little fool really makes me mad. She quickly carried her bowl over and gave him all the eggs inside, saying, "You've worked hard today. Eat more." Shun Junshan frowned suspiciously, his temples twitching uncomfortably. She smiled even more brightly. "Come home early after work today. I'll cook you a nice meal." His face immediately turned cold, and he said seriously, Jiao, your intelligence seems to be stuck at about 6 or 7 years old, but you should understand some basic principles. I'm just trying to cook you something nice. Why are you being unreasonable?" Han Jiao didn't understand. She just wanted to make him happy with a good meal. How did that turn into being unreasonable? Is showing kindness also wrong? I take care of you and do my best to satisfy you, but there are things I simply can't do. I can't get a high school diploma for you, so stop making a fuss over this. No matter what you do, I won't compromise. Han Jiao's mind started to drift to some other thoughts. She kept pestering Shun Junshan to use connections to get her a high school diploma. Her reason was simply that she envied others who had graduated from high school, looked successful, could earn money, buy sweets, and work with pretty young workers. She was so jealous. Every day at home, in front of Shun Junshan and her younger siblings, she kept saying that once she got her high school diploma, she would go kiss and cuddle the young worker and sleep with her. She was speechless. Couldn't she just remember these embarrassing things clearly once? As a double PhD student, she was doing such shameful things just for a high school diploma. If others found out, she wouldn't be able to face herself. Han Jiao felt a headache coming on. But the original owner was foolish. She acted impulsively without thinking. She didn't even know who to blame. Han Jiao forced a soft smile and said, "I know I was wrong. I'll take adult college entrance exams in the future. There's always a way to go to school." Jiao. Forget it, let's eat. Shun Junshan hesitated but swallowed his words. Han Jiao was really hungry. Looking at the big plain bread and pickled vegetables with minced meat in front of her, her stomach made a loud growl. She started eating eagerly, wolfing down her food. The two finished lunch silently. After Shun Junshan left for work, Han Jiao opened the family's money and ticket box. Because the original owner was not very smart and had no concept of money, she always bought things with Shun Junshan, so she didn't know how much the money was worth. Han Jiao only took 3 yuan and a few tickets with her. She first wandered along the main road to get familiar with the surroundings, then gradually walked farther away and entered an alley intending to circle back to the main road. But the alley was too difficult to walk through, full of potholes, dirty, broken, with mud and dog. Han Jiao tiptoed carefully, afraid of stepping on dog by mistake. Just as she was about to come out, she suddenly heard voices from a few people nearby. "Qiangzi, go quickly and bring the tricycle. It's urgent to send him to the hospital. I'll get a blanket to cover him. He needs to stay warm, right?" The man immediately grabbed a large piece of old cloth from a pile and was about to drape it over the elderly man. In a panic, Han Jiao quickly slapped his hand away. "Are you trying to kill him? He can't breathe now, his chest is rising. You still want to cover him with a thick blanket? Do you want him to die sooner? Where did you come from?" Han Jiao didn't have time to answer. She jumped onto the tricycle, tore open the old man's clothes, and immediately knew he was having an asthma attack. She quickly looked around and found an asthma medication bottle on the ground. It was probably taken out by the patient during an attack to inhale, but he dropped it. Han Jiao immediately picked up the bottle and sprayed the medicine into his mouth. Xiangzi saw her spraying something into someone's mouth and didn't understand what she was doing. He was worried someone might die at their door, so he snatched the medicine from her hand and shouted, "Crazy woman, what are you doing?" Han Jiao's eyes flashed with anger as she pushed him away. If you had given him the medicine 3 minutes ago, he wouldn't be like this now. The patient can't breathe on his own and needs help. Help? You mean mouth to mouth? The two young men covered their lips with their fingers, looking confused. Han Jiao's focus was on the middle-aged man. Given his condition, Taking him to the hospital might be too late. She tore open his clothes and suddenly had an idea. She took out a pen from her pocket. Unscrewing the pen, she quickly stabbed it into his neck with precision. The sound of breathing turned into a scream.
You're
killing him. Dong Zi's legs went weak. Han Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows and shouted, "Nonsense. I'm hitting his windpipe, not his main artery. He can't breathe, so I need to help him breathe directly through his windpipe. Hurry and get him to the hospital, or he will really die." Dong Zi and Chang Zi were so frightened they froze. They were completely under Han Jiao Jiao's control, dragging the tricycle with the patient toward the hospital. Maybe because of the doctor's sense of duty, Han Jiao Jiao didn't think too much. She sat on the tricycle, supporting the patient's head and helping him breathe. It took about 6 or 7 minutes, and finally they reached the hospital entrance. Just as they were about to go in, a nurse came from the side and blocked their way. "Jiao Jiao, what are you doing here? And you too." She looked at Dong Zi and Chang Zi again. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes showed disdain and dislike. Han Jiao Jiao's mind suddenly thought of someone. County Flower, Chen Xiaoying. Chen Amin's older sister, who got into a nursing school. After graduating, her family used connections to get her a job as a nurse in a hospital. Although her salary was not high, it was decent. Plus, she looked good, so she was somewhat well-known in Yongchun County. Han Jiao Jiao was impressed by her, not because she was famous, but because she was clever. If Chen Amin was a mean villain, then Chen Xiaoying was a kind-hearted but sneaky person behind the scenes. She was much smarter than her sister. Han Jiao Jiao pushed her away and said coldly, "Ugly person, get out of the way." Chen Xiaoying was slightly angry and deliberately blocked the way, loudly saying, "Jiao Jiao, you can do whatever you want normally, but this is Hospital 231. When she heard the hospital number, she knew this hospital was not ordinary. But so what? No matter what, it was still a hospital. A hospital is for treating the sick and saving lives. It doesn't matter who gets treated. She got out of the car and unceremoniously pushed Chen Xiaoying to the ground, pointing at her nose and shouting, "This is a hospital, not a place for business deals." A patient nearby got sick. Why send him here or elsewhere? To the West? He missed the best time for treatment and died. That's your fault. Your hospital's fault. You saw someone dying and did nothing. You're responsible for this. Chen Xiaoying was so stunned by Han Jiao Jiao's attitude that she couldn't say a word. She didn't expect anyone to cause trouble at Hospital 231, and she definitely didn't expect Han Jiao Jiao to speak so logically. She couldn't find a fault. She looked at the people in the car and deliberately shouted loudly, "Jiao Jiao, did you do this?
How could you kill someone? Han Yia.
Chen Xiaoying stomped her foot anxiously. "Jiao Jiao, no matter how reckless or foolish you are, you can't stab someone with a pen. If he dies, you'll go to jail." Han Jiao Jiao almost laughed out loud. She thought Chen Xiaoying was a graduate from a nursing school and had worked in a hospital for 2 years, so she should know basic common sense and emergency procedures. But now it was clear she was just useless. She thought she was clever, but she was just full of hot air. She sneered, "I was wrong. I really was wrong. If I had known that the staff at Hospital 231 were this unprofessional, I would have taken him to a clinic outside Senjan Road. Maybe he could have been saved." The head nurse heard the noise and came out to check. When she saw the person on the bed, her face turned pale instantly. She called some people to carry the person inside. When they saw the trachea on the patient's neck, she looked back in surprise and asked, "Who did this?"
You're Han Yia.
After hearing this, the head nurse hurriedly ran into the operating room with the stretcher. Chen Xiaoying gave a cold smile. She pretended to hold Han Jiao Jiao's hand and said, "Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. If the person can't be saved, I will definitely try to help you. After all, you're just a simple girl. No one will blame you." She was really angry with Chen Xiaoying. How could anyone be so ignorant, so naive, and so hypocritical? Simple people don't have to be responsible for killing, but professionals who cause medical accidents because of prejudice and stubbornness should be held accountable. Jiao Jiao, what do you mean by that? Han Jiao Jiao sneered coldly. This isn't just a medical accident. It's a scandal. Someone should take responsibility. Chen Xiaoying, you'd better pray for a successful rescue. Otherwise, haha, someone is going to have a bad day. Chen Xiaoying fought back tears, her small face looking pitiful and aggrieved. Dongzi wanted to speak up to help Chen Xiaoying find a way out, but Jiangzi shot him a fierce look, making him swallow his words. Jiangzi, though fierce and bossy, was a good person with proper values. This matter was Chen Xiaoying's fault. The naive girl only said a few words to her, which was quite mild. Chen Xiaoying said coldly, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't appreciate it and something happens, don't say, I didn't help you. Han Jiao Jiao looked her up and down, then sighed heavily. She didn't say anything, but it seemed like she had said everything. Chen Xiaoying felt even more uncomfortable. Who brought him in? The head nurse hurried out from inside. Han Jiao Jiao pushed Jiangzi outside and said it was him. The patient fainted on the roadside, and these two helped carry him in. Okay, just leave your name and contact information, and you can go back first. We'll inform you later. Xiaoying, why are you just standing here? The patient in bed 3 needs a change of dressing. Dongzi nervously said, It's okay for us to leave our address, right? What if someone dies and blames us? Jiangzi snorted, If they want to blame us, they wouldn't let us go now, right? Well, I mean... My name is Han Jiao Jiao. Oh, got it, Sister Jiao Jiao. Han Jiao Jiao looked carefully at the two of them, and her mind quickly made a connection. Jiangzi and Dongzi are actually Qin Chong and Ao Dong, well-known troublemakers in this area, always causing chaos since they were young. They rely on their good family background and connections of their old grandfather, who got them 2 high-paying jobs. They walk around without paying attention to others. Calling them sisters made her feel uncomfortable. She looked at the time and decided to leave. She turned to go outside, and they immediately followed her. Sister Jiao Jiao, where are you going? We'll go with you. We're familiar with this area. Sister Jiao Jiao, you're so impressive. The first time I saw someone get hurt and you still saved them. Amazing. Han Jiao Jiao stopped and turned around, glaring at them fiercely. The 2 men felt intimidated by her stare. She said seriously, You 2 are the ones who saved him. Remember that. If you say anything else, I'll beat you. A fool suddenly becoming a brave informant. No one would believe that. Although after the founding of the country, people aren't allowed to become spirits, it's not certain that the villagers wouldn't treat her as a monster. Han Jiao Jiao waved her fist and looked as fierce as she could, warning them. But to them, this little girl looked fierce but adorable, pretty, innocent, and shy, yet capable. Okay, boss, we got it, Jiangzi said happily. Why is she calling herself the boss now? Han Jiao Jiao felt a headache coming on. She hurried outside, with Jiangzi and Dongzi following behind, chattering non-stop. In a jeep across the street, Shen Junshan kept watching her. Even after she and the 2 young men disappeared around the corner, Shen Junshan's expression didn't soften. He didn't see Han Jiao Jiao save anyone, but he heard their loud argument just now clearly from inside the car. Shen Junshan was very curious. When did Jiao Jiao start arguing so logically? And judging by the 2 young men's reactions, it was almost certain that Jiao Jiao was the one who saved him. He knew Han Jiao Jiao well. She was not a bad person by nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such things that year. But she lacked the ability to help in an emergency, which Shen Junshan also understood. He looked in the direction she left and muttered, Jiao Jiao, it's a bit strange. She's always been a bit nervous. Last time, she even spilled hot soup on your leg, burning a big red patch. Why haven't you left her yet? Zhong Shun was about to say divorce, but was met with Shen Junshan's cold stare. Zhong Shun knew he was stubborn and firmly believed in Han Jiao Jiao. No matter what, he wouldn't turn back. Even though they came from the same unit and were closer than others, he didn't dare speak badly about Xiao Bai Qi in front of Shen Junshan. He could only change the subject and ask, those 2 kids are still with her. Should I go chase them away? No need. They won't hurt Jiao Jiao. Drive, we have a meeting this afternoon. The The jeep drove away. After a while, Han Jiao Jiao arrived in the yard. After shaking off the two troublemakers, she kept thinking about the knowledge of this world. This afternoon, she learned about the local environment and roughly understood the prices. 1 penny could buy 2 candies, 5 pennies could buy 2 fried dough sticks, 10 cents could buy some small greens, and a pound of meat was precious. Everyone kept their tickets for the new year. Han Jiao Jiao smiled as she held a piece of pork belly. Let's just celebrate my first day of rebirth. She was thinking about whether to make spicy or sweet braised pork when she heard some boys playing and fighting inside the yard. An 11 or 12-year-old boy rolled up his sleeves, showing big, colorful arms, and made a gorilla shape, pushing a smaller boy out of line. He shouted fiercely, "My words are the truth. Hurry up and go back to the countryside to farm, or I'll beat you every time I see you. I'm just living in the town. I don't need your permission." The smaller boy pushed back, but because he was too weak, he couldn't push away the big-armed boy and was bounced back, making the other boys laugh. The big-armed boy became even bolder and said fiercely, "Your idiot big sister has been hogging Shin Junshan and won't let go. She's just sitting there doing nothing. If she doesn't leave, I'll beat her too." The boy laughed wildly, and suddenly, a piece of pork belly fell from above, swinging toward his face. "Who dares hit me? Fool, idiot?" Perhaps today Han Jiao Jiao looked especially beautiful, or maybe Xiao Hua's arm tattoo didn't expect her to actually hit someone. For a moment, her eyes even turned red. The boy she knew was Chinamin's cousin, and they all lived in the opposite apartment building. Although he was a cousin, they weren't close and often argued like enemies. Today, this brother and sister came together, both trying to cause trouble for her. Han Jiao Jiao pulled the boy under the faucet and scrubbed him vigorously with water.
Chin Mu yelled, "Ouch, ouch, ouch."
"Crazy woman, stop it." Han Jiao Jiao slapped him on the back of the head and scolded, "Who are you calling crazy? Are you pretending to be in a gang here? Using those 2-arm tattoos, did you use a lot of card paper? Did you save up for a year or two? Did you steal money from home to buy bubblegum?" Qin Mu was both embarrassed and angry, punching her in the stomach. Han Jiao Jiao quickly grabbed his fist and, like tossing a chick, threw him accurately and firmly onto the small boys nearby. She then picked Qin Mu up from the ground, raised an indifferent eyebrow, and said, "Don't think just because you're small, I won't dare to hit you. If you don't behave, I'll hit you every time I see you."
Qin Mu.
Han Jiao Jiao, and also, tell your cousin that if she dares to come to my house to flirt with my man again, I will beat her every time. I guarantee she won't even recognize her own mother after I'm done.
Get lost.
Qin Mu stared at Han Jiao Jiao in a daze. His 2 followers nearby quickly pulled him away. Han Jiao Jiao turned around and helped the little boy, her tone softening immediately. "Afan, are you okay?" The little boy's name was Han Fong, her younger brother. He was only 11 and in 6th grade now. He was usually mischievous and seemed indifferent to others, but he was actually very kind to her, often saving his pocket money to buy hawthorn candies for her. "What are you doing in the yard? Why didn't you go home after school?" Han Jiao Jiao asked. "I was bringing down the water bucket to fetch water. Today is Tuesday and the water stops after 5 o'clock. Did you forget?"
Han Fang sighed.
"Forget it, I didn't expect you to remember anyway." Han Fong looked closely at her clothes, and his face immediately frowned. "You're dressed so nicely. Are you flirting with the young intellectual again? I tell you, stop dreaming. You better behave with brother-in-law, or I won't talk to you anymore, understand?" Han Jiao Jiao felt a headache. Even young children worry about her marriage, which is really sad. Han Jiao Jiao smiled simply and said, "I wore new clothes just for Junshan to see. He even said I looked pretty at noon." "That's true. I also bought some meat to cook a nice meal to celebrate." When Han Fong heard about the meat, he forgot to ask what they were celebrating. His eyes and mind were full of meat.
Han Tiao Tiao smiled again.
Kids are easy to please, much easier than Shin Junshan. After they carried water buckets and basins upstairs, she boiled water, added cooking wine in slices, and put the whole piece of meat into boiling water. Han Fong was shocked. "You're cooking? Do you know how?" You put the whole piece of meat in the water. Are you crazy?
Han yeah.
You should slice it thin and mix it with vegetables. One piece of meat can last over half a month. Feeling sad about the meat?
Han smilet.
But it's already in the pot.
What can I do now?
Han Fong eagerly looked at the meat, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. He was clearly very hungry, but he tried to act grown-up and said, "Well, then, let's cook it. But next time, don't waste so much. Brother-in-law works hard to earn money."
Got it.
I promise to make it tasty and not waste this piece of meat. After she distracted Han Fong, she worried that one gene of meat wouldn't be enough for 4 people. She took a small box from the supermarket system and threw it into the pot to cook together. Han Jiao scooped out the cooked meat, washed off the foam on top. The family only had oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar plus basic cooking wine, garlic, and green onions. There was no chili at all. She used some Sichuan peppercorns and spices for pork, cooked the meat to make a broth, then placed the sliced pork skin side up, simmering on a small fire over the charcoal stove. Then she made some dough, added green onions and black pepper, and made a few flatbreads. She wasn't very good at using the coal stove. The fire was still from noon when Shin Junshan left, keeping the water warm. While making the flatbreads, Han Jiao didn't get the fire right at first and ruined 2 before figuring out how to do it properly. After finishing, she took advantage of her brother not paying attention and poured 2 bottles of North Ice Ocean soda into 4 bowls. She hid the glass bottles in a corner bag. When she brought out the orange soda, Shun Junshan just happened to come in. He saw Han Jiao wearing an apron and holding a bowl, and he was so captivated that he couldn't look away. "You're back. Today you came home earlier than usual." Han Jiao was the first to break the silence. "I went to pick up some documents and came straight home." Shun Junshan tidied his expression, hung up his coat, washed his hands, and looked at the 4 bowls on the table. She seemed to want to say something, but held back. Her heart was anxious. Could it be that he saw through her? Probably not. The orange soda from the Arctic Ocean tastes exactly the same as the 3-cent drinks on the market now, just a little better in flavor. Did he notice something about her, or was he just annoyed that she was spending money carelessly? Nervously, Han Jiao asked, "Do you not like this? Should I make you a cup of tea?" "I like it, but just 3 servings for you. Aren't there 4 people at home? Who doesn't count as a person?"
Han luket på ett sled.
Shin Junshan said, "Little girl went to the capital for an event, and she hasn't been home for 3 weeks. She left the day before yesterday. Don't forget that. Brother-in-law, my sister's brain isn't very good. She can't even remember how old I am, so how could she remember these things? Please forgive her and don't argue with her."
Jiao's motwisha.
Before crossing over, she could memorize a whole week's worth of English vocabulary in a week. After crossing over, she couldn't even remember what happened 2 days ago. She was like a fool. Her younger brother's teasing was even more hurtful, making her feel like she had fallen into a muddy pit. Han Jiao forced a smile. "I forgot about this. Let's share it. We can each have a little more." She squatted by the table, quickly drinking 2 sips of the soda before it overflowed. It was cold and refreshing, making her feel very comfortable. Seeing her silly smile, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. When he went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, he noticed some things on the ground wrapped in a black plastic bag. After a while, the dishes were served. Han Jiao first served Shin Junshan a large portion of white rice, added 2 pieces of braised pork, mixed them with some sauce, and placed 2 more pieces of meat on top. "Try it. I made this." Shin Junshan took a bite, and his cold gaze gradually deepened. He didn't remember Han Jiao knowing how to cook, let alone making such delicious food. Thinking about what happened this afternoon, he wanted to ask her something. But he pursed his lips and swallowed the words back. He will understand slowly over time. There's no rush. Han Jiao saw that he wasn't speaking, so she took a bite too. "It's not bad, Ah Fong. Do you think it's bad?"
What? Me?
He had already eaten so much that his mouth was covered in soup. She became more curious. It was clearly delicious, so why did he look so unhappy? Han Jiao Jiao tentatively asked, husband, do you think I spend too much money? Don't worry, I manage our expenses carefully. I haven't spent much. If you don't believe me, I can show you the receipts. Money is yours to spend, but in the future, when no one is home, don't use the charcoal stove. Last time, it almost burned down the kitchen.
Han Yia.
She was surprised that even a stove could cause a fire. The original owner was really brave. She felt so awkward, she could pick out a 3-bedroom house with her toes.
Shen Yunshan noticed her disappointments.
Seeing she liked meat, he picked the biggest piece and put it in her bowl. This darker colored meat is better. Yes, it's firmer and more chewy. Suddenly, Han Jiao Jiao remembered that the original piece of meat was bought from the meat shop, but the half-kilogram she added was black pork from her space. She wasn't sure if he was sensitive or just sharp. Han Jiao Jiao pursed her lips and dared not say more. It was only 8 p.m., and most people in the building had gone to bed. Han Jiao Jiao knew there was no TV or radio at home. She didn't expect much, but after 8:30 p.m., she was surprised to find that the electricity had been turned off. In the living room, she lit 2 table lamps for Ah Fong to do his homework, while the rest of the house was dim. Shen Junshan sat in the living room, sharpening a pencil while supervising Han Fong's studies. Because she was afraid of the dark and bored, Han Jiao Jiao didn't dare stay alone in her room. She quietly sat nearby. It was late spring or early summer, but the cool air from the county made it quite cold at night. She wrapped herself in Shen Junshan's coat and quietly watched him. Shen Junshan was actually quite handsome, with broad, sturdy shoulders and well-developed biceps. He was a refined type, very attractive. His collarbones and waistline were also nice, like a runway model. Fitting clothes made him look slim, and taking them off revealed his muscles. You're quite good-looking. Han Jiao Jiao smiled foolishly at him, and Shen Junshan blushed from her stare. Fortunately, the lights were dim, so no one noticed. Han Fong snorted and said, "Why are you always staring at my sister today? Does her face have flowers on it? You have time to bother me, but look at your 3rd mixed math problem. You wouldn't understand anyway." Not understand? You got the carrying wrong here, and is 3 times 7 really 27? Did your math teacher teach you that? Han Fong looked carefully and realized he was wrong. He quickly erased and rewrote it. Han Jiao Jiao said, "The next problem is about calculating the length of the fence. Basically, after calculating the trapezoid, you subtract this 5-meter number. The question is set with a hidden trap. You're not supposed to look at the details, so you lose out." Han Fong followed her instructions and corrected each part. Han Jiao Jiao glanced at the homework and nodded. "Okay, now it's correct. Let your brother-in-law sign it, so you can turn it in tomorrow." Big sister. Han Fong looked at her with wide eyes, curious. "How do you know how to do it?" "Just a glance, and you see where I went wrong." "You're so clever." Han Jiao Jiao looked up and met Shen Junshan's eyes. His deep eyes seemed to smile, but not quite, as if he saw through something but chose not to say anything, just teasing her. Han Jiao Jiao shivered a little, thinking, "Oh no." She reflexively corrected the homework, but completely forgot her role as a little fool. Han Jiao Jiao pursed her lips, rolled up her homework, and knocked her forehead against Han Fong's. "Have you never seen a pig run just because you haven't eaten pork? I hear these problems all the time and my ears are getting calloused. Fong, you really should reflect on yourself." "Reflect on what?" "I can do these problems even if I'm a fool, but you still make mistakes. Don't you think you should reflect?" "Right, I'll definitely get full marks next time and bring it back to you." Han Fong scratched his head and started reciting his Chinese textbook. Han Jiao Jiao secretly watched Shen Junshan, afraid he would scrutinize what just happened and didn't dare to miss a single expression. She asked cautiously, "Husband, do you think I can still make it to school now?" "Which school? Which do you think?" "At my age, I should go to the county high school, probably in the 2nd or 3rd year of high school. In a year or 2, I'll be taking the college entrance exam." Han Jiao Jiao was quite confident in her education level. As long as she can get into high school and qualify for the college entrance exam, she might not be the top in the county, but she should be among the top 3. Once she smoothly enters university, life will become much easier. Husband, is it still possible to transfer now? Jiao Jiao, I've told you many times. You can support me. Han Jiao Jiao pouted and interrupted him, but I also want to do something. People say I'm silly, but even silly people want to go to school. Knowing how to read and write isn't illegal. Why can others learn, but I can't? Stop calling me silly. You can help me go to school, but refuse to help, just like others think I'm stupid and are afraid I'll embarrass myself outside. I understand, I get it. After saying this, tears welled up in Han Jiao Jiao's eyes. On one hand, she had just traveled here and felt wronged but had no way to vent. She saw this as a good chance. On the other hand, she wanted to see how Shin Junshan would react when she caused trouble. If he was a bad person, she needed to start making other plans early. Shin Junshan put down what he was doing and said, seriously, Jiao Jiao, you're not silly. You're just a bit more innocent than most people. Han Jiao Jiao looked confused. Shin Junshan looked at her seriously. Stop belittling yourself. To me, you're kind and smart. We can talk about school matters later. Han Jiao Jiao's face turned bright red. This sincere confession really left her stunned. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside, and a woman's voice came through. Junshan, are you home? It's me. Please open the door. Shin Junshan frowned slightly and stood up impatiently to open the door. Chen Xiaoying saw Shin Junshan and couldn't help but flirt, making Han Jiao Jiao feel like she was being electrically shocked. There was also a young woman beside her whom Han Jiao Jiao didn't recognize. Before Chen Xiaoying could speak, Shin Junshan coldly said, It's so late. Is there something important? It's nothing urgent. This afternoon, Jiao Jiao and I had a little disagreement. I thought about it and realized I was wrong. Since I'm off work now, I came to apologize. Chen Xiaoying took out 2 tickets from her pocket and handed them to him. I got 2 movie tickets as an apology for Jiao Jiao. Shin Junshan, remember to take her to watch the movie. These tickets are rare. Even money can't buy them easily. You should thank Xiaoying properly. Xiao Hui stopped talking. They're just 2 movie tickets, not worth much. Not worth much? Resellers are selling them at 7 yuan each now. Xiao Hui stretched her neck to look inside and teased, You might as well stop wasting the tickets. Let someone else go. Anyway, you probably won't understand it. It's all in English. Han Jiao Jiao watched their back and forth with disgust in her heart. She knew very well that she and Shin Junshan used to be enemies, so how could they possibly watch a movie together? She claimed to come to apologize, but in fact, she was there to invite Shin Junshan to watch a movie. And she even brought someone along, pretending it was someone else's idea. So annoying and pretentious. Han Jiao Jiao smiled charmingly as she walked over to Shin Junshan, snatched the tickets, and said, Since you're here to apologize, I'll take the tickets. I'll enjoy some international movies with my husband. Chen Xiaoying's face instantly changed, and she awkwardly said, You're going to watch with Junshan? Han Jiao Jiao sneered, If not with him, then with you? Don't tell me you don't want me to go? Of course I want you to go. I'd love for you to go. It's just... She looked timidly at Shin Junshan, hoping he would understand her meaning. Han Jiao Jiao blocked between them and smiled. Just what? Are you surprised I'm going, or that Junshan isn't going with you? Chen Xiaoying was pushed outside the door, frowning as she said, I'm just here to apologize. You don't need to be so hostile towards me. Oh, dear, the green tea girl was starting to shift the blame again. Han Jiao Jiao refused to buy it. You came to apologize because you did something wrong, not because I begged you to. And you were supposed to work the afternoon shift today. Your shift changes at 5:30 p.m. If you wanted to apologize, you could have come around 6, but instead, you chose the quiet, late hour when everyone is sleeping. What do you mean? Want to see someone in disarray? I'll tell you, I'm generous. I still open the door for you at this hour. Someone else would have kicked you out long ago. Chen Xiaoying couldn't hold back anymore, and tears started falling heavily. Xiao Hui couldn't stand it either. She raised her flashlight to scold, but the light shone into Shin Junshan's eyes. Junshanji, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoying moved closer, trying to help him, but Shin Junshan pushed her away forcefully, causing her to bump into a pile of clutter across the room. Shin Junshan reached out and groped around randomly. Han Jiao Jiao quickly held his hand and said, "Husband." He held Han Jiao Jiao's hand, feeling her warmth and breath, which calmed his mind. At that moment, Han Jiao Jiao suddenly understood that Shin Junshan turning off the lights at night was not just to save electricity. He probably had eye problems, and in the dark, sudden bright lights would cause him pain. This condition was not natural. It was caused by an injury or trauma that left lasting effects. But why didn't she know about it? Han Jiao Jiao threw the movie ticket into Chen Xiaoying's face and said, "Our family is too simple to enjoy fancy movies. Miss Chen, go enjoy them with the fancy crowd. We won't see you off." She forcefully slammed the door, and Chen Xiaoying was covered in dust. She had never felt such humiliation before. She froze at the door, tears welling up in her eyes, falling in streams. Lu Xiaowei quickly picked up the movie ticket, wiped it clean, and stuffed it into Chen Xiaoying's pocket. "Xiaoying, don't mind her."
Who is she?
"A well-known fool. Can a fool's words matter? Don't take it to heart. She's a fool." Chen Xiaoying slowly repeated the words, crying even harder. Shin Junshan was willing to listen to the fool's words, but didn't say a single word to help her. Does that mean she's really less important than a fool in his heart? Lu Xiaowei handed her a tissue. "Stop crying. We shouldn't bother with fools. Shin Junshan will understand someday." Chen Xiaoying forced a smile, looked resentfully at the door, and left. Han Jiao Jiao immediately helped Shin Junshan to sit on a bench. After hearing no movement outside, she said, "I thought the county flower's skin was thin, but it's thicker than a city wall. She acts innocent while flirting with men. Did you all smell that tea scent?" Han Fong looked confused. "What tea scent?" "Green tea. Didn't you smell that strong green tea smell? What does green tea taste like?" Han Fong was even more puzzled and looked at Shin Junshan for answers. But he didn't know either. Han Jiao Jiao saw both men looking at her with blank expressions and felt even angrier. Sure enough, straight men couldn't be trusted. Telling them apart from green tea was just too hard. "I warn you both, if anyone dares to take her things, don't even think about entering this house." Shin Junshan turned his head and rubbed his eyes. Only after his eyes were moist did he start to feel better. Han Jiao Jiao glanced at the candle, her eyes stinging from the smoke. Even she felt uncomfortable, so Shin Junshan must have felt worse. She reached out and snuffed out the wick. "No more candles at home. They're dangerous and make you sick." Shin Junshan nodded seriously, a faint smile appearing on his face without him realizing. At this moment, Han Jiao Jiao didn't know he had already remembered her words. The next day, he packed up all the candles and gave them to the neighbors. Han Jiao Jiao lifted his chin and stared at him intently with her bright eyes. Shin Junshan was momentarily stunned, partly because her natural, makeup-free face amazed him, and partly because he couldn't understand why Han Jiao Jiao suddenly seemed like a different person. It was still her, but she didn't look like herself. She was clumsy, arguing with others confidently, and could also save people and cook better than him. Some said she was smart, but her mind sometimes seemed slow. Looking at her small face, Shin Junshan finally swallowed his questions. Han Jiao Jiao checked her eyes from outside and didn't find any serious problem. She asked, "Did you hurt your eyes before?" "Big sister, your brain really isn't working well. Your brother-in-law was injured by a landmine and had to step down. You forgot, didn't you?" Han Fong said. Han Jiao Jiao's face scrunched up as she tried to remember. But she couldn't recall the details clearly. She only vaguely remembered hearing about it. Poor girl. She should care more about her loved ones. Now, with incomplete information, she couldn't tell if her eye was damaged by a bomb fragment or if her brain was hurt and pressing on her blood vessels. Han Jiao Jiao said, "If your eyes are hurt, why are you still lighting candles at home? Are you trying to blind yourself?" Shin Junshan looked at her silently, unable to say a word for a long time. Han Jiao Jiao also found it boring. She pinched his face hard, dragged him into the house, threw the pillow and bedding on the ground, and angrily said, "You, go to sleep." "Are you making me sleep here? What else? Do you want to sleep on the bed? It's only about 1.2 meters wide, and we can't both fit.
Shen Yunshan looked at her suspiciously.
In the past, she refused to share a room, so he had to swap rooms with the girl and sleep in Han Feng's room. Now Han Jiao wants him to sleep in her room. Is he crazy or dreaming?
Shen Yunshan instinctively slacked himself.
Han Jiao was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Shen Junshan replied, "Nothing, just a mosquito." "Are there mosquitoes today? That's strange." Han Jiao muttered as she walked to the window and closed all the windows. She then helped him tidy up the bedding. The two of them turned off the lights and went to sleep. Han Jiao was very tired. After lying down, her mind gradually drifted away and she fell into a deep sleep. After some time, she suddenly had a dream. In the dream, Han Jiao saw Shen Junshan appear at a hospital, accompanied by Qin Shaoying and an unfamiliar man. The doctor was talking confidently to Shen Junshan. But then the scene changed. Shen Junshan was sitting on the bed, staring blankly out the window. His eyes turned a dull brown. In the dream, Han Jiao felt overwhelmed by despair. She woke up suddenly, moving her body, only to find she was covered in cold sweat. It took a long time before she calmed down. As she slowly recalled the scene from her dream, Han Jiao hummed in displeasure. Why is Qin Shaoying with him? That's strange. After complaining a bit, she found she couldn't sleep anymore, so she got out of bed. It was still dark outside, just a faint grayish light appeared. The stars and moon were clearly visible. The sounds of insects and birds were loud, making it hard to sleep peacefully. Inside the house, it was cold, as if it were autumn. Han Jiao looked at the ground. Shen Junshan was no longer there. The bedding was neatly folded and placed at the foot of her bed. Looking at the time, it was only 5:30. Although she had heard elders say they worked from dawn to dusk, this was too early. Leaving for work at 5:30? Was he a sanitation worker? Seeing Shen Junshan was gone, Han Jiao felt a wave of unease. She put on her clothes and went to the kitchen. She wasn't very good at using the coal stove. Shen Junshan had made a small one, keeping the fire going. Han Jiao opened the vent a little more, and the fire grew stronger. She took a block of eggs, 2 tomatoes, a box of milk powder, a can of luncheon meat, and a loaf of bread from the storage. There was no lettuce at home, only Chinese cabbage. She didn't really like lettuce, so she chopped the cabbage stems into strips, salted them to remove excess water, and set them aside. In a hot wok, a little oil was poured in, and after heating, a few eggs were cracked into it. The oil immediately sizzled. Han Jiao sprinkled pepper, a bit of salt, and sugar. When the eggs were about 3/4 cooked, she took out some of the poached eggs and set them aside, along with some unusual flavored eggs for later. She took leftover rice from the cupboard, shaped it into thin triangles, sprinkled some pepper and seaweed, and then fried them until both sides were golden. Han Feng rubbed his eyes and walked to the kitchen door, groggily saying, "Brother-in-law, what are you making? It smells so good." "I told you. Can't you open your eyes before calling out?" Han Feng was startled and suddenly alert, glancing at the time and realizing it was only a little after 6. He exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, are you possessed by a ghost?" Han Jiao laughed and said, "It's just the birds outside making so much noise, chirping and squawking, waking me up. You used to sleep until 9 or 10, and I thought I saw a ghost just now."
"You scared me to death."
The main character doesn't need to study or work, has enough food and money, and besides daydreaming and throwing tantrums, has nothing else to do. They can sleep as late as they want. But Han Jiao wasn't used to it. She usually went to school or work early, so her lazy sleep was limited. Thinking about her past days, she felt a little scared. She served the fried rice cakes and ordered, "Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." "Big sister, brother-in-law."
"What?"
"If you're slow again, I won't let you eat." Han Feng chuckled foolishly and happily ran to the bathroom to wash up. He was just awakened by the smell. If he didn't eat a bite, he wouldn't be able to face the early morning. Han Jiao continued with her chores. She layered a slice of bread, some shredded cabbage stems, a layer of eggs, rice cakes, and luncheon meat, then sprinkled black pepper and special mayonnaise sauce, pressing everything firmly. She was almost drooling just thinking about it. Just as she was about to cut it open, Shin Jun-shan came back, carrying 2 lunch boxes. "Hey, why are you back?" Both of them were startled when they saw each other. One thought the other had gone to work, and the other was surprised she got up early to cook. Shin Jun-shan looked at the breakfast she made, awkwardly staring at the lunch boxes, unsure what to say. In that moment, he suddenly felt that he had done something unnecessary. Han Jiao also understood that he wasn't going to work, but to help prepare breakfast for them. She quickly went to him, took the lunchbox from his hand, and opened it. To her surprise, it was vegetarian buns and sweet cakes, still warm. Han Jiao had never tried these sweet cakes before and wanted to try a piece. As she reached out, she suddenly recoiled, feeling how hot it was. So hot. Just out of the oven? It smells so good. Han Jiao remembered she hadn't washed her face or brushed her teeth. Seeing herself like that in front of Shin Jun-shan made her feel quite embarrassed. "Wait for me. I'll prepare some milk for you later." Shin Jun-shan blinked in confusion, clearly noticing that Han Jiao didn't hear or see him. She had already run off to compete with her brother for the bathroom. Shin Jun-shan entered the kitchen and looked at what she had made. He stared for a moment, but said nothing. He squatted down, tied the trash bag tightly, and noticed another black trash bag in the corner. He opened it, saw what was inside, then covered it back up. He knocked it forcefully to break the contents, then sealed it into the large black trash bag. After Han Jiao finished washing up, she prepared milk powder for everyone. Han Fong saw that the food on the table wasn't made by his sister and felt a little disappointed. But when he saw the large vegetable buns and fried sweet cakes, he immediately smiled. He happily bit into a fried sweet cake, so sweet. "Uncle Lu made these, right? His cooking is better than the one across the street." Shin Jun-shan pushed the milk toward him. Han Fong had also drunk milk a few times when he was sick, but it was a rare treat. His eyes widened. "Is this really milk? Brother-in-law, where did you get it?" "Your sister made it." "Really? Sister, such a precious thing. Where did you get it?" Han Jiao suddenly realized she had unintentionally done something remarkable. She was not yet used to the supplies in this era. In her world, milk was just a breakfast drink, but here it was a luxury item. In the future, she should just make soy milk. She tilted her head, muttered ABA, while biting into the vegetable bun, trying to pretend she didn't know anything. Han Fong believed her and sighed. Sister's mind isn't very good. Maybe someone gave her some milk powder, and she forgot. Shin Jun-shan didn't speak while chewing. After taking a few sips, he handed the milk to Han Fong. He went to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of cold boiled water, then ate his breakfast with it. Han Jiao had finished eating most of her food, so she packed the remaining leftovers. After washing the lunchbox, she neatly packed sandwiches into 2 containers. Wrapping them in cloth, she handed them to Shin Jun-shan and said, "You woke up too early. If you're hungry later and it's not mealtime, eating something to fill your stomach is good for your stomach." Shin Jun-shan hesitated about whether to accept, but Han Jiao pushed the food into his hand. "Remember to wash the lunchbox after you finish and bring it back. I don't want to wash dishes. This one is for a Fong for lunch." A Fong had never seen a sandwich before. He held the lunchbox and looked at it for a long time, happily excited. Han Jiao secretly looked at Shin Jun-shan with a friendly smile. Although he still looked expressionless, she felt that his mood seemed pretty good. She also brought him an extra steamed bun with vegetables. "In the future, I can help share some house chores like sweeping the floor, buying groceries, and cooking. You won't have to be so tired." "Big sister, just now you asked brother-in-law to wash the lunchbox and bring it back. You don't want to wash dishes yourself. What else can you help with?" Han Jiao rolled her eyes at her younger brother. "You little brat, always causing trouble at key moments. Is he really her biological brother? Is he really her brother?"
Shin Yun-shan's eyebrows slightly furrowed.
He didn't like what Han Jiao said. Since they moved in, he never let Jiao do any chores. Anyway, she didn't like it and wasn't good at it, so he just did everything himself. Now, suddenly talking about sharing chores made him feel uncomfortable. He thought Han Jiao wanted to run off with someone again, so his tone instantly turned cold. I can take care of you. Even if I am disabled, I can still take care of you. Shen Yun Shen. He took 2 big bites of the bun, some vegetable filling on his mouth, and juice dripped to his lips. Han Jiao quickly took a cloth to wipe his mouth. She didn't want to press too hard, but the smell of the cloth suddenly went straight into Shen Jun Shan's mouth. He blinked and looked at Han Jiao, who seemed completely unaware, not saying a word. After wiping his mouth, Han Jiao put down the cloth and said, I remember there's a shuttle bus in the yard. It's a benefit for family members, right? It also passes by your workplace. I'll take the bus with you. You want to go out again? Today, I woke up early and the noon market at the East Gate has opened. I've never been there before, so I wanted to take a walk and maybe exchange some items to bring back. What do you think? The noon market at the East Gate is not only for buying but also for swapping items. It opens twice a month. Many people go early in the morning to wait in line, hoping to exchange for good quality and affordable items. Han Jiao doesn't lack anything, she just wanted to look around, so she didn't go so early. Shen Junshan nodded and took 10 yuan out of his wallet for her. You can spend money shopping, but remember to come back on time. Don't wander off with strangers. Han Jiao was speechless. Do I look like someone crazy about love?
Doi.
Shen Junshan didn't dare reply and quietly gave her 2 more yuan. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt that Shen Junshan and Han Fang's looks were a bit sad. Han Jiao urged them to finish eating quickly. She packed some cloth scraps to take with her. At least when going to the noon market for exchanges, she should bring something to show she's prepared. Shen Junshan looked at the time and said, The bus is coming. You go down and give them the tickets. Save a seat for me and wait for me there. He handed her 2 tickets. Residents inside the courtyard can take the bus 20 times for free each month, with each family receiving tickets based on the number of people. Their family gets 80 tickets each month. In the past, because she didn't take the bus, Shen Junshan gave her one of his tickets to a neighbor. Han Jiao held the 2 tickets, feeling new and special. She saw a small mark on them and happily said, What's this? There's even a little heart. To prevent confusion when issuing tickets, each family has a different mark, Shen Junshan explained. That's thoughtful, Han Jiao said, holding the tickets like a precious gift, smiling happily as she went downstairs. Han Fang shook his head. Brother-in-law, look at my sister. She's still so silly, smiling like a fool. Yes, such a silly fool, Shen Junshan replied. Back in the kitchen, Shen Junshan used a mortar to crush the items inside the trash bag. Worried it wasn't crushed enough, he used a hand grinder to make everything into small pieces, ensuring it couldn't be recognized before disposing of it. Han Jiao ran to the door of the car. Seeing there were 3 seats left, she happily handed 2 tickets to the ticket seller. It's just me and Junshan. Everyone in the courtyard knew she was a bit naive and that she often argued with Shen Junshan, so they didn't look at her kindly. Hearing that she left with Shen Junshan, everyone in the car looked at her in surprise. Han Jiao was about to get in the car when suddenly a figure flashed past her. The person used their body to push Han Jiao aside and blocked the door, calling out, Amin, you 2 hurry up, there's still a seat. Han Jiao frowned. Amin? Why is it someone from her family again? She unwillingly pushed past the older woman. Lu Dajia looked at her in surprise but didn't pay much attention and continued to call out to Amin. Amin, Xiaofeng, you 2 hurry, the car is about to leave. Amin and a girl of similar age hurried over from the opposite side. Just as they were about to get on the car, Han Jiao suddenly stepped in front of the door, with 1 foot already on the car. Lu Dajia immediately frowned. What are you doing? Can't you see others want to get on? Move aside quickly. Don't delay everyone. Seeing it was her, Amin didn't hold back and said, Silly girl, everyone has to go to work or shop. Why are you making trouble? Strange. How do you know I have nothing to do? Are you watching my house? Han Jiao mocked. Yesterday noon was you. Evening was your sister, and early today you came again. Are you fighting with my family? In front of so many people, Amin's face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing this, Lu Dajia rolled up her sleeves and shouted, "This car belongs to the public. If you have a ticket, you can get on. Who do you think you are, blocking the door? I took up 2 seats and I already have the tickets. If 2 cars come, it's overloaded. One of you needs to get off." Outside, buses were stuffing people in through the windows, but the company shuttle in the courtyard had 1 person per seat. There might be empty seats, but no standing allowed. Lu Dajia waved her ticket and said, "What are you doing going out, silly girl? Wasting seats and delaying things." A sister-in-law on the bus couldn't stand it and whispered, "Is it really about being smart or not? Jiao Jiao came first, and she already paid. You're just cutting in line. People are late for work and get fined. She's just a free person. Why is she fighting with others? She's just occupying a seat and not doing anything." The bus quieted down again. Han Jiao Jiao was really just being herself. It seemed she really shouldn't compete with the early shift for the bus. But Han Jiao Jiao smiled. Why not get up early if you know you'll be late? Being lazy and blaming others isn't right. Han Jiao Jiao grabbed Lu Dama's trembling wrist and snatched the ticket. She smiled even more brightly. I wondered why Lu Dama was so kind, sharing her ticket with outsiders. Turns out, she's just using someone else's ticket to show kindness. You're talking nonsense. Lu Dama shouted nervously. Han Jiao Jiao didn't let her off. She shook the ticket and said, "Every family's ticket inside the yard has a mark. Your ticket even has a small heart shape." Chun Amin disagreed. "What's wrong with a heart pattern? Lu's sister-in-law's ticket can have that mark too."
Oh,
That's strange. Lu Dama's ticket and mine have the same mark. Did the logistics department make a mistake? I should ask about it. Laughter could be heard inside the vehicle. Everyone knew Shin Junshan was generous and often gave away and used tickets. Some people used their tickets themselves, others sold them to others. The city bus fare was tiered. Without a monthly pass, a ride cost 2 cents a day. On tiered fare buses, it could be 4 cents. Over a month, that added up to $5 or $6, which was not a small amount. Han Jiao Jiao said, "This month, you took away about 30 or 40 of our tickets, right? Lu Dama, how much did you sell them for?" Shut your mouth. Don't talk nonsense. I just wanted to help others with my tickets. That's all. What's wrong? Chun Amin is your future daughter-in-law. She happily gives away other people's tickets to show kindness. Such a big face. Chun Amin was angry and blurted out, "You're talking nonsense. I paid 1 yuan and 50 cents. 50 cents for a monthly ticket? Lu Dama, you're quite the businesswoman." Han Jiao Jiao looked at Lu Dama with a half-smile, gracefully tearing up the ticket. Tickets are family benefits, not tools for personal gain. Some people are just pocketing benefits and acting so arrogant. It's really disgusting. She waved her hand, scattering the torn pieces onto Lu Dama's face. Lu Dama's good reputation was shattered. Her face turned the color of pig liver. She rushed forward, grabbing Han Jiao Jiao's arm and shouting, "You idiot. Do you have the right to speak?
get down.
Let go. Why are you hitting people? Lu's sister-in-law, please let go. Jiao Jiao is just naive. If she hurts you, she won't be responsible. Originally, you were in the wrong and hit someone, which made your husband come back and scold you." Han Jiao Jiao was pulled on her left side by someone inside the car and on her right side by Aunt Lu. In the chaos, she was tripped by someone and fell out of the car door. Just as she thought she was going to fall, a pair of strong hands caught her firmly from behind. Before she could react, a hand from behind reached over, grabbed Aunt Lu's collar, and lifted her off the ground. Shun Junshan's face was cold and stern, filled with a threatening look. He squinted his eyes and said coldly, "Just now, what did you say to my wife? Say it again." He tightened his grip, making Aunt Lu gasp for air. No one had ever seen Shin Junshan like this, and everyone was too scared to speak. Shin Junshan didn't seem to want to stop. He held her up higher with one hand and asked, "What did you say to my wife just now?" I didn't. Han Jiao leaned into his arms and held his arm. Shun Junshan paused for a moment. He looked down at Han Jiao's small face. She shook her head, and he slowly lowered her. Han Jiao let out a breath of relief. Aunt Lu's body wasn't strong enough to withstand Shun Junshan's fist. If she got hurt, it would be her own fault. Han Jiao pointed at Aunt Lu and said sarcastically, making money, being shy, no shame. Brother Junshan, don't listen to her nonsense. No one's making money. Chunamin quickly explained. She didn't expect to be so unlucky today, buying tickets from his family and then running into a fool outside. If she had known, she would have gotten up an hour earlier to go. Humph, the ugly one pushed me. She pushed me. Han Jiao, don't talk nonsense. Brother Junshan, you have to believe me, I didn't push her. Shin Junshan coldly said, my sister is a little girl. Chunamin choked. His words were even harsher than insults. Shin Junshan looked down at Aunt Lu again and warned, no more next time. After saying that, Shin Junshan quickly protected Han Jiao and got into the car. Jiao's mind isn't very good, but he doesn't like others calling her a fool. Jiao is a good person, the best in the world. Anyone who dares to insult Jiao, he won't be polite to them. Everyone was surprised that Shin Junshan, usually cold and kind-hearted with a very good temper, would get so angry for his silly wife. They no longer dared to speak badly about Han Jiao behind her back. Chunamin looked at her watch. It was only halfway through the month, and she had already been late 3 times. If she was late again, she might not be able to become a full employee. So she decisively left her colleagues and got into the car, leaving Xiao Feng alone, tears in her eyes, standing below. Shin Junshan asked Han Jiao to sit by the window. She was excitedly looking outside at the scenery when someone pulled off her rubber band. Shin Junshan gathered her hair with both hands and said, relax, I'll fix it for you. If it hurts, you have to pay me back, she said. Okay, don't move around, he replied. He quickly braided her hair, pulling it a little tighter, which tugged at her scalp. Han Jiao turned her head and glared at him. It hurts.
You're so silly, he said.
Han Jiao quickly tied her ponytail into a bun, loosening it a bit, making her look playful and cute. Shin Junshan nodded. Jiao is the smartest. Yeah, from now on I'll call my nickname Little Smart. Haha, she said happily. Her proud and cheerful laugh filled the car. Everyone was overwhelmed with affection, especially Chunamin, who almost felt like vomiting from all the sweetness. After 2 stops, Shin Junshan arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, Han Jiao's little head stuck out the window, waving her hand at him. Junshan, come here for a moment. Shin Junshan walked over suspiciously. The car wasn't tall, so his head was just at the window. Han Jiao quickly kissed his forehead. Shin Junshan's eyes flickered with surprise as he looked at her. 2 small flames seemed to flicker on her cheeks. Han Jiao gently touched his eyes and reminded him, don't go outside too much tonight. Come back early. I'll wait for you to have dinner at home. Okay, I got it, he replied. Shin Junshan tried to hold back, but Han Jiao still heard the slight tremor in his voice. Xiao Yunxia in the front seat also heard and turned around to tease him. Are you not throwing a fit with Junshan now? Why the change? Han Jiao remembered that she lived at the staircase entrance. Everyone in the building avoided her like a plague, except Xiao Yunxia, who never saw her as a fool. Even when she was acting unruly with Shin Junshan, Xiao Yunxia would scold her a few times. In her memory, she was like a neighbor or an older sister, someone respectful. Today, she also led the effort to confront Aunt Lu. Han Jiao shrugged and giggled. Last night, we slept together, she said. Usually, no one dared to say such things aloud. Everyone knows that Han Jiao is a bit simple-minded. She tends to say whatever comes to her mind, so no one bothers to argue with her. The others found this amusing, but Chunamin looked upset, with a serious face, glaring at Han Jiao as if she wanted to cry or get angry. Oh, really? That's great. I always thought once you experience more, you'd understand how good Junshan is. Those young city kids can't compare to him at all. Zhao Yunxia, pregnant and leaning over to her side, said, Junshan is hardworking and responsible. He even cares for you. Look, he can braid hair, which most men wouldn't do. He also cooked me some meat. If I knew a few pieces of meat could change your mind, he should have cooked a big pot long ago. Everyone laughed happily. Han Jiao also felt shy and smiled along. These neighbors knew her well. Without sharing some exciting news, they wouldn't let go of what just happened. And since she and Shun Junshan suddenly became close, they needed a reason. Luckily, they didn't know why she argued with Shun Junshan before. The more ridiculous the reason, the more it fit her simple personality. Zhao Yunxia held her hand happily, talking to herself. A while ago, you kept shouting about divorce everywhere. You almost scared my belly. Don't do that anymore. Junshan is really a good person. Many girls are eyeing him. Don't treat your life lightly. Look, Ah Fong and Nyo also like him. That shows he's a good guy. Now, not many people treat their partner's family like their own. Stick with him properly. In a year or two, have a little brother or sister for my kid. That would be great. Okay. 2 at once, exceeding the goal of having children. Han Jiao pretended to be shy, lowering her head, which made everyone laugh again. Zhao Yunxia cursed in the car. I knew they were thinking the same. What kind of people are they? No manners at all. The ticket seller also chimed in. Everyone knows what those sisters are thinking. Before Jiao came, everyone thought Shin Junshan was single. Only they were the busiest, running around. The courtyard gate was almost broken from all the foot traffic. That's right. Zhao Yunxia snorted. I remember when the sisters fought over Shin Junshan. Chunamin cried so hard back then, making a fuss at home every day. You could hear her from across the street. I also heard that Chunamin almost jumped into the river to make Shin Xiaoying give up the competition. Later, Jiao came, and both of them were stunned. Really? Of course. Let me tell you, if Jiao had arrived a month later, the Qin family would have sent someone to propose marriage. Really? That was probably meant for Qin Xiaoying. Everyone in the car started gossiping. They thought Han Jiao didn't understand, and the more they talked, the more intense it became. Han Jiao also listened carefully. It's good that Chunamin jumped into the river or hanged herself. No matter what she did, she never beat Qin Xiaoying and only ended up losing everywhere. Facing a straightforward person versus a manipulative schemer, how could she win?
Han Jia snerar ett koldlu.
The schemer can't expect to get any good from her, the clever one. Suddenly, Zhao Yunxia grabbed Han Jiao's hand and snorted sharply. Their family's thoughts don't matter. Junshan took the initiative to propose marriage himself. He cares for Jiao like he's madly in love. It seemed like she was talking to Han Jiao, but really she was speaking to everyone in the car. Everyone started encouraging Han Jiao again, telling her to relax and that Shin Junshan definitely wouldn't leave her. She knew Zhao Yunxia meant well. Most others were just watching the show. After hearing enough, she pretended to be silly and looked out the window. The street on both sides was getting lively. Zhao Yunxia smiled and said, We're here. This is the lunch market. Han Jiao got out of the car with everyone. A cow was led past, stopping just 2 meters in front of her, and a big pile of something fell to the ground. For someone raised in the city, seeing a 20 by 20 centimeter irregular cube of manure right in front of her made Han Jiao's face turn sour. But everyone else was used to it. Not just cows, there were sheep being fed nearby, and a stray dog ran up to a food stall, lifted its leg, and peed. Still, everyone ate happily, not caring about the smell in the air. Han Jiao pulled her clothes tighter and shrank back. She was afraid that one careless step might bring home some extra nutrients. Jiao, what do you want to buy this time? Sister-in-law knows this place well. I'll take you around.
Well.
Sister-in-law, look over there. What are they doing? Are those chickens? She pointed at a stall not far away. It was already crowded and sealed off. There are only a few chickens left in the 2 cages, and the buyers' voices competing to buy are louder than the sellers' prices. Zhao Yunxia smiled and said, Now, buying chickens and ducks still requires tickets. This family has relatives in the farming team of Chunshan village, and they raise some chickens freely. Is it really necessary to fight over chickens? It's like a fight. You don't understand how expensive everyday things are if you're not in charge. We only get half a pound of chicken meat each month, and our family's total isn't much. When someone has a baby, or an elderly person is hospitalized, or children need extra nutrition, or there are celebrations like weddings and funerals, those tickets aren't enough. It's actually quite cheap to come here and fight for a chicken for a couple of yuan. Jiao Jiao saw her expression and understood that this family's chickens weren't expensive. Good quality items at low prices make people eager to buy. She also noticed that the more difficult items for eating and dressing, the more popular they are, and even when prices are raised, people still buy. Seeing her staring at the goods, Zhao Yunxia smiled and asked, "Want to buy one for your family's Junshan to help him out?" No. I just think it's fresh," Jiao Jiao replied. "You have good conditions at home." Junshan's position wasn't great a few years ago, but now it's quite promising. Be nice to him, and you'll have a good life later. "Hey, sister-in-law, is that a soda bun? Let me treat you to one," Jiao Jiao said. Jiao Jiao didn't want to hear more family gossip. She pulled Zhao Yunxia to a small stall and bought 2 soda buns for 3 mao each. They were filled with lotus root bits and lots of pepper. When she bit into one, a strong aroma of rapeseed oil burst in her mouth. She quickly licked her lips and swallowed the juice. They tasted delicious, and Jiao Jiao's mood suddenly brightened. She followed Zhao Yunxia around for a while, holding quite a few things in her hands. 2 bunches of wild vegetables, some wood-ear mushrooms, and a big grass carp. Zhao Yunxia teased her. "You got up early just to buy these cheap things?" Junshan would be crying if he knew. Jiao Jiao didn't know how to answer, so she just forced a shy smile. After walking around and learning about prices, she understood that wild vegetables and most mountain goods aren't worth much in the county. Usually, you can pick some yourself if you walk a bit to the edge of town, and some people even grow them in their yards. As for grass carp, because of its strong fishy smell and many bones, people don't like it much. But for Jiao Jiao, these foods are nutritious and expensive. She remembered that in spring, a bunch of wild vegetables at the market cost over 10 yuan per jin. Indeed, this shows the gap between eras. "Jiao Jiao, wait for me. I want to see this." Zhao Yunxia seemed to have found her target. She happily squatted in front of a small stall and excitedly picked up a wooden-looking object, saying, "This is it. I heard eating this can definitely help you have a boy. You have good eyes. I just dug this up yesterday. It's fresh. If you want it, it costs 200 yuan. 200? I heard others say, it's only 50 yuan. Zhao Yunxia secretly covered her pocket. She had heard from someone who worked in the maternity ward that eating this could help have a boy, so she specifically spent 50 yuan to buy it. When she heard it cost 200 yuan, her face turned pale. Jiao Jiao almost burst out laughing. "Uncle, can eating licorice help you have a boy?" "What did you say, little girl?" The uncle also looked surprised. Jiao Jiao took a small piece, put it in her mouth, chewed, then spat it out. "Maybe it's 20 years old licorice. The ingredients are good, but claiming it can help have a boy is too much." Zhao Yunxia looked confused. "Jiao Jiao, what do you mean by licorice?" "It's a kind of traditional medicine. It boosts energy, clears heat and toxins, and relieves cough and pain. This is good licorice, but the price? 5 yuan. If you sell it to me, I'll take it. If not, then." Jiao Jiao said coldly, "You know selling fake goods to cheat money is worse than speculation." It was the late 1970s. Although the economy had relaxed a lot, everyone over 10 knew how harsh the crackdown on speculation and illegal trading was at that time. "Girl, you're tough. Today's my unlucky day to meet you." The uncle didn't dare make a fuss about this and quickly wrapped the item tightly, stuffing it into Jiao Jiao's hands. He cursed under his breath and hurriedly left. Jiao Jiao handed the item to Zhao Yunxia. "Sister-in-law, here you go. Boiling this in water is not a bad idea." Zhao Yunxia hesitated. "Jiao Jiao, does this mean I can't have a boy if I use this?" She knew that Zhao Yunxia's husband was the only child in the family, and the elderly at home depended on him to carry on the family line. If she had a girl for the first child, Zhao Yunxia might have a hard time in her in-laws' house. But who can say whether it's a boy or girl? If it were her, she'd be happy to have a girl, buying pretty little dresses for her every day. Seeing Zhao Yunxia so sad, Han Jiao smiled and said, I heard from others that the healthier a mother is, the more likely she is to have a boy. Eating more nourishing food won't hurt. You're right. Boys tend to be more mischievous. I need to be strong to handle their fussing. Zhao Yunxia happily took the herbal medicine and insisted on giving her some money. Han Jiao didn't refuse, but she didn't want to argue. In the end, Zhao Yunxia bought her a dress, and that was the end of it. Although Han Jiao had everything she needed, she wanted to act normal and also to make Zhao Yunxia feel at ease. She also bought a set of clothes for Shin Junshan, along with some buns and a soft-shelled turtle. Seeing someone buying eel, she happily went to buy 3 jin of it. These items, which others saw as cheap, meant a lot to her. In the past, a 7 or 8 yuan dish of braised eel was enough to fill her up. How happy she was. Zhao Yunxia saw that the things she bought weren't worth much, but since they were for Shin Junshan, she felt happy too. It's really good to come to the lunch market this time. Junshan will definitely praise you when you go back. I'll come again next time. When I have my baby, I'll take you to the evening market in the west. There are more and better things there. Only those with skill can avoid being tricked. Really? What can you get there? Zhao Yunxia whispered in her ear. Everything, cigarettes, alcohol, even medicine. As long as you have money and good judgment, you can handle anything difficult to buy or deal with. Can you really handle everything? Maybe even ask for a big, healthy boy? Oh, you little troublemaker. I'm serious. The other day, I knew a pregnant woman who sold a cigarette before she gave birth. The amount was, Zhao Yunxia proudly held up 7 fingers. 70 yuan was a big amount. Han Jiao thought about how she also had quite a bit in her space. Maybe she could exchange it all for money and get rich. She remembered her dream from last night and thought about the evening market. If she had money, she could take Shin Junshan to a big hospital for eye treatment, and then everything in her dream wouldn't happen. Thinking of this, her mood suddenly improved. On the way home by car, she hummed a little tune, greeted everyone at the door, and caused a bit of a fuss, leaving everyone puzzled. She paid no attention to their reactions and washed the eel at the public water basin downstairs. She went to find the security guard and exchanged a few small green onions for meat buns. It wasn't until she went upstairs that everyone else finally realized what had happened. Did they imagine it? Just now, Han Jiao looked so beautiful, walking with confidence, and she smelled like nice herbs. Most importantly, she was carrying a shopping basket. She was doing housework like a fool. After handling the eel, Han Jiao prepared green onions, garlic, and various seasonings in the kitchen. Today, she didn't find any bullfrog sellers, but she thought to herself and ended up with 2 cleaned bullfrogs. Luckily, they were already prepared. I didn't dare kill raw ones. Han Jiao chopped the bullfrogs into pieces, then stir-fried the ingredients with water and set them aside. She added oil and garlic to the pan, cooking the garlic until crispy outside and soft inside. Then she added cooking wine bean paste and stir-frying until fragrant. First, she cooked the bullfrogs, letting them absorb the flavor, then added the eel. Bouncing quickly finished cooking the eel. Han Jiao kept the dishes warm on a small alcohol stove to prevent them from getting cold. She also stir-fried 2 wild vegetables, boiled fish head and tofu together for soup, and sprinkled all the remaining green onions on top for decoration. The fish head and tofu soup looked even more beautiful.
Wow.
Sister, you're possessed. Han Fong and Shin Junshan arrived home at the same time. They smelled the delicious aroma from the hallway. With such a wonderful smell, only Han Jiao could have made it in the whole building. Shin Junshan was stunned. Her recent changes were so big. She had surprised him in the morning, and now again in the evening. He was starting to feel scared. If she kept getting better like this, would she fly away and disappear from his world?
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Shin Junshan saw her clumsily carrying a bowl and quickly took it from her. The buns just out of the pot were steaming hot, and even the bowl was boiling hot. He blew on her hand and said with a frown, "It's okay if you don't do housework. But someone has to do it. You're busy at work and can't always come home on time for dinner. Someone has to do it." Yes, in the future, Ah Fong can do it when he comes home. Han Fong looked sad and could only stuff a bun into his mouth to comfort himself. Han Jiao Jiao immediately told them to wash their hands. When they came out, the bowls and chopsticks were ready and the soup was served. In a small basin nearby, a turtle was kept. Han Fong poked at it with chopsticks. "It's alive." "Hey, sis, are you going to be mean?" "No, I was hoping your brother-in-law could help me out." "Brother-in-law?" "Sis, say that again. I think that word sounds so nice." "Right, brother-in-law?" Shin Junshan didn't reply. He picked up his soup bowl and took a sip, feeling warm inside and out. Han Jiao Jiao also cooked rice and put it in a bowl. She used chopsticks to stir around the edge of the bowl a few times. The rice on top was okay, but the rice at the bottom stuck to the pot and burned. She smiled shyly. "I'm still not good at controlling the heat. You guys can have the buns. I'll eat the rice slowly." "That's good." Shun Junshan scooped a bowl of rice, mostly getting the burnt part into his own bowl. Han Fong also copied him, putting the remaining burnt rice into his bowl. Han Jiao Jiao rested her chin on her hand and smiled foolishly at him. "Hubby, you look so good when you spoil me." Shin Junshan blushed so much he almost choked. Hearing that, he thought she was seriously unwell, more silly and naive than ever. Han Jiao Jiao hurriedly blew on her fish soup. "Hubby, drink the soup." "Jiao Jiao, is something bothering you?" "No, nothing." "Then why aren't you eating? Is something wrong?" She was very beautiful, with bright eyes that sparkled. But she was staring at him from just 20 centimeters away without blinking, like she was crazy or hiding something. "No, I just want to admire my handsome hubby." Han Jiao Jiao smiled sweetly, surrounded by pink love bubbles. The whole room seemed to turn pink. Meanwhile, Shun Junshan's face turned the color of steamed. He was so embarrassed he wanted to hide.
Han Jia gled.
It was true she loved admiring her handsome hubby, and after making him shy, it was also true she wanted to tease him. She gently touched his face, feeling the warm heat through her palm. She wasn't sure if she was warming his face, or if his face was making her hand hot. Shun Junshan's face grew even warmer, and his cheeks turned shy, like a young girl's. He stammered, "Jiao Jiao, what are you doing?" "I suddenly realized, Junshan, you look so good, better than anyone I've ever seen. Why are you so good at looking this way?" Shun Junshan turned his head aside, his face burning so much his ears felt like they were on fire. Han Jiao Jiao suddenly realized that she feels happiest when teasing him. She piled a lot of eel on Shin Junshan's plate and even gave him a whole frog leg. "Husband, eat more." Han Jiao Jiao smiled brightly at him, making him blush and quickly start eating. Han Fong also kept putting eel and frog leg into his mouth. Soon, there was a small mountain of bones in front of him. Seeing her younger brother so good at showing off his food, she playfully pinched his little ear. "The youngest eats the most. It'll be your turn to do the dishes later. As long as my sister cooks every day, I'll wash the dishes every day. Today I'll do it. You have the entrance exam tomorrow, so review and rest early." Shin Junshan picked up the conversation, placing 2 new pencils on the table. Although pencils aren't expensive, they still need to be bought with money. Most families only use the tips until they're worn out, then put a cover on the end, and keep using them for writing. Han Fong's pencils still had about a third left, so Shin Junshan gave him 2 new ones. She looked a little worried. "Are you spoiling him too much? Yesterday I saw those pencils. Why buy new ones if he hasn't used them up? This time, if he ranks in the top 3 in the entrance exam, he can be directly admitted to a key middle school. Fong's grades are usually very good, so it would be great if he gets in." Han Fong suddenly stopped speaking. His childhood dream was to be a man who could take care of his sister and younger sister and protect them. Since Shun Junshan appeared, it seemed like he was helping him achieve that dream. But he also didn't want to lose or embarrass his family. I heard from the teacher that the second middle school has a boarding option. It costs 5 yuan per semester, including meals, and many teachers from big cities come to teach there. I'll study hard and get in. Han Jiao noticed him biting his lip and clenching his small fists. It was obvious he was feeling nervous and under pressure. She teased him, "How old are you? Don't think about saving money for your brother-in-law. He's got money and doesn't need your allowance. Big sister, you." Seeing Han Feng's reaction, Shen Junshan realized how much his words had pressured him. He quickly explained, "Feng, I didn't mean it like that. I just think your grades are good, and it would be great if you could get in." "Brother-in-law, don't listen to her. She's just talking nonsense." Han Jiao laughed loudly at how red and embarrassed he looked. The bright and cheerful appearance made both the older and younger men stare in admiration. She had never smiled like that before. Shen Junshan almost went crazy. He had seen many people from the city, even foreigners. Among so many men and women, none looked as attractive as Han Jiao. Han Jiao didn't notice their reactions at all. She patted her brother's head and smiled. "Tonight, I'll sacrifice a bit and help you with your homework. When you get into a good middle school, then high school and university, don't forget your big sister." The woman behind successful people. "Big sister, you're such a silly girl." Han Feng said she was silly, but he couldn't hide his smile. This morning, the teacher praised him for doing well on his homework. Only he and the class monitor managed to finish it. He was more convinced that his sister wasn't stupid, or maybe her brother-in-law said she was just too innocent. After dinner, the sun had already set. When Han Jiao returned, she specially found 2 old-fashioned eye protection bulbs from her space. Now that it was dinner time and it was getting dark outside, while Shen Junshan was washing the dishes, she quickly climbed up and changed the bulbs, removing the incandescent tube and dropping it to the ground. When Shen Junshan came out, she had just turned on the light. "Husband, does this light hurt your eyes? What is this?" Shen Junshan paused slightly. Because of his eyes, he had researched different types of lights on the market. He had never seen this kind before. Including this time, she had done 5 amazing things in 2 days. Shen Junshan thought for a moment and asked, "Where did you buy this?" "I saw someone selling it at the market today, so I bought it." "What's wrong?" "No. The light is soft and comfortable." "Good, as long as it's comfortable." Han Jiao leaned close to him, tiptoed, and gently used her finger to lift his eyelid. She just wanted to check his eyes, but in the eyes of the 2 men, her action looked very intimate and flirtatious. Jiao. Don't speak. Let me see." Han Jiao pressed his hand that wasn't in its proper place and carefully examined both his eyes. The initial judgment was that he probably had corneal epithelial damage from an injury, combined with overuse of his eyes leading to poor recovery. But they also couldn't rule out brain injury pressing on the nerves. If only I could defeat Shen Junshan and send him into her medical space, she could do a detailed checkup. It's so frustrating. How can I defeat Shen Junshan? It's not easy. Stop moving around. Stand still. Squat down a bit. I'm tired from standing on tiptoe. Shen Junshan was scolded for no reason but obediently knelt down, lowering himself to a height slightly below hers. Suddenly, Han Jiao felt something warm moving on her body. She looked down and saw her left hand tightly gripping Shen Junshan's 2 thumbs, pressing his hands against her chest. "Big sister, you're getting smarter. You should have a special night with your fiancé soon. Maybe next year, I'll become an uncle." Han Feng is almost in middle school. Even though he doesn't understand much about boys and girls, he knows that after marriage, they need a special night to have a baby. To have a special night, they need to sleep in the same bed every day. They've only slept together once in all this time, which probably isn't enough. Their sister has been married for 3 years, sleeping together every day, and only then did she get pregnant. She can't just sleep one day and have a nephew. If she has a big, chubby baby early, she can stop those other women from having any ideas. Han Feng, acting like a little adult, said, "You guys need to move faster. You're wasting time with your slow pace." Han Jiao blushed and snapped, "Kids don't understand anything. Go, do your homework." "Okay." He stuck out his tongue, with homework piled on the table, but he kept sneaking glances at them. After all, the scene was so beautiful and unusual, much better than textbooks. Han Jiao let go of his hand and said, "Even though it doesn't affect your life now, it's still a illness. You need to get it treated as soon as possible." "Yes, I've scheduled a doctor appointment for next Tuesday. If everything goes well, I'll have surgery." "Surgery? Who told you that?" "Chun Xiaoying? How do you know?" The doctor from the provincial city was recommended by Chen Xiaoying to Xin Junshan. She probably wanted to use this favor to get closer to Xin Junshan. If she really cured his eyes, maybe he would divorce her and marry her instead. What a clever plan. But based on her judgment, Xin Junshan's eyes need more observation, and I can't have surgery immediately. The county hospital probably doesn't have the facilities to perform the surgery. Technology is one aspect, and sanitation is another. Perhaps the surgery failed because of an infection. She remembered that dream. At first, she thought it was just a case of thinking about something before sleep, but now it seemed that after rebirth, heaven had given her an extra advantage. She seemed to have a kind of premonition or foresight ability. If that was true, she definitely couldn't let him go. "On Tuesday, I want to go to the night market. Will you come with me, husband? I want to go to the night market at the West End. There are many things for sale there." Xin Junshan's face immediately fell. He knew about the West End night market. Even as a strong man, he wouldn't want to go there unless it was an emergency. That place was full of all kinds of people. Jiao Jiao was so pretty and innocent. How could she go to such a messy place? "Husband." Han Jiao tiptoed and hugged his neck. Her soft body pressed against his chest, and her eyes sparkled like stars. "I want to go shopping. Will you come with me? I won't ask you to come for nothing. When we get back, I'll cook you a big pork knuckle. But I have an appointment with the doctor next Tuesday. That appointment is hard to get. Doctors are rare, but a chance to go shopping with you isn't? If you dare to leave me, I'll go find Xiao Jiqing." "Jiao Jiao. No matter what, I won't care. If you don't go shopping with me, I'll run away with Xiao Jiqing." Faced with Han Jiao's stubbornness, Xin Junshan suddenly felt very reassured. All his doubts about her had vanished during this time. But they had finally arranged for an expert from the province to come. If he didn't go, he might never get another chance in his life. As Xin Junshan hesitated, Han Jiao looked at him with tearful eyes, pitifully sniffing. You really don't love me anymore. Tonight, while you're asleep, I'll go find Xiao Jiqing. Don't regret it." Xin Junshan massaged his temples. Thinking about how she had run after the bicycle of the Jiqing youth, suddenly he felt a headache. Compared to that, occasional eye discomfort was a small matter. "All right, I'll go shopping with you on Tuesday. I won't go to the hospital. You're the best husband. You're the most handsome in the whole world." After saying that, she happily threw herself onto him and kissed his face twice. Feeling it wasn't enough, she kissed his left cheek twice as well. Not only is the handsome guy good-looking, but his skin also feels very nice. Her endless praise truly turned Xin Junshan into a rosy pink. Han Jiao smiled like a little sun, her lips pressed together happily. She completely ignored Han Feng, who was already staring blankly nearby. Xin Junshan was dizzy from her kisses. After finally having a moment to take a shower, Han Jiao stopped acting starstruck. Xin Junshan always keeps his promises, especially to the original owner. Since he promised not to see the doctor, he definitely wouldn't go back on his word. However, Chen Xiaoying's efforts were all in vain. She wondered what her expression would be when she heard the news tomorrow. "This is interesting, really interesting. Big sister, your smile looks a little scary. Hee Afong. Tomorrow morning I'll make you shredded meat noodles. Study hard. Big sister believes in you." The next morning, Xin Junshan woke up at 7 o'clock. He was so scared he jumped out of bed and saw a new shirt and a pair of new socks on the bedside table. He knew those weren't his clothes, but since they were placed there, they were probably meant for him to wear. After hesitating for a while, Xin Junshan decided to put on the clothes. When he stepped out of the room, he heard a pleasant voice. "Good morning, husband. I wanted you to sleep a bit longer, so I turned off the alarm. Did you sleep well? Very well. Han Jiao Jiao was wearing a white cotton linen long-sleeve shirt and black pants that tapered at the ankles. Although her outfit was simple, and he'd never seen anyone dressed like that before, she looked capable and lively, yet still feminine. Han Jiao Jiao tied her hair into a small bun on top of her head, adding a cute and lively touch. From the moment he saw her, his eyes never left her. Why is she so beautiful? Shen Junshan felt like he was about to burst with happiness. Han Jiao Jiao didn't know what kind of storm was happening inside him. She bought clothes for her family, but didn't buy any for herself. She didn't want to wear a grandma-style dress with big red flowers on a green background or patched-up clothes. She could only choose styles from her space. A few sets weren't enough to change into, so Han Jiao Jiao bought clothes for them every now and then. She would pretend she bought some for herself too, so everyone would wear new clothes together without suspicion. She smiled and said, "Since it's my first time buying clothes, I was worried they wouldn't fit, but it turned out just right. Are you really buying this for me? If I don't buy it for you, who else would I buy it for? A Fong can't wear your clothes either. Turn around so I can see." Shin Junshan slowly turned in a circle. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders, strong muscles, and a tight build. When he wears a shirt or uniform, he looks very attractive. She stepped forward to help straighten his clothes and took the chance to gently touch his muscles. Shin Junshan felt strangely dry-mouthed. She looked at the time and urged Han Fong, who was packing his bag, "Hurry up, don't be late today."
Got it, sister.
You're so strict. It's not the college entrance exam, so why do we all need new clothes? You're wasting money again. Oh, I was planning to buy you a pair of sneakers. Since you say that, I won't buy them. I don't want sneakers. I'm a good kid who saves money. Han Fong said this, but his face was beaming with happiness. He was holding a lunchbox that Han Jiao Jiao made in the morning, carefully hugging it. "Husband, breakfast is ready. I kept it warm on the stove.
You can eat now.
I'll pick up and drop off a Fong today. Dinner might be late. If you have work, handle it yourself." Han Jiao Jiao had already stepped out the door and turned back to remind him, "You can work, but don't get involved with other women, okay?" Shin Junshan felt happiness come suddenly. It wasn't until her figure disappeared for a long time that he gradually regained his senses. Shin Junshan muttered, "Jiao Jiao, you're getting stranger and stranger." Last night, Han Jiao Jiao asked the security guard about the evening market. The evening market is busy from morning to night, with people trading all kinds of goods. The transactions depend on luck and connections. She had a wholesale supermarket space and wasn't interested in the goods there. She was more interested in how the evening market operated. Shin Junshan refused to help her ask for a transfer to a better school, so she could only take the medical college entrance exam. But after graduating from the medical college, she would be assigned to be a nurse. Han Jiao Jiao didn't look down on nurses. She just wanted to pursue her previous profession. And the thought of becoming a junior to Qin Xiaoying made her feel disgusted. If Shin Junshan really doesn't want to help, she can only try to make more money. First, she can use money to build connections. Even if that doesn't work, she can use the money to study in a big city. At worst, she might as well become a small wealthy woman, attend an adult university, and then continue with master's and doctoral studies. She must secretly save her own little fund without Shin Junshan knowing. Han Jiao Jiao stood at the corner of the alley. She took a few packs of red double happiness cigarettes, peeled off the outer shell, took out the cigarettes inside, and wrapped them in craft paper. As soon as she entered, a woman in her 40s with a clever look came up holding a small bag. She asked Big Sister, "What do you have there? Can I take a look?"
Han Jiao Jiao looked her over carefully.
The woman looked in her 40s, smart and capable. She carried a large vegetable basket filled with leafy greens, which looked light and could easily hide anything inside. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "I can't show you here, but I can let you smell it. Does it smell good?" The woman was experienced and had been around this area for 7 or 8 years. She could tell good things from bad. She sniffed the smell lightly, and her eyes immediately lit up with excitement. She pulled Han Jiao Jiao into a small, dilapidated shed in the corner. She also looked around to see if anyone was following. Little sister, how are you selling this? I only sell loose ones, but they're genuine. This pack has 100 sticks with some damage, so about 90 sticks. 30 yuan, not too expensive, right?
30.
The woman looked hesitant. Han Jiao knew she was trying to bargain. She didn't give in and was about to leave with the cigarettes. The woman quickly stopped her. 30 is 30. Here you go, she said, handing over 30 yuan. She took the cigarettes, looked at them happily, and put them into her vegetable basket, covering them with leaves to hide them. Little sister, next time, can you bring a box? The price for a whole box is higher. Whole boxes cost twice as much. Loose ones are cheaper, and you still make a good profit. Han Jiao knew this woman was a reseller. She bought items from her and then sold them through their channels for a profit. The woman smiled again. People here call me Sister One. You can call me that too. Next time you have cigarettes or alcohol, come find me. I'll always be here. I do have cigarettes and alcohol, but I think they don't make much money. Sister One, can you tell me what is selling best right now? Sister One hesitated for a moment. She looked at Han Jiao, who was pretty and dressed nicely. Her family must be well off. She guessed that Han Jiao had powerful connections at home, so she said casually, besides cigarettes and alcohol, the best-selling items are medicines. Medicines? Which kinds? All kinds: antibiotics, vaccines, high blood pressure medicine, heart medicine, and tetanus shots. Workers often get injured, and if they're not careful, they could get tetanus and die. That makes these shots very popular. Also, serum. Recently, in the countryside, many people have been bitten by snakes and can't afford to go to the hospital for treatment. Even if they do, some die before they get help. Sister One looked around exaggeratedly to make sure no one was listening. She took Han Jiao's hand and said, "Now, serum costs 500 yuan a bottle. Ordinary people can't afford it.
You'd have to sell your whole family to buy it. They can only wait to die."
Is there no way to protect them? It's beyond reach. Yesterday, the secretary of Chunshan County's wife's younger sister was bitten by a snake, but she got treatment in time. Her family can afford it, but they argued so much over the cost that it almost tore their family apart. The more advanced the medicine, the higher the price. It's not covered by social safety nets, which makes things complicated. Han Jiao squinted thoughtfully. Regular medicines like antibiotics and high blood pressure drugs are easier to get. Her lab has them, and even supermarkets sell antibiotics. But serum is difficult. Although Chunshan County is relatively wealthy and advanced for this era, in the big picture, their medical staff and equipment are still quite limited. Making snake venom serum here is very hard. She probably wouldn't have trouble making it. Serum could make her famous, maybe even get her into a top medical university. But how would she explain this to Shen Junshan? She liked her free, easy life with her future husband and didn't want to scare him away. After some internal struggle, Han Jiao decided to start selling what she already had. Sister Wan, next time, I want to sell 200 cigarettes, a bottle of Maotai, and 10 tetanus shots for 500 yuan. Is that okay?
Maotai?
Tetanus shots? Are you serious? A bottle of Maotai sells for 200 yuan. Wealthy people in the county use it for gifts or banquets. It's very popular and in high demand. There was also a tetanus shot. They only managed to get 5 vials in 6 months, each costing 80 yuan. Her collection of valuable items only sold for 500 yuan. Such a good deal is hard to find, even if you look for it with a lantern. Sister One wasn't sure if her ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke or if she was hearing things. She repeatedly confirmed with Han Jiao. Is 500 yuan not enough? You definitely won't lose out. You misunderstood.
I didn't mean that.
I'm just a bit worried. Sister Wan's face lit up with happiness, and she said in surprise, You really can get the tetanus shot? It's not fake, right? I can help you give injections to the patients. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. It's not your fault. Sis, if you say that, I believe you. I'll add 100 yuan. 600 yuan in total. I'll cover it. Give me 5 days to prepare. In 5 days, I'll hand over the money and deliver the goods. Sister One quickly nodded, happily hugging her items and rushing away. Han Jiao Jiao knew her price was very low, but she had her own plans. First, she would use a few low-price deals to open up the market. Then, by causing some excitement in the evening market, her reputation would spread. Soon, bigger traders would come to find her. At that point, she could trade things like rice, grain tickets, and meat coupons for money. It wouldn't be long before she saved her first big sum of money. Han Jiao Jiao set herself a small goal, to earn 10,000 yuan in the summer of 1979. Han Jiao Jiao tucked away her 30 yuan of secret savings, parted from Sister Wan, and decided to take a walk in the evening market. Although some items weren't sold on the street, there were many small stalls along both sides, and lots of people bustling around looking for buyers and sellers. Suddenly, she saw a pair of sneakers with soft soles. The style was simple nurse shoes, but they were men's shoes in size 38, just right for Han Fong. Han Jiao Jiao hesitated whether to buy them or not when a cute figure appeared beside her. The girl, with big, watery eyes, smiled brightly and looked at her. Hee, pretty sister. The girl swayed her body and reached out her hand to her. She rolled her eyes dramatically and suddenly collapsed at her feet. At first, everyone gathered around to watch. When they saw the girl's face was pale and looked like she was dead, they were afraid the police might be called later, so they quickly grabbed their things and ran away. Only Han Jiao Jiao was left alone in the wind, feeling confused. She was used to sudden emergencies, but had never seen anyone leave so fast. Their speed was like record-breaking in sports. Han Jiao Jiao saw foam coming out of the girl's mouth, so she crouched down to check her pulse. After looking at the small medicine bag in her hand, Han Jiao Jiao frowned tightly. The girl's bright red mushroom-shaped head was still somewhat lively, but one had a small bite mark, probably from her. The red umbrella-like cap and white stem. Everyone knew you should cover it immediately after eating. Even a girl of 16 or 17 should understand this, but she didn't. "You're lucky today to have met me," Han Jiao Jiao said. She turned the girl onto her back on the yellow ground, gave her 2 pills, then started to give her acupuncture. The girl felt like her body was being shocked by electricity, and she involuntarily vomited. Han Jiao Jiao quickly helped her sit up and put in more effort. "Good. It out now, before the poison fully takes effect. Hurry up and get rid of it." The girl was dizzy and too weak to sit up straight. She leaned in Han Jiao Jiao's arms, swaying left and right. Suddenly, she lost her balance and hit her head hard, causing a bump on her forehead. "You really are something." Old injuries and new ones added up. Han Jiao Jiao's tone was a bit helpless. The girl's stomach was empty now, and her consciousness was slightly back. Han Jiao Jiao then gave her 2 more shots to disperse the blood clots in her head. She helped her to the wall to rest. Then she took out paper and a pen, squatting beside her to write something. The girl blinked and softly asked, "Who are you?" Han Jiao Jiao knew her consciousness was back, so she answered without hesitation, "Your lifesaver." "Oh." She saw the red mushroom head on the ground, remembered something, and blushed.
"Thank you. What are you writing now?"
"A prescription. There's probably some residual poison in your body. Taking medicine for 3 days should help you recover." "Snake bones tongue? Is this traditional medicine? Are you a Chinese doctor?" Han Jiao Jiao didn't answer her question. After finishing the prescription, she folded it and put it in the girl's shirt pocket. "Take it twice a day for 3 days." Han Jiao Jiao looked at her ankle, then carefully fixed it with a special gesture. She pressed firmly, and the girl made a small sound of approval. Her ankle was now properly set. "It probably got twisted when you fell. I've fixed it for you, but try not to move it too much in the next few days. If you have any problems later, don't blame me." The girl was amazed by her quick and skillful actions, showing a look of admiration. "My name is Li Ziki.
I'm 17. I just moved to the town yesterday."
"What's your name, sister?" "I'm about your age."
"Just call me Jiao Jiao."
Han Jiao Jiao didn't want to give her real name, in case a child blabbed and someone like Shin Junshan found out. After speaking, she also gave Li Ziki 2 quick injections on her ankle. She wanted to rinse her mouth with water, but now that someone was watching her, she couldn't take anything from her space. Feeling a bit stuck, a large enamel cup was handed to her. It was filled with warm water, steaming gently. Hee, boss, if you don't mind, you can use this. I just poured it from the boiling water bottle and cooled it down a bit. The temperature is just right. Dongzi, remember, our boss. Dongzi and Xiangzi grinned happily. They heard from Sister One that today there was a tough customer who knew a lot. She could handle tetanus shots as easily as picking vegetables. They didn't believe it and were cautious about buying medicine. They wanted to find out the price and source first. Since it was medicine for people, not food or drinks, they knew if something went wrong, it wouldn't be easy to fix. But when they went out and saw it was Han Jiao Jiao, they were very happy. Boss, why didn't you tell us you were coming here? It's dangerous for a girl to come alone. What if you meet bad people? Dongzi agreed and nodded quickly. Han Jiao Jiao smiled calmly. I'm lucky. Bad people tend to avoid me. Brother, this is a red magic head. Did you survive after eating it? No, Jiao Jiao saved me. Li Ziki smiled proudly, and the two brothers looked at Han Jiao Jiao with even more admiration. This thing was rare in the county, but in nearby villages, some children had died after eating it. Everyone called it the red magic head, and they would avoid it whenever they saw it. Many people had lost their lives because of it, but Han Jiao Jiao was able to cure it. She must be a reincarnation of a goddess. The illnesses she handles are never incurable. At this moment, Han Jiao Jiao looked at these three fools with a blush on her ears, feeling so awkward she could use her toes to scratch out a small patch of land. Dongzi nudged Xiangzi in the side. Xiangzi snapped out of his thoughts and suddenly excitedly shouted, Boss, do you want to make money? With your skills, as long as you're willing to see patients, you can definitely earn a lot. No, too troublesome. Making money from selling medicine is enough. Why waste time on consultations? Besides, she didn't want Shin Junshan to find out she could treat illnesses now. I see. Such a pity. I thought I found a treasure for our family clinic. A family clinic? Does your family run a clinic? I'm not sure if it counts. My family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine here for 6 generations, and we're quite well known. My grandfather's generation even studied Western medicine abroad. He used to be a doctor in the orthopedic department at the 3rd Team Hospital, but later the family stopped doing that and the clinic was donated to become a state-run facility. Dongzi and Xiangzi both looked a bit strange. Especially Xiangzi, who had experienced more and felt more emotional about the past than his younger brother Dongzi. Han Jiao Jiao thought about herself as a doctor who had traveled through time to 1979, unable to reveal her identity or do what she liked. Besides Shun Junshan, she had nothing else. She even had to be cautious around him. This feeling of helplessness was probably similar to what Xiangzi felt when he was young. Han Jiao Jiao asked, You were taken in before, and now you're back with us? Not exactly. Xiangzi showed a bitter smile. State-run clinics are actually quite good, but the problem is a lack of talent. People tend to prefer Western medicine, so those assigned to clinics include barefoot village doctors who only learned a little, medical students who haven't graduated yet and are doing internships here, and even some who know nothing but have connections to get in. They can't even recognize all the medicines and are just working in traditional Chinese medicine clinics. How can that be good? The clinic's business is declining, and now it's losing money. It used to be funded by the government, but after policy changes and accounting for profits and losses, the authorities said it should be turned into a place for bathing. He simply couldn't accept that. He said with a bitter tone, My grandpa used to say that wherever a person is, that's where the shop is. I found a quiet place and set up a small room to work secretly. We don't rely on big talk, only on reputation. With my dad's experience, your skills, and the help of Xiangzi and Dongzi, we can succeed. Han Jiao Jiao suddenly realized, so he's a folk doctor. Thinking about this timing really gave her a headache. In 1979, private clinics weren't allowed, but here in the countryside, there were many makeshift ways. Although there were truly skilled doctors, many were just so-called miracle healers or immortals who pretended to treat patients to make money. Xiangzi's original intention was good. At least their father was a real doctor who could help people. After working for 4 or 5 years to gain experience, wealth, and popularity, it wouldn't be hard to get a proper license to operate legally. Han Jiao seemed to see the future, and her heart softened. If you only want to practice traditional Chinese medicine, I have limited skills. I'm better at internal medicine. Qiangzi immediately smiled and said, Western medicine and Chinese medicine each have their strengths. Combining them works best. My grandpa always said that. I do want to do this business, but more importantly, I want to make a name for myself and help villagers who can't easily see a doctor or look down on medical treatment. Please help me. Consider it a big favor. Boss, I also ask for your help. You're so talented. Combining Western and Chinese medicine is no problem. Right, boss? Dongzi grinned and bowed to her, acting fearless, as if he was sure she would agree. Han Jiao said, I'll see patients twice a month, according to my rules. Nobody else can know who I am. Whether I treat or not, and how I treat, it all depends on me. No problem. I might give special treatment to others, and you're not allowed to object.
Deal.
So, are we set? One more thing. Don't call me boss. Acting like a gang is not good for my reputation. Got it, boss? Qiangzi quickly spoke without thinking, then hurriedly covered his mouth and grinned foolishly at her.
Han Jia smiled.
She originally thought it was a mix of a lively young man and a gangster boss, but it turned out to be a young man with ambitions. Qiangzi looked at the time and realized it was almost noon. He had planned to invite everyone to eat together, but Li Ziki still looked quite weak, so Dongzi was asked to find a small tricycle used for hauling coal. They covered it with a clean cloth and placed a small stool on it for Li Ziki to sit. Qiangzi repeatedly warned, Dongzi, you must make sure to send him home safely. No mistakes allowed. Don't worry, brother. I have a lot of strength. Jiao, I'm leaving now. Han Jiao took out 2 yuan from her pocket and handed it to him. Dongzi immediately pulled his hand back and hid it behind his back. Jia, I can't take your money. You're embarrassing me. How am I embarrassing you? I call you sister, we're family. If I take your money, what does that make me? I'm already 16, a real man now. Dongzi's young face showed a proud and stubborn expression that didn't match his age. Han Jiao also felt a little sad. At 16, he should be in school, but he was doing such dangerous work at night. She gently rubbed Dongzi's head with concern. It's already noon. Take the money and buy some food and drinks. Later, I'll ask your brother to treat us to a meal, and you can come back.
Li Ziki nudda.
I live on Nanjing Road. It's quite far. No one's home today. I spent my pocket money on Red Magic Head, and now I have no money left. Dongzi softly said, You're so silly. Han Jiao took the opportunity to put the money into Li Ziki's hand. When you get home, ask Dongzi to buy some food. I won't pay him for his trouble. Remember to ask your family to give you medicine and make sure you drink it. I remember. Jiao, next time you come to visit my house, let's talk about it when you have time. She thought that although the county town was not as big as a city, it was still not small, and the chances of running into someone she knew were low. She casually dismissed them. Dongzi rode the tricycle to take her home first. Qiangzi rode his bicycle with Han Jiao for 2 stops, found a place to eat, ordered 2 bowls of large wontons, a cup of soy milk, and a steamed bun. They ate and chatted about their family. They accidentally mentioned how impressive his grandfather's generation was in orthopedics, a big shot like Mao Tai. Han Jiao remembered something. Which city was your grandfather working as an orthopedic doctor in? After arriving in the capital with the troops, I stayed there working until I was 62 and then retired. Your family must have some connections at the hospital in the capital, right? Yes, a few of my grandfather's old comrades and my father's friends are there. What's wrong? Are you feeling sick, big brother? Han Jiao quietly nudged his foot to remind him to be careful. Qiangzi scratched his head honestly. Sister, is it okay to call it that? Han Jiao moved her foot away.
I'm not sick. I just want to find out about someone.
I heard there's a very famous eye doctor in the capital, quite reputable. He's coming to our town next Tuesday. I think his last name is Zhang or Liu. Can you help me find out more about him? Sure. Your problem is my problem. I promise to help.
Don't be so formal with me.
We're family. Xiangzi then handed her the wontons from his bowl. Han Jiao Jiao was indeed hungry. She had only eaten a bun for breakfast and had been running around all morning. Her stomach was empty. When Xiangzi divided the wontons, she didn't refuse. She just ate them directly. Seeing her enjoy the food, Xiangzi felt happy too. He kept chatting away happily. Jiao Jiao, the scallion stuck. Where? Did they fall off? Han Jiao Jiao ran her tongue over her teeth, but didn't feel anything. Xiangzi reached over and brushed the scallions off her lips with his hand. Han Jiao Jiao looked a bit disgusted. Did you wash your hands? They're so dirty.
Hee, not yet.
I'll be more careful next time. Xiangzi smiled foolishly, scratching his head shyly, his ears turning red. Just as they were enjoying a cheerful moment, a cold gaze shot in from the doorway. Han Jiao Jiao looked toward the cold stare. Standing there was Shin Junshan, dressed in a uniform, tall and straight at the entrance of the small, shabby restaurant. Behind him, on the yellow mud wall, 4 red characters read "Serve the People," forming a striking background. Suddenly, Han Jiao Jiao thought that this man, paired with those 4 words, looked perfect. After a moment, Shin Junshan replied, just passing by. If today's incident hadn't happened suddenly, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't come here, and we wouldn't look down on this place either. Brother Junshan, don't you agree? Zhongshan raised his chin at Han Jiao Jiao, and from the moment they met, he snorted angrily through his nose. When he looked at Zhongshan, he shot her a fierce glare with his eyes and shaped his lips to silently say, shameless. Han Jiao Jiao finally realized that the way Xiangzi helped her wipe her nose was a bit too close, and they had misunderstood. Is Shin Junshan feeling jealous now? Are you still laughing? Brother Junshan, I think you should just leave. Shin Junshan turned his head coldly and gave him a sharp look, cutting off Zhongshan's words. Han Jiao Jiao wasn't really naive. He already mentioned leaving, so isn't marriage far away? This kid was actually just pretending to be close to Shin Junshan, hoping they would get divorced. Suddenly, Han Jiao Jiao didn't like him at all. She held Shin Junshan's arm and pretended to be innocent. He's bad. I don't like him. Jiao Jiao, why are you here? For the first time, Shin Junshan didn't respond to her words. His tone was calm, but different from usual. Han Jiao Jiao knew he was on the verge of getting angry. If she answered wrong, Shin Junshan might really get mad. Although he wouldn't hurt her when angry, she still didn't like it. We came out to play by car. Someone wanted to trade their red umbrella for my ticket, and he lost my red umbrella. Han Jiao Jiao quickly gave Xiangzi a look. He knew a little about her situation and was very clever himself. Xiangzi immediately said, "It's that red troublemaker. I saw an old lady trick her into eating something." Red troublemaker? Jiao Jiao, you didn't eat it, right? No, it was crushed by him.
He owes me a meal.
Shin Junshan's expression softened. He squatted down to look at her, making sure she wasn't poisoned before he relaxed. Han Jiao Jiao took the chance to hug Shin Junshan's neck and leaned in, showing her 2 rows of white teeth with a smile. Husband, I got some green stuff stuck in my teeth. Do you see if I still have it? No, it's very clean.
My little brother said I eat badly.
Do you think I'm ugly? Shin Junshan looked sharply at Xiangzi. Xiangzi instinctively wanted to argue, but then he saw Han Jiao Jiao's creepy smile. If you dare to argue, you're doomed. It seemed like he heard those words in his mind and immediately backed down. Haha, I was joking. Little Jiao Jiao can't be ugly. She's the most beautiful. Hey, are you the guy at the hospital entrance last time? Brother Junshan, what do you think? Suddenly, Han Jiao Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. That day at the hospital, was Shin Junshan also there?
Did he see?
You saw it wrong. No way, I only looked once and I remember. Your nearsightedness is over 300 degrees, you're blind. Zhongshan. He felt utterly overwhelmed inside. Han Jiao Jiao also felt very scared. She didn't want to hide things from Shin Junshan, but her little mental hiccup suddenly became a doctor. The gap was too big, and she was afraid he wouldn't accept it and see her as a monster. She didn't want to let go of Shin Junshan's hand. Thinking of this, She nervously tightened her grip on his collar. Her palms were sweaty, and she noticed that Shin Junshin's clothes were soaked with sweat, the collar completely wet. "Don't touch, it's dirty." Shin Junshan took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, but large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead onto the ground. Han Jiao gently wiped his sweat with the back of her hand. Shin Junshan frowned. "Don't touch. You'll just get it dirty again." Not touching, not touching. "You're so fierce." She nodded, and Shin Junshan immediately stopped talking. He didn't know what being gentle was. If he spoke, it would scare her. He preferred to stay silent. Shin Junshan got up and ordered a big bowl of alkaline noodles, added some sour beans, and drank plain water, then ate quickly. Zhong Shun ordered a bowl of spicy noodles and sat at the same table with them. He looked at Shin Junshan eating and then at Han Jiao eating and felt very angry. Some people are really lucky doing nothing, they still get to eat and drink. Right, Han Jiao? Yes, I have the best luck. Husband, I can't eat anymore. You can have what's left. Finish it all, no waste. Han Jiao pushed half a bowl of wontons and 2 soup packets toward him. Shin Junshan said nothing and naturally picked up her leftover wontons to eat, leaving no soup behind. He ate everything clean. Zhong Shun never expected that Shin Junshan, who was decisive and respected even by leaders, would at home eat his silly wife's leftovers. If he did this in front of outsiders, it would be even more exaggerated. Zhong Shun's opinion of Han Jiao grew even more negative. He was determined to make brother Junshan divorce this mean and foolish woman. Shin Junshan finished his lunch in 10 minutes. Han Jiao leaned over and kindly placed her hand on his stomach. "Husband, you eat so quickly, doesn't it hurt? It's not good for your health." Shin Junshan looked at her blankly. Feeling the warm touch on his belly, his blood was rushing inside. His ears and neck turned red. Han Jiao didn't understand and thought it was just the hot weather. She also thought he ate so fast because he was hot, which made his face blush. "Hot. Should I fan you?" She didn't have a fan, but she saw his hat and thought it could be used. She quickly took it and started fanning him. Her cute and serious look made Shin Junshan feel even more embarrassed. His whole head turned red. Han Jiao also found it strange. Why was he getting hotter the more she fanned him? That shouldn't happen. Zhong Shun and Zhong Zhen also blushed. Even the little worker in the shop was hiding nearby, trying not to laugh. They had seen couples eating out together, but never seen such closeness and boldness. Zhong Shun cursed silently in his mind, feeling shameless, and his lips trembled. Han Jiao, you're just... What? Are you stuttering? You're ugly and stuttering. It must be hard for my husband to work with you.
Han Jia.
Why do you keep calling me that? I like my husband, not you. You're unreasonable. Brother Junshan, let's go. We need to finish our business quickly. Shin Junshan wanted to send her home, but time was really short. He could only say a few words. Don't run around outside. Come back early. Okay. I'll pick up Ah Fong later and make fish for you. Shin Junshan returned to the car. Zhongzhen asked, "Brother, you like fish? I thought you didn't like it." You remembered wrong. No way. I have a good memory. Every time the cafeteria serves fish, you give it to others. Last time, someone forced fish chunks on you, and you almost got angry. You looked so scary. How could I forget? I didn't eat it before, but I do now. When did that happen? Tonight. Jiao, your husband is really impressive. He drives such a nice car. Even a good car is just a company vehicle. When you get ahead in life, you'll be able to buy your own car. I hope so. Jiao, the way you acted just now. Maybe you should be a bit more reserved. It's not good for others to see, and you looked so pretty. Han Jiao didn't understand why pretending to be naive was attractive. Do boys really like girls who are a bit silly? She looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 2:30. Today, school had classes until 11 a.m., then exams started at 1 p.m., and school would end at 3:30. Thinking about her younger brother, she decided to split from Qiangzi and catch the bus at 2:50 to go to school. Yuran Elementary School is the only elementary school in the town. People see it as a prestigious place. But in Han Jiao's eyes, it looked very old and worn out. It had red brick walls, a 3-story building, and classrooms that weren't full. The playground was just dirt, and every step raised dust that made her cough. At school closing time, the entrance would be crowded with people selling things. By 3:40 p.m., vendors with vegetables from their farms and a few turtles in baskets blocked the school gate. There were more sellers than students' parents. Han Jiao held a string of candied hawthorn and waited in a small corner. Han Fengkui ran over and threw himself into her arms. "Big sister, why are you here? What's this? Is it for me?" "Of course, it's for you. How was your day? Were you nervous? Are you scared?" "No, big sister said I could do it, so I can." "I performed well." This was the first time Han Fengkui got a candied hawthorn. Seeing the shiny sugar coating and the hawthorn inside, he thought it was beautiful. He didn't want to eat it, and carefully licked it with his tongue. "It's sweet. You try it, big sister." "I just met your brother-in-law. He bought me one too. I already ate mine. This one is for you." "Does brother-in-law not want it?" "He doesn't like it. Just eat it quickly, or the sugar will melt and it won't taste good." Han Fengkui bit into it, tasting the icy sweetness of the candied hawthorn for the first time. It made his head feel clear. Seeing that he liked it, Han Jiao was happy inside. Just as she was about to hold Han Fengkui's hand and go buy vegetables to go home, a clear, gentle voice called her. "Are you Han Jiao? Who are you?" A man in a white shirt and neat trousers approached her, carrying some books. Han Jiao looked at his fair skin and gold-rimmed glasses, and suddenly a name came to her mind. She remembered that day when she chased after Kong Qingyun's bicycle, shouting and running for half a station. Then it started to rain. She fell into the mud, feeling both pain and embarrassment, and was laughed at. But he didn't stop. Instead, he pedaled faster. Even if he disliked her for being silly and didn't want to be bothered, he wouldn't be so harsh. Han Jiao saw him and got angry, and her good feelings for Kong Qingyun dropped to negative. Is something wrong? Kong Qingyun knew that Han Jiao liked him, but how could he like a naive girl who was already married? He usually avoided her, but just now, seeing her figure was really attractive. She looked especially capable and charming. When he finally saw her face clearly, he realized it was Han Jiao. "Nothing much. I saw you at the school gate, so I came to say hi." Jiao, are you okay?" Han Jiao looked cold and said irritably, "Are we that close?" "I ask you, are we that close? Why do you call me Jiao? That's only for friends and family. Who gave you permission to call me that?" He was taken aback by her sharp words. He felt that Han Jiao was different from before. Not just her clothes, but also her attitude toward him had changed. Kong Qingyun remembered that Han Jiao used to be very infatuated, always chasing after him from behind, secretly bringing him food and drinks, even flowers. Her current attitude made him a bit uncomfortable. Maybe because he left her stranded on the roadside that day, she was angry. Kong Qingyun thought that fools don't hold grudges, and he smiled brightly. "You must have hurt yourself that day. Are you better now?" He originally planned to say a few more words and then leave, but hearing his teasing tone, Han Jiao's temper exploded. "So, Teacher Kong knows I fell? I thought you were deaf." "I think I heard the sound of falling, but since you're married, I think we should keep our distance." Han Jiao sneered. "Teacher Kong is right. We should indeed keep our distance. So please, in the future, don't talk to me unless necessary. And don't call my name. Even in necessary situations, don't meet alone. I don't want my husband to misunderstand." Kong Qingyun couldn't believe these words came from Han Jiao. In the past, whenever she saw him, her eyes sparkled, and just one more word from him could make her so happy she would spin around in place. What's wrong today? He couldn't understand. Did Shin Junshan do something to you? What are you talking about? You've always disliked Shin Junshan. He's also a strict and fierce person, very bossy. It's normal that you don't like him. Maybe he's threatening you, right? Although I don't have that kind of intention towards you, helping others is my duty. If you need help, I will support you. Han Jiao was shocked by his naive words, which challenged her views and common sense. She didn't understand where Kang Qingyun got his confidence from, thinking that as a teacher, he could be more capable than Shin Junshan and interfere in his personal matters. She also didn't understand how he could assume she was threatened by Shin Junshan. Han Jiao looked at him with a face that said she thought he was silly. Surprisingly, Kang Qingyun even blushed. Jiao, tone it down. It's not good to look at me like that in public. Teacher Kang, your position as a high school teacher proves you're intelligent. I want to tell you seriously once more. Remember this, because I won't repeat myself. Han Jiao took a deep breath and spoke clearly, word by word. My husband, Shin Junshan, has never forced or threatened me. He treats me like a treasure, holding me carefully in his hands, better than my own parents. He's the best man in the world. As long as he doesn't divorce me, I will never leave him. And, by the way, he's 100 times more handsome than you. When it comes to looks, I wouldn't choose you. Kang Qingyun's eyelids were deeper and larger than hers, as if they were painted on. He looked more refined than Teacher Tang, with a pretentious attitude and a hint of intellectual arrogance. He definitely came from a capital, standing a notch above people from the county. His eyes often showed a sense of superiority. While enjoying the privileges given by the county, he secretly looked down on others. This subordinate man actually wanted to compare himself with Shen Junshan. Even Liang Jingru wouldn't dare give him such courage. Kang Qingyun was so embarrassed he turned red. He had always been the top student in his class and the most handsome. Life can be a bit difficult sometimes, but he is already much better off than most people. Kang Qingyun always thought this was not only because of his good family background, but also because he was talented. Today, he was so angry when a fool at the school gate said something to him. In his anger, Kang Qingyun blurted out, Shin Junshan is better than me. Then why did you cling to me before? Do you know how annoying you are and how much trouble you've caused me? Now you're telling me this. Don't you feel ashamed? Back then I was young and didn't know what a good man was like. Now that I've grown up, of course I can tell the difference. Young back then. Was it just a few days ago? Kang Qingyun almost choked on his words.
Han Jia smiled gently.
Besides, I'm just a fool. Making mistakes is normal. Teacher Kang is an educated person. Should he be arguing with a fool? Kang Qingyun nearly lost his footing. He was an educated man, planning to study abroad in the future. Arguing with a fool was indeed unreasonable. He looked at Han Jiao. She spoke logically and clearly, not at all like a fool. And she was so beautiful. Seeing her smile, Kang Qingyun suddenly felt no anger, only a little disappointment. At this moment, someone approached them loudly with surprise. Jiao, what are you doing here? Are you here to see Teacher Kang?
Han Jia frågade.
First, it was a clumsy man, now a naive girl. It seemed she should buy a lucky calendar for her home, check it before going out, and ward off evil. Han Jiao retorted, I'm looking for him? Then what are you here for, trying to catch us in the act? In front of the school gate? Your taste is quite strong. Think about it, it's quite amusing. Jiao, you're talking nonsense again. I came to pick up my brother after school. Haha, so what do you think I was doing? Han Jiao tightened her grip on Han Feng's hand. Chen Xiaoying suddenly realized she had acted impulsively. She had thought that seeing Han Jiao talking to Kang Qingyun, she had caught her in a mistake. But she ended up shooting herself in the foot. She explained, I just saw you two talking and I thought you liked Teacher Kang, so Chen Xiaoying, do you like my husband? Jiao, how can you say such things? Don't talk nonsense. I'm a girl. You are openly talking about my relationship with Teacher Kang in front of so many people. You often come to my house to bring things, and you even give movie tickets to my husband. Is it because you like him? Are you lying about everything? Han Feng also nodded hard. Seeing this, everyone realized that what Jiao said was true and started talking about Chen Xiaoying's character. A vegetable seller angrily spat on the ground and cursed, shameless. Chen Xiaoying's eyes turned red. She clenched her lower lip tightly and said, Jiao, how can you do this? You clearly sneaked to see Kang Yunqing and falsely accused me. I will tell Shin Junshan. First, tell me about the movie tickets. Qin Mu suddenly jumped out from behind Kong Yunqing and stomped Chen Xiaoying's foot. Her new leather shoes immediately wrinkled. The pain in her heart was deeper than the pain in her foot. Chen Xiaoying quickly covered her foot and shouted, "Qin Mu, what are you doing? You said you bought new shoes because you had to go to work and didn't want to look poor at home, but what about the movie tickets?"
We didn't know anything about it.
Qin Mu, don't listen to her. Jiao Jiao is simple-minded. How can you believe what a fool says? Hearing others insult his sister, Han Feng was very angry and said, "My sister is telling the truth. You ran to my house late at night to give movie tickets to my brother-in-law. When he refused, she cried and left." The phrase late at night was very meaningful. Running to someone's house late at night usually means something important or suspicious. Chen Xiaoying was clearly the latter. Qin Mu didn't like the Qin sisters and always thought they were fake and annoying. Now he found out Chen Xiaoying bought movie tickets to dig at Jiao Jiao's husband. He was almost crying from anger. Shameless.
Qin Mu.
I am your sister. How can you help outsiders bully your sister? You're not my sister. My sister is already married. My mom was right. You're just scheming and tricking my dad. I've never liked you. You're just a shameless woman who eats for free. Hearing the sneers around her, Chen Xiaoying's face turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her hometown was poor. She used to have a factory job, but unfortunately, her mother was a woman, and her grandparents favored her uncle. Their family could only settle in the county town. Although uncle brought her and her sister to live with him, she still gives 5 yuan each month. Chen Amin gives 3 yuan, totaling 8 yuan, all paid to her aunt as living expenses. She also occasionally donates small amounts of money. She pays for her brother's nutritional supplements, the household electricity bill, and even her aunt's monthly transportation card. She covers half of uncle's expenses. Now, she is accused of being ungrateful and lazy. Chen Xiaoying quietly cries, covering her face. I take good care of you and the family. I didn't expect you to listen to others and treat your sister like this. Yesterday, I even gave your aunt 2 yuan to buy you something tasty. How can you forget my kindness? Han Jiao Jiao sneers, buying new shoes and dresses for yourself and giving movie tickets to your husband's friends, while your cousin's pants have patches and his shoes are worn out, and you don't buy him new ones. Do you all live under the same roof? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you and Teacher Kong are a real family, both dressed so decently. Chen Xiaoying and Kong Yunqing exchange glances across the distance. One is wearing a neat shirt, the other is in all new clothes. They stand side by side, like a perfect couple, very matching. Kong Yunqing's face turns pale with fear. He quickly says, "How can you say such things? That's going too far." Han Jiao Jiao is simple-minded. Even if she does something out of line, no one would really care. Moreover, her husband is Shen Junshan, who would cover for her. But Chen Xiaoying is different. She is a normal person. If anything gets out, it could be seen as a problem with her lifestyle. Kan Qingyun had already decided to study abroad in the future. He cannot afford any trouble. So, Teacher Kong also understands? When we were talking just now, you didn't say a word. I thought you didn't understand the seriousness of these matters. Turns out, it doesn't concern you. Han Jiao Jiao, you're really crossing the line. What if I am?
What can you do about it?
I am Shin Junshan's favorite. If you keep bothering me, watch out for your bones. Han Jiao Jiao harshly steps on Kong Yunqing's foot and pulls Han Feng without looking back, walking away. Kong Qingyun and Chen Xiaoying stand at the school gate, being mocked continuously. Especially Chen Xiaoying. People are harsh on girls, and with Kong Qingyun's status as a city youth, everyone directs their anger at Chen Xiaoying. She couldn't bear the gaze of others and ran away crying. She thought it was just some teasing from a few rural old men and women selling vegetables, and that things would settle down in a couple of days. What Chen Xiaoying didn't know was that the old men and women who picked up students after school were the real troublemakers. Her reputation also started to decline from today. Han Jiao Jiao didn't realize that her sudden fame made everyone believe she was now favored over Shin Junshan. Of course, these are later stories. Han Jiao was walking home and still felt unsatisfied after the earlier argument. She thought she should plan her words carefully, maybe even write a draft, to make her insults as sharp as possible and completely embarrass the pretentious man and the hypocritical woman. So frustrating. I didn't perform well enough. Big sister, you were already very impressive just now. That line, I am Shin Junshin's favorite, really stunned everyone. I even got goosebumps. That's the effect. Han Fong also felt it was a bit embarrassing, and Shin Xiaoying must be furious. Thinking about how she would cry and make a scene when she got home, Han Jiao felt very happy. She patted her full purse and smiled, saying, I'm in a good mood today. I'll cook some tomato fish, make some crispy tofu rolls, stir-fry some vegetables, and maybe buy your brother-in-law a bottle of beer? Does brother-in-law drink alcohol? Han Fong had been here for a year, but he hadn't seen Shin Junshan drink alcohol. Han Jiao wasn't very sure either. But early summer temperatures had already risen, and Shin Junshan was sweating all over today, his collar soaked through. Having some refreshing beer when he got home tonight should make him happy. Besides, do men dislike beer? She hadn't seen any that did. No matter, I'll buy it anyway. Big sister, you're really spending money recklessly. Han Fong gently complained, pulling a 50-cent coin out of his pocket. Use this to buy beer, and don't spend brother-in-law's money recklessly. Where did you get this? I saved it. Brother-in-law secretly gives me 2 yuan in pocket money each month, so I can save about 1.5 yuan every month. Han Fong proudly puffed out his chest, as if the money was earned by him and was helping the family. A flash of memory crossed Han Jiao's mind. Shin Junshin's salary was 60 yuan, and he often gave extra money. In 1979, 60 yuan was equivalent to a full professor's salary in her previous life. She knew how difficult it was to become a professor. Many people she knew worked hard their whole lives but never got a professional title. Shin Junshan was only 26 or 27 years old and already at this level. They relied on Shin Junshin's salary to live comfortably. Wow, that's impressive. What did you say, sis? It's nothing. My brother-in-law has been overusing his eyes recently. Let's buy him some pig liver to cook and help him recover. Did you bring the receipt? Pig liver is rare. You can't buy it without a receipt. Then forget it. We can also buy some carrots from the local farmers. Although she had space to store things, she couldn't just keep taking money without using it. Over time, people might start to suspect. Just then, Han Fong was nearby. When she reached the vegetable market, her face fell. The market was in an alley under the railway, with no management and no roof. It was all open air. As soon as Han Jiao stepped inside, a fishmonger threw fish guts at her feet, quickly cleaning a fish and tossing it into someone else's basket. The market was dirty and messy. Blood and mud mixed on the ground, sticking to her shoes. The smell of poultry and blood filled the air, almost overwhelming her. She was glad she was a medical student. She wasn't afraid of blood and didn't have a cleanliness obsession. Han Jiao bought fish, carrots, and onions, bargained with a vendor for some cilantro, then bought potatoes and various miscellaneous items. She also bought 4 kinds of pickled vegetables, and Han Fong was almost unable to carry everything. Buying a little more and mixing the ingredients in her space would make it easier to fool Shin Junshan. She casually bought a basket, put everything inside, and held Han Fong's hand as they slowly walked home. When they reached the gate of the courtyard, she saw Zhao Yunxia, pregnant, blocking the entrance. The gatekeeper was also standing there, holding a broom defensively. Several people gathered at the gate. When someone saw Han Jiao, they turned and hurried over, calling, "Silly girl, you're back. Hurry and hide, or you might get into trouble again." Get into trouble? Who would beat me? Don't ask. Hurry up and run. Sis, it's Shin Junshin's family. Han Fong clung to Han Jiao's hand, trembling with fear. Shin Junshin's family? His parents had passed away, and he had no siblings. Who could be his family? Han Fong pulled her arm and said, "Sister, it's that one. The family that had the twin boys and is about to have a phoenix." Phoenix? Jin Guizhi? Jean Guizhi's mind filled with images and information. When she was taken by Shun Junshan to register their marriage, she initially wanted to have a lively celebration with 2 tables, so she invited a few families over. But just as they started preparing, one family pointed at her nose and scolded her, even hitting her younger brother and sister. Shin Junshan was so angry that he smashed the prepared dish, and only then did they stop. Because of this incident, her wedding banquet with Shin Junshan was cancelled. The little fool started running away whenever she saw Shin Junshan, terrified of him. It seemed Jean Guizhi finally understood why the original owner was afraid of Shin Junshan. She felt even more upset with Jean Guizhi. She stepped forward to protect Han Feng, intending to teach Jean Guizhi a lesson. But when she approached, she saw Jean Guizhi shouting loudly with a red face, completely overwhelmed. "You're talking nonsense. I could never be that kind of person. Don't make me sound like a vampire." Zhao Yunxia, supporting her big belly, spat on the ground. "Ask anyone in this yard. Before Shin Junshan got married, he only kept 10 yuan of his monthly salary, and the rest went to your family. He never kept any meat vouchers. Only when the unit improved their meals could they eat some meat. You're not vampires. You're just bloodsuckers who eat people and leave the bones. I'm his auntie. It's right that he supports me." "Oh, so your family is all dead? Your children and husband are gone and you're all alone, disabled too. You really should be cared for. Maybe I should help you apply for some aid?" Jean Guizhi and her 2 children behind her were so angry they almost burst. "How dare you curse my whole family's death? I'll beat you to death. Go ahead, hit me." Zhao Yunxia, with her belly sticking out, shouted, "If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll report you to the police for assaulting a pregnant woman. Let's see who ends up dead." Neighbors watching the scene brought over long benches for Zhao Yunxia to sit, blocking half of the door, while the old gatekeeper blocked the other half. Jean Guizhi was about to faint. Where did this shrew come from? She was even more fierce than her. "You can't even count properly, or are you hallucinating? Shun Junshan's parents died unexpectedly when he was 14. Your family seems to be his guardians, but he joined the army at 16. I also want to ask, when do you plan to return the things his parents left behind?" Everyone laughs loudly. By saying this, it's like telling everyone that Jean Guizhi's family stole what Shin Junshan's parents left. No matter if it's valuable or not, stealing the inheritance and not raising the child is shameful enough. Plus, clinging to Shin Junshan like a vampire is even worse. And I remember Shin Junshan once told you to get lost and said you wouldn't contact him again. Several people in the yard heard that at the time. I heard it too. Also, this woman insulted Shin Junshan, calling him a scapegoat, telling him not to get married, and saying he was a bad omen who caused his parents' death. Now she wants to marry and bring trouble again. What kind of person is she? The security guard grew angrier and more ready to fight. Zhao Yunxia also shook her head and said, "If you have no shame, don't come out. Not only do you disgust yourself, but you also disgust us." "I'm about to." Everyone stood on Shun Junshan's side. Even Liu, who was scolded angrily by Han Jiaojiao yesterday, showed her teeth at Jean Guizhi, looking ready to fight. Han Jiaojiao was seeing such unity among the people in the yard for the first time. Usually, they treated her badly because she caused trouble for Shin Junshan. In everyone's mind, Shin Junshan is honest, reliable, and someone they can depend on. If someone troubles him, it's trouble for everyone. Seeing everyone attacking Jean Guizhi, her son got angry first. You think just because you're pregnant, you can do whatever you want. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. He picked up a half-red brick from the ground and ran toward Zhao Yunxia. Just as everyone rushed to stop him, a hard object suddenly hit his forehead with a bang. Jean Guizhi saw her son fall to the ground and hurried over, shouting, "Who? Which did this? Step forward." Everyone turned around at the sound and saw Han Jiaojiao smiling sweetly, standing a short distance away. She held a potato in her hand and tilted her head with a smile, saying, "Sorry, I slipped." She was smiling, but her presence was full of deadly intent. The gentler she seemed, the more terrifying she was. This phrase might perfectly describe Han Jiaojiao now. Gold Osmanthus's daughter, Shin Jinfeng, quickly regained her senses and immediately scolded, "What do you mean by slipping? That's just an excuse. You did it on purpose. It was really a slip. If you don't believe me, I can show you again." Han Jiaojiao threw a potato at Shin Jinfeng's knee. She only felt a sharp pain in her knee, and uncontrollably, she knelt heavily on the ground. Jinfeng, Jinbao. Gold Osmanthus was stunned. It was just a potato, not a brick. What harm could a single hit do? But looking at the expressions of the two children, it didn't seem like they were pretending, and the potatoes were already smashed. Was this silly girl so strong?
Han Jiaojiao rubbed her wrist.
She had learned martial arts from the second uncle next door since she was a child and even participated in triathlons in high school. Based on her judgment, she could probably cause Shin Jinbao to have a concussion and Shin Jinfeng to have a broken bone. But her current body was too weak, and she felt uncomfortable. Han Jiaojiao, you wicked girl, what did you do? Can't you see what I did? Or do you want me to show you again? After saying that, Han Jiaojiao took out another large potato from her basket. Gold Osmanthus hurriedly moved aside. Even a small potato could hurt someone, and if a big one fell, it could be deadly. Shin Jinbao saw Han Jiaojiao and was momentarily stunned, not believing she was that silly girl. But when he saw the potatoes on the ground, he stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and cursed, "Stupid girl, I'll beat you to death." Shin Jinbao charged at her. Han Jiaojiao pushed aside Han Fong from her back basket and prepared to punch him hard in the face. At the moment she swung her fist, an arm reached past her ear and firmly grabbed Shin Jinbao's face, then threw him over her back. Shin Jinbao was knocked to the ground, bounced up, and finally fell heavily, completely stunned.
Yun Shenshen.
Are you okay?
Shin Yun Shenshen looked at her nervously.
Her face was not bruised or cut, so Shin Jinbao probably didn't hit her. I got so dazzled by your handsomeness. Does that count as being hurt? Shin Jun Shanshan and the onlookers' faces turned red. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, how could they say such things? But among outsiders listening, they felt amused. Shin Jun Shanshan was probably laughing crazy. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shin Jun Shanshan. Cough, cough, it's fine as long as you're okay. He pretended to cough and changed the subject. Gold Guizhi cried loudly, "Someone's been killed.
Come and see.
Someone's been murdered. Their wings are strong now, and they no longer care about our lives. You heartless person. Brother-in-law, you've gone too far this time. How could you fight Jin Bao just to impress outsiders? Little he married a wife and forgot about us. Jun Shan, are you going to watch your own uncle's family die? What did I do to deserve this? If I had known you were so cruel, I should have drowned you in the toilet. Ungrateful wolf." Shin Jun Shan tried hard not to listen or think about it. But when he heard the words ungrateful wolf, his eyes immediately darkened. Han Jiaojiao watched nearby, feeling very sad. Shin Jun Shan, if you still consider me your aunt and your uncle and younger siblings, let us in and apologize. Otherwise, I'll go to your workplace and make sure everyone knows how mean you are to your own family. Usually, threatening to cause trouble at work would make him give in. If his bad behavior was exposed, his life would be over. Han Jiaojiao didn't expect Gold Guizhi to be so vicious. Not only does she want to drain Shin Jun Shan's blood, but she also wants to ruin him. Gold Guizhi was happily crying out loud, but Han Jiaojiao, full of anger, said sharply, "What are you? I gave you face already." After saying that, she firmly pinched Gold Guizhi's cheeks, shoved a potato into her mouth, and held her chin so she couldn't spit it out. "If I hear you curse my husband again, I'll stuff a potato into your son's bottom. Try me and see." Shin Jun Shan was speechless. Why was Jiao so rude? Seeing Han Jiao's fierce and brave look, a small smile appeared on his lips without him realizing. Jiao still felt she hadn't vented enough. If it weren't for the fact that they were surnamed Shin and she was worried Shin Jun Shan would feel bad, she would have hit her a couple more times. "Let's go home and eat. I bought lots of delicious food today to cook for you."
Brother-in-law, I also bought beer for you.
Han Fong ran over to hold Shin Junshan's left hand, while Han Jiao Jiao held his right hand. They looked like a happy family, happily heading home to cook. Han Jiao Jiao originally wanted to make tomato fish hot pot, but didn't expect Shin Junshan to come home so early and cause a delay at the door. She decided to just make braised fish instead. She skillfully cut the whole fish into appropriate-sized pieces, then added cooking wine, shredded chili pieces, and Sichuan peppercorns to the bowl. She rubbed everything together and covered it to marinate. While waiting, Han Jiao Jiao's oil in the pot was already hot. She added some dried spices, and the oil sizzled and started to smoke. Once the spices released their aroma, she added the dried tofu sheets, stir-fried until both sides turned golden, then poured soy sauce and covered the pot to simmer. Han Fong picked some small green vegetables, ran over to her, squatted by the sink, rinsed them, and handed them to her. She quickly stir-fried the vegetables. The fish was almost marinated, so she washed the pot, poured some oil in to coat the bottom, and when the oil was hot, placed the fish pieces along the edge of the pan. After frying until golden, she took out the whole fish and poured the remaining oil into a small bowl for later use. In her cupboard, she still had some bean paste. Today, she didn't add salt, only a little dark soy sauce to add color. After cooking, she sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. Can I use this bowl? Yes, what do you want to do? Today, Sister Yunxia is risking her life for us. Shouldn't we thank her? If I can use this bowl, I want to serve some fish to her. I bought Qingjiang fish, which has few bones. She should be able to eat it. Knowing what kind of person Shin Junshan was, Han Jiao Jiao knew he wouldn't normally allow her to deliver food. After all, everyone was busy eating their own, and no matter what meat it was precious. But Shin Junshan was not like that. She took 4 or 5 pieces of fish from the belly part and some tofu knots, then asked Han Fong to deliver them. Holding a beer bottle, Han Jiao Jiao asked, "Do we have a bottle opener at home?" Shin Junshan used chopsticks, pinched the cap with the chopsticks, and pried it off with force. The bottle cap fell to the ground. Han Jiao Jiao, acting like a little fan, squatted beside him and clapped happily. "Husband, you're so amazing. How did you do that? Teach me." "Forget it. Learning won't help you." Once she learned, it would be bad if she ran outside to drink without him noticing. She took off her apron, grabbed 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and Han Fong came back. The group sat together to eat. They started chatting casually. Suddenly, Han Jiao Jiao asked, "Husband, you haven't contacted Jean Guizhi in a year. Aren't you curious about what she wants from you?" Shin Junshan clearly didn't want to talk about this. He pretended not to hear. Han Jiao Jiao nudged him with her foot.
"She's talking to you."
"It's none of your business." "What's called unnecessary." Han Jiao Jiao pinched his ear and turned to face her. "Are we not family? In a family, my matters are your matters. Why are your affairs not my affairs? Have you also been infected and become silly?" "Haha." Brother-in-law's face is turning red. Han Fong chuckled loudly while biting his chopsticks. Han Jiao Jiao asked, "Tell me, are you here to ask for money or to handle something for you?" Shin Junshan hesitated for a moment, looked at Han Jiao Jiao's face, and finally spoke. "Last year, I asked the leaders to leave me a quota for moving from rural to urban registration, so I could get your household registration done. This year, our county is undergoing a big renovation and moving closer to the city. To encourage everyone's enthusiasm, our unit was given 3 quotas for rural to urban registration."
"I see."
She remembered that when her elders talked about the past, they mentioned household registration. Back then, rural household registration was quite valuable. Many who transferred out regretted it. Some wealthy villages and towns would give red envelopes based on the number of people listed in the household register before and after the new year, usually a few thousand yuan. But in the 70s and 80s, urban household registration was very desirable. When Shin Junshan joined the army, his household registration was transferred to the military. When he returned with the troops, his household registration was moved to the capital. Later, he was assigned by the organization to work on construction in Yongchun County. Although he was there, his household registration remained in the capital. Her family had rural household registration. Even after marrying Shin Jun-shan, she still had rural registration. Last year, after they got married, Shin Jun-shan helped her transfer her household registration to the capital, and they registered in the same household register book. Han Jiao happily said, "I'm also a person with household registration in the capital. A house worth millions rich." Shin Jun-shan said, "This year, the county has 7 quotas and our unit has 3. She has called several times already. But why does she want to transfer her household registration? Even if she moves, she can't really live in the city. Big sister, only with urban household registration can you get allocated commodity grains. Nyonyo and I haven't transferred, so we can only share what you and brother-in-law get. I think they find it hard to save points and want to get commodity grains with household registration." Shin Jun-shan joined the army at 15. Most of the coupons and money he received were given to Jin Guiji's family. Over the years, their family of 5 relied solely on Shin Jun-shan. This year, they haven't fed Jin Guiji, so life must be tough. However, Han Jiao faintly felt that things might not be so simple. When she initially had the confidence to cause trouble, it meant she still held something in her hand. Why is she causing trouble again now? Han Jiao, husband, what are you thinking? Are you helping them because of family ties? Shin Jun-shan shook his head. I don't care. All right, I'll listen to you. Many people at work are waiting. For example, the foreman Chow Yongwang from the first team. His father is paralyzed, his mother is unwell, his wife cares for the whole family, and he has to work in the commune to earn work points. Also, his injured brother's household registration is still in the countryside and hasn't been transferred. This time, everything must be sorted out. These people are more anxious than Jin Guiji. Shin Jun-shan looked at Han Fong, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed and his brows furrowed. Han Jiao realized this and patted his back while laughing loudly. You really care too much. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe rural household registration will become more valuable. Besides, we already have enough food now. If we run out later, they can earn work points. If you have hands and feet, how can you starve? Han Fong straightened his back. When I grow up, I want to change my household registration with my own skills. If I can't, I'll earn money through work. Our teacher said, working people are the most honorable. Shin Jun-shan didn't expect them to say such things. Before, Han Fong didn't talk much to him. He thought his brother wasn't close. Now Shin Jun-shan understood. It wasn't that he wasn't close, but that they were too close, and he didn't know how to express himself. Since that day, he carried her back on his back. Many things seemed to be improving. Shin Jun-shan also stopped asking about the boxing match. Jiao.
Don't say anything.
Eat quickly. The fish will be fishy if it cools down, and it won't taste good. Jiao. I just want to say one more thing. After I say it, I'll eat. Shin Jun-shan lowered his head and mumbled softly. In the future, no matter how angry I am, don't take others' pants and stuff potatoes in them. Don't take anything, okay?
Han Yia.
Their family ate happily, talking and laughing. Meanwhile, Jin Guiji was having a hard time. After being kicked out, she had nowhere to go in the county town. She sat by the wall of a courtyard, peeking for a long time but couldn't find a chance to get in. Fortunately, around 7 o'clock, a girl who looked like a fairy took them to an empty house. Chun Xiaoying smiled and said, "This house belongs to my friend's family. A few years ago, her grandparents lived here. Now that the elderly have moved away, the house has been empty for half a year. It's still okay to tidy up and use. Good girl. Thank you so much. People in our countryside often get bullied here. If it weren't for you, we would have had to sleep on the street tonight. There are still kind people in the world." Jin Guiji held Chen Xiaoying's hand and cried. Chen Xiaoying said, "You are also Uncle Junshan's aunt, so we're not strangers." Uncle Junshan was also deceived. When he figures things out, it will be fine. It's that fool's fault. I didn't agree when he married her, but he insisted. Uncle Junshan has a kind heart. Kindness doesn't help when he's so stubborn. Look at him. He doesn't care about his family for a few kids. It's really. Jean Guizhi started crying again, wiping her tears and snot with her hand, then reached out to hold Chen Xiaoying's hand. She instinctively moved aside, worried about causing misunderstandings, and then casually picked up the water jug on the ground. Let's wash these later before using them again. They haven't been used for a while, so they're dusty. Okay.
And tonight.
Just as Jean Guizhi was about to speak, Xin Jinbao, sitting on a small stool, eagerly stared at her. That look was so familiar to Chen Xiaoying. It was the kind of look a frog gives when it hopes to eat a swan. Chen Xiaoying smiled and said, "No, it's getting late. My family is waiting for me at home. I'll give you the key. If you need anything, just tell me. If I can help, I will.
Don't hesitate, neighbors." All right.
Thank you for your trouble. Come over for a meal when you have time." The three of them saw Chen Xiaoying off and watched her walk away. Shen Jinbao's neck stretched out a little. Shen Jinfeng poked his waist. "Stop looking, you're drooling. Her name is Chen Xiaoying, right? She's really pretty. Mom, what do you think about me marrying her? She's nice, but don't get your hopes up now. That girl clearly has her eyes on Xin Junshan. If you cause trouble, we won't even have a place to stay," Jean Guizhi said.
Exactly.
And think about today, who got thrown down and turned into a mess. Yet he still dares to fight over a woman. Shameless. Xin Jinfeng, say that again. What I said is true. You're just a mess. Even if lousy is just garbage, I am still better than you useless person. Jean Guizhi scolded them harshly, pulling Xin Jinbao's ear and shouting, "Are you crazy? Do you not know where we are?" Xin Jinbao knew he had done wrong, but he couldn't bear to stay silent. The brother and sister stared at each other angrily, both upset. Chen Xiaoying returned home and washed her hands with foul-smelling soap. Still feeling a strange smell, she scrubbed her hands with fragrant soap twice. While washing her hands, Qin Mu came over and threw his shoes into the basin. "What are you doing? You splashed water all over me. My mom told you to clean me up and buy me a new pair." "Buy again? You just bought a new pair of pants last month." Qin Mu angrily cursed. "New pants? Don't think I can't tell. Those are second-hand pants, worn out, and then altered before giving to me. If you don't buy me shoes, I'll kick your leather shoes to ruin. Then see what you wear." Chen Xiaoying's cheeks flushed red. She wanted to argue but didn't know how to start. Seeing two people coming in to shower and use the toilet, Chen Xiaoying looked pitiful, tears welling in her eyes. "Qin Mu, I really have no money this month. Can you wait until next month?" Qin Mu pushed past his sisters-in-law, walking away angrily. Seeing Chen Xiaoying's sad face, he felt annoyed. But then he thought of Han Jiao's face, and somehow, his mood improved. Qin Mu muttered softly, "Will she still send Han Fong to school tomorrow?" Han Jiao finished her bath and sat by the window. The evening breeze was quite comfortable, but she had been sitting there for over an hour with wet hair. "It would be great if I had a dryer. Do you want one?" Han Jiao turned her head and blinked blankly. Xin Junshan was wearing brown cotton long pants, with nothing on his upper body. His short hair was wet, water droplets hanging from it, dripping onto his collarbone and chest muscles. Han Jiao swallowed hard, sitting on a chair with her hips raised, her face almost touching Xin Junshan's stomach. "Be careful not to fall." Xin Junshan saw her leaning back and quickly helped her sit upright. Han Fong secretly watched them, thinking to himself, "It seems like brother-in-law is missing the main point." Xin Junshan walked behind her, and Han Jiao turned her head to follow him. "Don't move around. I'll help you wash your hair. You're the same even if you stand in front of me." Xin Junshan held her restless hand and gently ruffled her hair. Han Jiao felt like her head was a soft ball of flesh, being tugged and stroked by his hands. Her long black hair was almost pulled out, but she smiled like a fool. Xin Junshan asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I just think it would be great if a handsome guy could wash my hair shirtless. This kind of benefit is worth 10 hairdryers. I wouldn't trade it." Xin Junshan's face turned red again. He shyly turned his face toward the window, hoping to cool down with a breeze. Han Jiao grabbed his hand. As Shin Junshin's temperature dropped, it suddenly rose again, and even his ears turned pink.
Hey.
What's wrong with you? Nothing, just a little hot.
I'm not talking about that.
It's your shoulder. Why is it like this? Han Jiao stood up and moved closer to Shin Junshan. He leaned back, pressing against the window frame. She quickly grabbed his arm. Be careful. Come here, let me check. Gently, she touched his shoulder and neck. Shin Junshin's face was so red that his expression was hard to see. Where did you go this afternoon? Why are you so sunburned? Your skin is even broken. Jiao. Don't move around. Han Jiao touched him a couple more times. His skin was naturally wheat-colored, sun-exposed for years, and quite tough. And he was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, yet he still got sunburned. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Shin Junshan didn't expect her to move so quickly. Before he could finish speaking, she had already run off. Han Jiao went to the yard and circled behind the building. No one was there. Only an old-fashioned street lamp nearby cast a faint yellow glow. She took out 7 or 8 bottles of sunscreen and repair gel from the space. She found 2 plain bowls, squeezed the products into them, and covered them to keep air out. She couldn't bring the original packaging home, so she had to remove it in the most simple and old-fashioned way. From the supermarket space, Han Jiao also took a pair of sunglasses. The lenses were clear, without any color, but they could block UV rays like sunglasses. Han Jiao was glad she shopped at a big wholesale supermarket before, not a small convenience store. Otherwise, life would be much harder now. She found a piece of stone, lightly polished the picture frame, and also erased the logo. After finishing everything, Han Jiao hurried up the small building with her things. On the second floor, she met Zhao Yunxia, who was returning after throwing out the trash. What are these 2 big bowls? Are they full and delicious? They're not for eating. Junshan got sunburned, so I made him a little home remedy. Han Jiao quickly said hello and rushed upstairs. Shin Junshan was already dressed. As soon as she went up, she pushed Shin Junshan down. He was surprised. Don't mess around. Xiao Fong is still here. He's here, and I haven't done anything inappropriate. Han Fong lowered her head, trying to calm herself, her eyes focused only on her homework book. Seeing that she wasn't holding back and even lifted her shirt in front of Han Fong, Shin Junshan felt embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "Why are you taking off my clothes? Get off me quickly. How can I apply the ointment if I don't take off your clothes? If you don't behave, I'll even take off your pants." She treated a certain part of him like a biological object, but Shin Junshan couldn't. Just thinking about her touching his pants made his face turn red. "I'll do it myself." He quickly took off his shirt. Only then did Han Jiao step back, turn him around, and use a small wooden spatula dipped in the repair gel to evenly apply it on his shoulders. Shin Junshan smelled a pleasant aloe scent with a hint of light fragrance. He was curious. Is this aloe? Yes, I took some from the second master's plants. Second master loved flowers and plants. Most of what he raised was in the yard, including chives and small bok choy. Anyone who asked politely could get some, but they also left some for him. Everyone shared and cared, which made everyone feel comfortable. Shin Junshan didn't know exactly how many things the second master grew. He didn't ask further and only instructed, "Bring some stuff to the second master tomorrow." "I know. Don't move around." Han Jiao applied a thick layer of ointment. Shin Junshan felt it was cool and refreshing, and the rough skin on his body no longer hurt. Han Jiao blew on his shoulder. "You got sunburned and still took a hot bath? Why didn't you say something earlier?" "I didn't take a hot bath." "Cold water? That's even worse. Be careful of getting old cold legs later." "I can't carry you." "I'll carry you." "How can I carry you with old cold legs?" "But seriously, where did you go?" "It was fine at noon, but by the afternoon, I was peeling from the sun. The midday sun is very strong now, and the villagers avoid working outside during this time. Along the roads and in the grass stacks, no one is outside around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. They are busy drying beans and preserved vegetables. It's nothing, just work." Shun Junshan didn't want to say much, and she didn't ask further. When the healing gel was mostly absorbed, she went to the bathroom, wrung out a towel, and helped wipe away the excess glue. She then applied a little ointment on his shoulder blades. Shin Junshan felt her fingertips touch his shoulder blades. It was a tingling, warm sensation. He was a bit stunned, hesitating whether to move away. Men and women shouldn't be so close. Would this be too intimate? All done. This ointment is for daytime use. After washing your face, apply a little cream on your face, neck, and arms. Any exposed skin needs it. Han Jiao was just teasing Shin Junshan, knowing he didn't understand much.
She asked what it was, and he didn't mind.
Shin Junshan picked up the bowl. Inside was a milky liquid that smelled nice, like face cream used by girls. Where did you get this?
This. Sister Yunsha gave it to me.
Of course. Where else could it come from? You need to apply it every day. Tomorrow, I'll get you a bottle. When you're out, apply it every 2 hours, understand? Han Jiao didn't give him a chance to answer and placed sunglasses on his nose. Shun Junshan's features are naturally handsome, with a tough and upright aura that makes his presence unique. Without glasses, he looks very handsome. With glasses, he has a different charm. Husband, you look really good. Her soft, sweet voice carried a hint of a fan's excitement. Shin Junshan almost felt overwhelmed. Her voice was as sweet as honey, wrapping around his heart and making him feel warm inside. Han Jiao smiled and said, Husband, I think you look very charming with glasses, just like someone on TV.
Yeah. Afong, what do you think?
Afong's little head bobbed eagerly, like a lucky cat. Brother-in-law looks like a different person, both ways. He's very handsome.
See?
Afong says he's very handsome. Husband, can you keep wearing them? Keep wearing them until I get tired of looking. Although she said this to encourage him to wear glasses, her words were full of affection. But Han Jiao was speaking her honest feelings. When a person is beautiful, everything they wear or do looks good, even if they are buried in mud. Suddenly, Han Jiao thought that maybe, even if Shin Junshan wasn't talented, his good looks alone could make the Chin sisters fall for him. She became curious. Why would such a man like her and even pamper her? Could it be because he is attracted to her beauty? Han Jiao couldn't help but laugh at herself. How could that be possible? She picked up Shin Junshan's face and kissed him hard, almost scaring him into falling down. He quickly adjusted his glasses and said, I'll wear them. I'll just listen to you. How could she do something so shy and natural at the same time? He used to think Jiao was normal, but now it seemed she might be even crazier. Shin Junshan was worried that if he didn't agree again, she might do something more daring in front of her brother. Haha, hubby, you are so cute.
Han Jia låg hedlodlig.
At bedtime, she took advantage of her silly nature to pull him back no matter what excuse Shin Junshan used to escape. Finally, she held him tightly like an octopus, keeping him close. Late at night, outside, it started to rain, with big drops hitting the glass window with a tapping sound. A few flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, and the thunder roared loudly. She shivered along with the thunder. Jiao, are you asleep? Shin Junshan turned his head to look at Han Jiao. She was indeed asleep, but it seemed she wasn't sleeping peacefully. Whenever there was thunder, her fragile body trembled with the sound. She must be very afraid of thunder. Thinking of this, Shin Junshan felt a bit regretful and tender. He turned around and held her in his arms, gently covering her ears. Perhaps feeling the warmth, Han Jiao hugged his waist and snuggled into his chest. No matter how bad the weather outside, she slept peacefully now, no longer feeling scared or afraid. Shin Junshan lay beside her. Sometimes, her face rubbed against his chest, and sometimes her little hands pawed around randomly. Han Jiao's legs were restless too. Sometimes she kicked him, sometimes she forced her legs between his, and other times she just rested on his thigh and waist. He wasn't even sleepy, but after all the tossing and turning, he actually felt like laughing. He also realized for the first time that sleeping can be as restless as a cat's. It was also the first time he knew that the air around her could be so sweet when she was sleeping in his arms. Jiao Jiao, I will protect you. Don't leave me. Shen Junshan gently tucked a strand of her long hair near his lips and slowly fell asleep. When the light from the horizon shone on her eyelids, Han Jiao Jiao was reminiscing about last night's warmth and still wanted to cuddle something. But there was nothing beside her. She reached out her arm, only to find it empty. Shin Junshan was standing at the door, holding a freshly bought rice cake, still warm and steaming. She suddenly hit her forehead and muttered, "Missed my chance to show off. I slept too comfortably last night and overslept." After saying that, Han Jiao Jiao angrily punched the bedboard with her small fist. It seemed like it was her fault for not getting up to make breakfast. Her sleepy, hazy look was already charming, but her cute and fierce expression was even more adorable. Now, with both combined and a little annoyed noise, it was hard to resist early in the morning. Shen Junshan felt his cheeks flush, and something was squeezing his heart. He immediately turned around. "Hurry up and wash up and eat." Han Jiao Jiao was still rubbing her head, complaining about waking up late and not making breakfast. Shen Junshan ate quickly while listening, only responding with "Yes, okay," and got it when she talked to him. He didn't even want to lift his head, keeping it tilted at a 45-degree angle to face Han Jiao Jiao. Han Jiao Jiao didn't notice his expression, but Han Feng saw it clearly. He was shorter, sitting on a small stool, 2 heads shorter than Shen Junshan, and watched Shen Junshan's expression all along. While Shen Junshan was tidying up the dishes, Han Feng took her hand. "Sis, do you think brother-in-law is sick lately? His face doesn't look normal. What's abnormal about it? He keeps turning red, in waves, from his earlobes to his neck. Sis, do you think brother-in-law has a serious illness?" Han Jiao Jiao, don't talk nonsense.
Kids don't know anything. Know what?
Han Jiao Jiao quickly changed her tone. "I mean, today is the day the school releases exam results. Are you in a hurry to go to work? Do you want to go see it together? Okay, let's go together." Han Jiao Jiao led Han Feng downstairs to wait for the bus. Before leaving, Mr. Shin applied sunscreen and put on his glasses. When he took out the trash and went downstairs, he met Zhao Yunxia, who was going out to buy breakfast. "Junshan? Today, even your wife wouldn't recognize you with this outfit. Where did you buy those glasses? Actually, they look pretty good. I might get a pair for Lao Xiao too. These are old. I don't know where I found them. Maybe they were from your time in the army. You have a lot of things and you've forgotten most of them. I think the army is the best. Everything there is good. The ointment my sister-in-law gave me is also very good. Thanks to her." Zhao Yunxia scratched her head in confusion. "Ointment? What ointment? Did I give you some?" Shin Junshan replied, "Jiao Jiao brought some back yesterday. Wasn't it from you?"
"What?"
"I saw her carrying something upstairs yesterday, greeted her, and then she left." "I didn't give her anything." Shin Junshan didn't reply. He thought about the argument she had with Chen Xiaoying outside the hospital and how she hit Jean Guizhi yesterday. A slight frown appeared on his face. Zhao Yunxia sensed the tense atmosphere. She was the person most hoping for them to have a good life together, and she didn't want her words to cause any conflict between the couple. Whatever Jiao Jiao brought upstairs last night, as long as it wasn't harmful, it didn't matter. Jiao Jiao isn't very smart. Maybe someone else gave her something, and after she saw me, she thought I was someone else. You know, recently I've been getting along well with Jiao Jiao. She's become quite close to me. After saying this, Zhao Yunxia smiled. Although Shen Junshan was confused, he didn't ask further. He greeted her and then went downstairs. From a distance, he saw Jiao Jiao sticking her head out of the car and waving at him. Her smile warmed his heart again. All he wanted was to stay close to Jiao Jiao, just like she had been doing. As for everything else, it didn't matter at all. The county town was still not as big as the city. Many parents didn't want to send their children to school, especially girls' families. All the 6th graders in the county were in this elementary school, with fewer than 200 students in total. In just half an evening, they finished grading the exams for the language and math subjects. When they arrived at school, although it was only 7:15, the bulletin board was already crowded with people. Jiao Jiao saw Jia Huang's name from afar immediately. First place. Ah Fong, you are top in both Chinese and math.
Really? Where?
I'll hug you. Shen Junshan picked up Han Fong and held him high. He happily shouted, brother-in-law, look. I'm first. First place. Brother-in-law, am I awesome? You're great, very impressive. Sis, brother-in-law says I'm really good. I heard it. I heard it. He's so proud when he praises you. I knew you could do it. Han Jiao Jiao counted on her fingers one by one. In her view, attending a boarding school is normal. Many students start living at school from first grade. Although there were no phones back then and communication was less convenient, they could still write letters. Han Jiao Jiao genuinely cares for Han Fong. She kept rubbing his head, saying, my little brother is so capable. Today, I'll make you lots of food, buy you good stationery and clothes. I'll also give you enough pocket money. It's not good to be out there without money. Big sister, I haven't received the notice yet. Why are you so anxious? Besides,
Han Fang looked shyly at Shen Yunshan.
Don't put pressure on brother-in-law. Shen Junshan looked confused. I'm not pressuring him. I know you and Nyo want to study, so I've been saving 2 yuan each month for you two as a study fund. If you get recommended this time, you won't need that money anymore. You can take it as pocket money for school.
Han Fang stared in disbelief.
Even the students and parents nearby widened their eyes. Many people earn only a few yuan a month, sometimes just a few cents. Some don't want to pay for school fees, and they don't even know what a fund is. They only know Shen Junshan is willing to support Han Jiao Jiao's younger siblings because he cares. They wondered if he was foolish or just simple. She was also surprised, not expecting Shen Junshan to have such good financial sense. Han Jiao Jiao playfully pinched her brother's face. A huge sum of 24 yuan. When you start junior high, you'll be a little millionaire. Big sister, speak softly. Han Fong's face was already red. Being watched by everyone made him uncomfortable, and his sister was so loud. Oh, so embarrassing. Han Jiao Jiao looked at her shy brother, wanting to tease him a bit. She kept rubbing his little head and praising him. Not satisfied, she even pulled Shen Junshan into the praise. She was busy teasing her cute little brother, not noticing someone walking up beside her. Shen Junshan instinctively protected Han Jiao Jiao and Han Fong with his hands, turning his head alertly to look. He frowned unexpectedly. Kong Qingyan saw Shen Junshan and was also stunned. Kong Qingyan, Deputy Shen, I didn't expect you to come to the school. What a rare guest. Kong Qingyan didn't expect him to reply with only a symbolic word. He quickly cleared his throat awkwardly and changed the subject. Jiao Jiao, congratulations. Teacher Kong, if you haven't had a concussion, you should remember what I said yesterday. Please just call me Han Jiao Jiao, or sister-in-law is fine too. Not to mention, Han Jiao Jiao is 4 years younger than him. In his eyes, she was just a little girl. Even if she was actually older, calling her sister-in-law would make Shen Junshan his brother-in-law. Kong Qingyan couldn't bring himself to say it. A trace of disdain and displeasure appeared in his eyes. Although fleeting, Shen Junshan saw it clearly. His face immediately turned cold, and he turned his head away indifferently. Han Jiao Jiao felt her skin temperature drop several degrees. Is her husband angry? She linked her arm with his, smiled brightly at him, then turned to coldly ask Kong Qingyan, Teacher Kong, is there something else? Kong Qingyan was stunned. No, it's nothing. I just came to congratulate you. I didn't expect your brother to do so well. He's really impressive. Ah Fong has always worked hard since he was young. It's normal for him to do well, and if he doesn't, it's just a slip-up. Kong Qingyan, really. Normally, he should have complimented her, saying something like her teachers taught well. But her words were too sudden, and he didn't know how to respond. Kong Qingyan awkwardly smiled. Deputy Shen, are you nearsighted? You wear glasses too. Shen Junshan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. It seemed he thought of something, his pupils widened in shock, and he silently clenched his fists. My husband has perfect vision, 5.0. He wears glasses because he's handsome, unlike some nearsighted people with only a few hundred degrees. Teacher Kong, your lenses are pretty thick, probably 1,000 degrees, right? Be careful. You're not very good looking to begin with, and if you go blind, no one will want you. Shun Junshan loosened his fist, but the veins on Kong Qingyun's forehead bulged. He almost couldn't breathe and was about to lose his temper at Han Jiao Jiao. At this moment, the warning bell rang. Kong Qingyun quickly found an excuse to leave, and Han Fong hurriedly ran toward the classroom. Han Jiao Jiao affectionately held Shin Junshan's arm. Her slim and delicate body was pressed against his arm. She blinked sadly and said, "Husband, take me to the eye doctor. Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I just think he's so ugly. I used to chase after him. I'm not stupid, so I must have been blind." All of Shin Junshan's worries and unhappiness suddenly disappeared. He even felt like laughing. Han Jiao Jiao playfully tugged at his chin. "My husband still looks better. He even wants to compare with you. He's just like, what do frogs eat again? Toad wants to eat swan meat?" Yes, that's the phrase. Do you think he's a toad too?" "Nonsense, I never said that." "You did. Your expression says it all. Why are you running? Is it so hard to admit he's a toad?" Han Jiao Jiao held Shin Junshan's hand and laughed happily. Sometimes she jumped onto his back. Shin Junshan was not angry. Instead, he hugged her affectionately. Shin Junshan already knew that Han Jiao Jiao liked Kong Qingyun. He was handsome, educated, and had a good family background. If Kong Qingyun truly treated Han Jiao Jiao well, he could also bear to let her go. He had prepared himself mentally long ago, but now her calm attitude made him feel uncertain. Han Jiao Jiao softly pressed against him. "You're still the most handsome. I will only look at you from now on." "You're such a liar." "No, I'm not." Han Jiao Jiao tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her soft lips gently pressed against his ear and said tenderly, "In my heart, you're the best-looking person. I like you." Shin Junshan was speechless. Chen Xiaoying was also stunned. She had brought Qinmu to school and just happened to see this scene at the school gate. From the countryside to the county town, even in the city, she had never seen a couple like them. Close, happy, warm. The light in Shin Junshan's eyes made her eyes hurt. Chen Xiaoying clenched her clothes and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I just said hello. I haven't seen you come to school before. Today you came to check the list, right? It's okay if you're not in the top 3. I believe Jiao Jiao's younger brother can still get into middle school." Chen Xiaoying doesn't know Han Fong well. She only heard about him from Qinmu, and it seems he's not very impressive. She thinks Han Jiao Jiao is a fool and Nyonya is timid, so how good can Han Fong be? He was able to attend elementary school because Shin Junshan helped him transfer in. His grades are probably average. Chen Xiaoying waits to see Han Jiao Jiao's embarrassment. Han Jiao Jiao sneers, "My brother is the top student in the whole grade." "Really? My brother inherited my brains, and good luck." Han Jiao Jiao casually links her arm with Shin Junshan's, resting her head on his arm. Although Chen Xiaoying is very angry, she can't say anything because she has no standing. She can only watch Han Jiao Jiao shamelessly showing off her affection. Then she looks at Qinmu nearby. "Congratulations, Jiao Jiao." Chen Xiaoying changes the subject. "Brother Junshan, the doctor from the provincial capital, will arrive the day after tomorrow. Prepare in advance, you might need surgery. When that time comes, you can come with me, and I'll handle the paperwork." "I'm not going." "What did you say?" Shin Junshan replies, "I promised Jiao Jiao I would go shopping with her on Tuesday." Chen Xiaoying is stunned for a while before she reacts. "You're going shopping with her, and not even seeing the doctor? That's a specialist from the provincial capital. Very hard to get an appointment. I went through a lot of connections to get that slot." "You say you won't go? How can you break your promise?" "I only said I might go to see, but I didn't say I would definitely go. I promised Jiao Jiao I'd go shopping with her next Tuesday. I can't break that promise." Jiao Jiao proudly puffs out her chest and smiles with her big, white teeth. She just loves to see Chen Xiaoying get furious, but can't do anything about it. "Jiao Jiao, did you encourage this? Do you know how long Brother Junshan has been waiting for this opportunity? Do you think what you're doing is fair to him?" You're hurting him. Yes, I treat him pretty well. Chun Xiaoying almost vomited blood when she heard this. Her accusations hit a soft spot, and she left without a sound. Chun Xiaoying desperately wanted to rush over and tear apart Jiao Jiao's fake face. But Jiao Jiao is not afraid. Don't say Shin Junshan is beside her. Even if he isn't, Chun Xiaoying's small frame can't withstand a few punches from herself. She originally didn't want to argue with Chun Xiaoying, but just now, when she found out that the so-called expert was someone she contacted, Han Jiao Jiao felt uneasy. Han Jiao Jiao coldly scolded, "Mind your own business." Jiao Jiao, Junshan's eyes aren't very good. As his friend, I can't just watch and do nothing. Your words hurt me. Junshan, what do you think? Chun Xiaoying's face turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes. She hoped Shin Junshan could see Han Jiao Jiao's true nature, even if it was just to scold her a little. But he didn't. Not a hint of blame, only full of affection. Jiao Jiao is my wife. She can tell me what to do. We haven't gone shopping together yet. This is just a special memory, right, Junshan? I got my paycheck. Perfect for buying you 2 summer dresses. Shin Junshan gently brushed Han Jiao Jiao's hair, carefully holding her. She looked like a little girl, happily enjoying Shin Junshan's tenderness. Sometimes, she shot defiant glances at Chun Xiaoying. Qin Muyue grew more annoyed. How could someone be so shameless? His temper finally snapped. He stomped Chun Xiaoying's foot. Chun Xiaoying cried out in pain, lost her balance, and staggered a few steps, hitting the school wall. Today, she wore a white dress, matching her carefully crafted image, with white lotus embroidery on the hem. She rubbed against the wall, and her white dress immediately got stained with green moss and black dirt. Chun Xiaoying stared wildly at Qin Mu, shouting, "You can't study. You can't do anything right. All you do is cause trouble. Besides me, who else cares about you? Is this how you treat me?" Qin Mu looked very cold. He responded with a dismissive remark and hurried into the school. As he passed by Han Jiao Jiao, he suddenly stopped and looked at her. Her big eyes sparkled, and her cheeks suddenly looked like fluffy clouds. When their eyes met, Qin Mu lowered his head and quickly rushed into the school. Han Jiao Jiao was quite familiar with that look. Brothers Qianzi and Li Ziki, when they looked at her, had the same sparkling eyes. Why did she get beaten up and look like a ghost? Shin Junshan looked at the time and said, "It's time to go to work." "Jiao Jiao, where will you go next?" "I haven't decided yet. Maybe I could visit your workplace? All the other family members have been there, but I don't even know which way the door opens. Take me along. I promise I'll behave and not cause trouble." Shin Junshan tried to hide his excitement, but his ears turned pink without him noticing. This was the first time she wanted to get close to his world, and he was very happy. Holding her hand, Shin Junshan felt like he was holding the whole world. Chun Xiaoying looked at the empty elementary school gate and was surprised. Did Shin Junshan just leave her there without saying a word? He doesn't need to punch in for work, and no one dares to supervise him. He chooses to be disciplined on his own, arriving early and leaving late every day. Today, it was already 8:25. 5 minutes late, no sign of Shin Junshan, which puzzled everyone. Suddenly, Shin Junshan appeared, holding hands with his lovely wife, walking through the main gate. Han Jiao Jiao was visiting for the first time and found everything very new. She looked around happily, waving and greeting the people nearby. Department head Gu saw her from afar and chuckled happily. "Hey, everyone look. Junshan brought his wife. Come out and see his wife. She's so lively and pretty." His loud voice drew half the department outside. Han Jiao Jiao was surrounded by everyone. She smiled sweetly and waved, "Hello everyone, I'm Han Jiao Jiao, Junshan's wife. We're grateful for all your care. I don't know how to thank you all, but I plan to cook some home-style dishes soon and invite everyone over." "Oh, we must try your cooking, sister-in-law. She's so pretty." "Deputy Minister, why don't you say anything? Go away. Watch your claws. If you mess with the Deputy Minister's precious wife, he might cut you." "Hee hee, sister-in-law looks so lively and beautiful, different from the rumors. The young people who spoke too quickly and carelessly were glared at by many, realizing they had said the wrong thing, and quickly covered their mouths, laughing awkwardly. Han Jiao also smiled and said, "Are you saying I look pretty?" "I think so too. Junshan marrying me is his good fortune, right?" Everyone burst into laughter at her teasing. Though she was a little shy, she truly was very beautiful. You don't stand out in your clothes, but you can still catch people's attention just by standing among the crowd. Han Jiao was good at making friends in her club. If she wanted, she could easily stand next to the center of the group. When Zhong Shun entered, Han Jiao was protected by some female colleagues, surrounded by male colleagues. Even Shun Junshan was pushed to the side by a few women who looked at the finance lady with envy, as if they wanted to take her place and get Han Jiao back. Are the enemies taking over? Things are changing too fast. Minister Gu said, "Enough, if you keep arguing, Jiao will go home and complain to Junshan. You all can go now. Zhongshun, take Jiao on a tour of our workplace. I'll talk with Junshan for a bit." "Why not?" Minister Gu straightened up and stomped his foot, causing the lines on his face to stretch to his temples. Zhongshun immediately acted obediently and pretended willing to come over. "All right, let's go. Just showing you around. Why come to our workplace? It might delay work."
"Why?
Want to run away to Hongshan Village? Our workplace is great. Under the wise leadership of our boss." Han Jiao almost laughed out loud. She didn't realize he was so timid. Gu Zhengwo took Shin Junshan to his office and closed the door behind them. "Recently, there were rumors you wanted a divorce.
I was worried about you.
Now, your name is on the list for the upcoming official nominations. The higher-ups value you and have asked me several times to transfer you. Now, as long as you don't divorce, your background check will be approved. Where do the higher-ups want to transfer me? Just wait and see." Gu Zhengwo took a document from his drawer. Shin Junshan saw a colored block on the top right corner of the paper, and his brow furrowed again. Gu Zhengwo said, "Do you know what this is? If it weren't for you here, I might never see it in my life. Take a look." Shin Junshan avoided the seal line. Inside, there were only 2 pages. He looked carefully and rubbed his temples with a headache. The county expansion and the relocation of Hongshan Village have just started. Jiao and I are just beginning to settle down. Leaving now wouldn't be a good choice. I understand. Honestly, I don't want to let you go either. But I can't block your future. The Hongshan Village project just started, and it will take 3 or 5 years to complete. I can't keep you here for several more years. Shin Junshan asked, "Do I have to reply now?" "This is not an official transfer order. I am telling you this to prepare you mentally. The official order will come later, and there is still some time. During this period, the final decision is still up to you." Gu Zhengwo also doesn't want to let go of such a capable person. But he can't do anything that might harm someone's future. The current environment is much better than before. Shin Junshan is talented, but his growth in the county is really limited. That's why Gu Zhengwo didn't block the matter. He patted Shin Junshan on the shoulder and said, "You should have a reply within a month. You might be transferred to a new position in less than half a year. Think it over carefully. But I also want to remind you, your relationship with Han Jiao is stable, but the issues between your families are also a factor. Don't let everything be settled only to have problems later." "I understand. Thank you for your concern, leader. Go ahead. Oh, and one more thing." Gu Zhengwo smiled kindly and said, "These glasses suit you. Wearing them makes you look like a knowledgeable person." Shun Junshan shyly smiled and left Gu Zhengwo's office, thinking about finding his wife. Zhong Shun walked quickly ahead. "This is the flower bed, the trees, and behind is the cafeteria. Are you hungry? You probably like eating, right? You can stay in the cafeteria. When the meal is served, you'll get the freshest food." Zhong Shun took big steps and didn't wait for her. Han Jiao had to jog a few steps to keep up. She was sweating from behind, her face red and hot, feeling uncomfortable. Now he was turning corners and joking that she was a food bucket, trying to leave her behind. Han Jiao could sense that Zhong Shun didn't like her, even with a strong sense of hostility. They had only met a few times. Was it really necessary? She was speechless. You don't like eating? Then what do you like? She made a sound with her mouth, mimicking words. Zhong Shun looked embarrassed. Who said I like to eat? You little fool. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, I thought you didn't like eating, that you preferred something special. Who doesn't like to eat? Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a little fool. Why are you arguing with me? Yes, she was a fool, so how could he get angry at a fool? Zhong Shun said, I really don't understand what Shin Big Brother sees in you. Han Jiao blinked. Maybe he likes my beauty. Stop talking nonsense. Shin Big Brother is not that shallow. Moreover, you are at most considered not ugly but far from beautiful. Stop pretending to be so proud. She softly responded, and then turned her attention to the flowers, squatting down to look at the roses and hyacinths. Zhong Shun was left standing nearby, feeling a strange mix of emotions. His excitement seemed to be smothered by a heavy blanket, leaving him uncomfortable. I say, Brother Shen is a really good person. He's very, very kind. Can't you say something else? Han Jiao tilted her chin, looking at him. The little straight man probably idolized Shin Junshan, thinking his wife was silly and dull, and that having 2 kids was a burden on his idol. But this way of venting was too childish. Suddenly, Han Jiao wanted to tease him. I know my husband is great. He treats me well, and my family too. He's rich, ambitious, and very generous with his money. Although he's not good at expressing himself, his eyes are so adorable. Handsome and cute, just like my husband. You don't know how wonderful he is. Every night when I sleep with him, I can feel his stomach, 8-pack abs. It's so comfortable. And sometimes when I wake up at night and see him beside me, I think, how can someone be so perfect? God has been so kind to me. I feel so happy I fainted. Little brother, I think my husband is very, very good too. Zhong Shun stood there blankly, his face turning red, and his palms sweaty. Can he really listen to this about sleeping and abs? Even older women in their 60s or 70s wouldn't be so open. Why was she saying all this in broad daylight? He felt so warm and shy listening to her. Shin Junshan also froze in surprise. He asked a few colleagues and learned they had gone toward the cafeteria. Afraid Han Jiao might get too hot and thirsty, he brought her a bottle of water. But as he approached, he overheard her saying these incredible things. She touched his stomach and even secretly looked at him while he was asleep, thinking he was handsome, adorable, and perfect. Shin Junshan felt his blood rush and his mind go blank. His skin turned a crab pink. He stood there frozen, unconsciously pressing his hand to his stomach. Han Jiao saw him and jumped up into the air. Shin Junshan caught her with both hands. Be careful not to fall. With you here, I won't fall. She swung her little long legs and nuzzled Shin Junshan's neck, smiling like a silly girl. Shin Junshan looked at her smile, and his eyes became bright. Han Jiao was momentarily stunned because his smile was so beautiful that her mind seemed to freeze. She thought she saw it wrong. You smiled? I didn't see clearly. Smile again so I can see clearly, okay? Come down first. If you don't smile, I won't come down. Han Jiao held his waist. Shin Junshan was about to get very embarrassed. When Jiao acts silly, she can be very persistent, and she might even pull him. He shyly forced out a small smile. Is this okay now? Han Jiao covered her mouth. Husband, I am falling for you. Come down first, or others might think we're inappropriate. Han Jiao jumped down from him, but didn't let go of Shin Junshan. She still affectionately linked her arm with his, like a little cat sticking close to him. Everyone at work trusted Shin Junshan and knew about his family situation. When they saw Han Jiao clinging to him, they didn't get angry. Many even smiled kindly. No one thought their behavior was inappropriate. Only Zhong Shun looked like he had just eaten something bitter, with a very unhappy face. He was about to lose his temper. This is too shameless. Deputy Shun, I finally found you. Someone is looking for you, waiting for you in your office. The security guard's wife happily ran over. When she saw Han Jiao, a trace of disdain appeared in her eyes. Usually it was fine, but everyone at work was happy to see Shin Junshan's happy family. Today, when they saw Han Jiao, they were all pleased. Only she, smiling like a flower when looking at Shin Junshan, looked upset when she saw herself. Han Jiao looked at her, who was over 40, and thought she probably wasn't as obsessed with Shin Junshan as Chen Xiaoying. Thinking of this, Han Jiao tightly held Shin Junshan's hand.
Shin Junshan, looking for me?
Yes, I understand. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. Yes, I said they're your family members. I see they are tired, so I can't let them stay in the sun. I'll take them to your office to wait. Shin Junshan's face immediately darkened, and he frowned in displeasure. Seeing this, his sister-in-law felt a bit confused. Han Jiao sneered. My husband's office has some important documents and personal items. You didn't check with him before letting them in. What if something happens? Who will be responsible? I thought they looked honest. Would others show if they are dishonest? If something goes wrong, you'll regret it too late. This time, Zhongshan also supported Han Jiao. Brother, you should go back and check. If there's anything, just tell me. Shin Junshan knew who it was. When he pushed Jin Guizhi out of the yard, he knew Jin Guizhi would come to the office today. But the security guard directly took her to his office, which made him unhappy. Shin Junshan said, We are not a secret organization, but we do have some confidential work. Next time, if this happens again, you should ask your family to leave. Her old man at home found it hard to get this job. The pay isn't much, but the benefits are good. Even working as a guard is a decent job. She also wanted to use this chance to get closer to Shin Junshan. After pleasing the boss, maybe she could arrange for her son and daughter to get in. But her efforts backfired. His sister-in-law didn't dare make a sound and stood quietly aside. Han Jiao held on to Shin Junshan and refused to let go. He had no choice but to take her to the office first. At this moment, Jin Guizhi and Shin Jinfeng were inside his office, looking around. Because Shin Junshan had fallen on Shin Jinbao, Jin Guizhi was afraid he would see Jinbao and get angry again, so she didn't bring him. She thought Shin Junshan wouldn't want to hurt the two women. Shin Jinfeng held a pen and widened her eyes. Mom, is this a pen? I saw the village chief's big, silly son has one. The village chief gave it to him. I heard it's very valuable. Your brother is a leader. Having a pen isn't a big deal. Look at this office. So grand. It's much better than our house. Wouldn't it be nice to have a bed here for two people to sleep? Jin Guizhi opened the bookshelf, not caring about the books inside. She just wanted to see if there was anything valuable. She was holding a tray of graphite, not sure what it was, feeling dark and dull. She disliked it and threw it aside. Then she looked at a gold-embossed book. Jinfeng, come quickly. Look at this. Is it real gold? It's so shiny and golden. Is this gold thread? I heard people say gold thread looks like this. If it's real gold thread, it must be valuable. But inside, it looks like doodles. Why are there such thick doodles? What kind of thing is this? It's better to use newspaper, at least it's cheap. Jin Guizhi took out her hairpin, trying to pick out the golden part from the book. Han Jiao and Shin Junshan had already reached the door. Seeing the scene, both of them were speechless. Han Jiao, that's not gold, just gold-plated. This book is an original, imported from abroad. It costs over 200 yuan. Jin Guizhi's mouth opened wide, as if she could fit an egg inside. Shin Jinfeng was also stunned. She had gone to school, and the total tuition for elementary and middle school was less than 100 yuan. This book costs as much as 2 9-year school tuitions. Jin Guizhi cursed. This thing costs 200. I'd rather spend it on some meat. Why do you spend money like that? Wasteful. Shin Junshan was used to their behavior. At this moment, he looked at them coldly and indifferently. Shin Jinfeng felt a chill down her spine under his gaze. She nervously took the book back and placed it on the shelf. In Han Jiao's memory, Shin Junshan didn't have much contact with his family. Besides sending money each month, the only other memory was the day they got married, when Jin Guizhi caused a big fuss. After meeting yesterday, Han Jiao was sure their relationship was not good. With Shen Junshin's personality, his family must have done something very wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cold. Thinking about how they might have bullied Shen Junshan before, Han Jiao felt angry. You guys are quite good at finding out things. You found out where I work so quickly. Jean Guizhi sneered. We are lucky. We have helpful people around us. My nephew doesn't care about us, but luckily, there's a little fairy to help. Big nephew, when you look for a wife, don't just judge by her face. You need to look at her heart. Don't let yourself be fooled by appearances. Oh, are you praising my looks? I make a living with my face. Han Jiao smiled happily, holding her face. Jean Guizhi felt disgusted. That little troublemaker just used her face to win over Jean Guizhi, and she was so lucky. She even planned to introduce Shen Junshan to a family match, but that little troublemaker interfered. The niece of the village team leader. What a good match. The dowry is even worth 200 yuan. Thinking of this, Jean Guizhi almost wanted to tear off Han Jiao's clothes and sell them. But Han Jiao didn't care at all. Did Chen Xiaoying help you find a place to stay? She really is eager to help. Your son isn't married yet, right? Such a fairy would be hard to find even with a lantern. You better hurry. Don't let others steal her away. After all, it's better to act first. Little brat, is that how you do things? Shen Junshan, look at what kind of person you picked. Today she told the truth openly. You should see her real face now. You better break up with her. Brother, you're really bad at judging people. So many others. Why did you choose her? I think Shen Xiaoying is hundreds of times better than her. Shen Junshan calmly took back his book, wiped the cover to check for damage, then placed it back on the shelf. He turned around and saw his graphite pencil was tossed on the table edge, almost falling off. He frowned, pushed aside Shen Jinfeng, and put the graphite back in place. Seeing this, Jean Guizhi immediately scolded. What are you doing? Pushing your sister just for a broken pencil. Do you have any conscience? This was a gift from my old leader. If it gets damaged, I can't explain it. When Jean Guizhi heard it was a gift from the leader, she immediately backed down and stared at the pencil nervously. Shen Junshan calmly locked the bookshelf. I'll say this. Jiao is my wife. If you keep calling her a little brat, I'll start calling you the same. Han Jiao burst out laughing. What kind of revenge is this? Her husband is so adorable. Jean Guizhi and her daughter had never seen Shen Junshan speak before. Especially Jean Guizhi. Yesterday, she thought Shen Junshan had gone crazy to hit her son. Today, seeing Shen Junshan speak again, she was already angry inside. Shen Junshan coldly told them to leave the office. Jean Guizhi sarcastically said, So you've been outside for a few years, and now you're full of yourself. Don't you remember who cooked for you when you were little? Who gave you blankets? Now, for an outsider, you talk to me like that. He pursed his lips, a cold frost in his eyes. Han Jiao saw he was already very impatient. If it were her, she would have argued fiercely. But Shen Junshan didn't say a word for a long time. She didn't expect him to speak again, so she simply poured 2 glasses of water and placed them on the small tea table beside the chair. The company's documents are very important. If they get dirty or damaged, you might end up in jail. When she heard about going to jail, Shen Jinfeng quickly ran out in panic. Jean Guizhi also stepped out tremblingly, muttering about documents and broken paper being a matter of life and death. Shen Junshan understood she was helping him avoid trouble, and his eyes finally looked a bit warmer. Han Jiao said, Actually, as Junshan's aunt, we should host you when you visit the county. But what you did was too much. The family compound is only for direct relatives. You are outsiders, so how can you just barge in?
Hey, what do you mean, what?
If you really force your way in, it will be a legal entry, and you could be jailed for 2 years. Jean Guizhi was startled and quickly looked at her daughter. She didn't go to school and was afraid of being tricked by the troublemakers. But Shen Jinfeng wasn't clear either. She only finished middle school and knew little beyond laws about punishment for crimes. Shen Jinfeng nodded slowly. I think there might be such rules. I don't remember clearly. Luckily, you didn't force your way in. Also, if you accidentally hurt Sister Yunxia, you could face legal trouble. Even if no one gets hurt, your son's record wouldn't look good. It would be hard to find a good job or get into a good school. You'd probably just have to stay home and farm. Jean Guizhi nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved that they hadn't barged in. Thankfully, Shin Junshan stopped her from doing something reckless yesterday. Otherwise, she would have gone in no matter what. Thinking of this, Jean Guizhi felt happy and relaxed. She sat cross-legged and smiled, saying, I always knew that the third brother still cares about us. We are family, so how can you not think of us, right? Han Jiao was confused by her strange reasoning. It was so unusual. Shin Junshan didn't want to listen to these words. He felt they were fake and made him uncomfortable. Thinking about how Jean Guizhi had chased and hit Jiao last year, Shin Junshan instinctively protected Han Jiao by standing beside her. Shin Junshan asked, Do you need something from me? She replied, I just came to visit family. No matter how simple Shin Junshan was, he didn't believe her words. He said bluntly, Once you finish visiting, when will you leave? I will buy your tickets back and prepare some gifts for second uncle. I'm not used to you being polite to me. After all, you never used to be polite to me or Jiao before. You this. Jean Guizhi was about to scold, but Shun Jinfeng quickly tugged at her sleeve. Jean Guizhi then remembered the main issue. Forget it. Since you're the younger one, I don't need to argue with you. I came here for an important reason. The matter of splitting the house and changing the household registration. I can't control that. Shin Junshan first stopped them with his words. Seeing their defeated expressions, Han Jiao silently praised Shin Junshan in her mind. Honestly, her husband was pretty good at using words to shut people up. He spoke tough words calmly, which was much better than her soft retorts. Jean Guizhi jumped up from her chair, raising her voice. What? You refuse me before I even speak? I heard that people from Hongshan village are getting new houses. That broken place doesn't even have weeds growing, so why are they moving into new houses? I'm your aunt, but I can't get a house? Hongshan village has already been included in the airport construction plan. They're building an airport there within 5 years. Don't they have to compensate for demolishing others' houses? Then why don't they demolish ours? You're now an official with power. Why not give some good things to your own family first? Shin Junshan didn't want to bother arguing. He looked at Jean Guizhi coldly as she spat out words. He calmly took a tissue, wiped the spit off the table, crumpled the tissue, and threw it into the trash. Jean Guizhi pointed at his nose. Ungrateful. You traitor. Han Jiao rubbed her temples helplessly. If you're uneducated, that's one thing. But at least have some common sense. What? Jean Guizhi was stunned. She didn't expect Han Jiao to say she was uneducated. Han Jiao explained, city planning and construction are decided after long preparations by the higher-ups and various project teams, with approval from multiple levels. Even Junshan, as a top leader, can't make those decisions. Jean Guizhi looked at Shin Jinfeng again. Shin Jinfeng whispered, It seems so. When the old village chief was building the water channels, he also said it wasn't up to him. Huh. I thought it would be impressive if he became an official in the county. Turns out he's just a paper tiger. Useless. If they can't do the renovation, can't we get a few more houses? Shin Junshan frowned. He expected these issues, but he didn't think Jean Guizhi would be so difficult. Han Jiao smiled coldly. Gold Guizhi took the lead, acting as the front line, while Shin Jinfeng secretly watched Shin Junshan's expression from behind. It seemed she was testing Shin Junshan's limits. If they couldn't reach an agreement, she would immediately stop Gold Guizhi and try a different approach. They started with the hardest issue first, then gradually lowered the difficulty. Shin Junshan couldn't stand the pressure and would likely agree to a few of their requests. As long as they could get things done, this trip wouldn't be wasted. Han Jiao didn't expect this young girl to be quite clever. Maybe she had been good at reading people since she was young and was quite perceptive.
Han Jiao smiled happily.
Gold Guizhi frowned and scolded. What are you laughing at? This isn't your place to interfere in our talks. You're being rude. Jun Shan is my husband. Of course, I have a say in his affairs. You're a woman. And you're a woman too. You're his wife, and you have no right to speak.
Who said that? The law?
Or did Jun Shan tell you? Jun Shan, do I have a say here? Shin Jun Shan replied softly. You are in charge at home. You can say whatever you want. He looked at Han Jiao Jiao with gentle eyes, almost as if he wanted to carve the word owner into her forehead. Han Jiao Jiao smiled brightly and charmingly. She had never been spoiled before and didn't know what that felt like. Now she understood, and in her heart, she realized she could never give up this happiness. Gold Guizhi watched them flirt and thought about the previous marriage proposal. The dowry was only 200 yuan. If it hadn't been for Han Jiao Jiao's appearance, would the deal have fallen through? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and her eyes even turned red with frustration. Shin Jinfeng saw this and quickly said, Brother, I'm grown up now. I can't live at home anymore. I want to move to the city to live, and it's easier to find a husband there. Brother Jin Bao is also of marriage age. The old home environment isn't good, and there's no one suitable. If we move to the city, he can find a good job and a wife. Our family, you're the most promising. We can't ask others for help, so we can only rely on you. Brother, please help us, as a way to thank our parents. Shun Junchen's face darkened with anger, and he was already thinking about whether to call the security department to kick them out. Han Jiao Jiao knew what he was thinking. She also knew that dealing with freeloaders wasn't enough just to chase them away. The irresponsible person refuses to give up until they achieve their goal. When they go out and spread rumors, they ruin Mr. Shin Junchen's reputation. Will he still have his job? Will his reputation still be intact? She won't allow others to bully her child. Han Jiao Jiao pats Shin Junchen's shoulder, slowly walks to the door, opens it and loudly questions. It seems you knew there were 3 spots available at Junchen's workplace before rushing here. I don't know who told you, but the documents clearly state that these 3 spots are for outstanding contributions and for families facing difficulties. Neither of you are immediate family, nor have you contributed to the company. Why should you get them? And you want 2 more?
Besides, in the city?
Why can you move there just because your household registration was transferred? Do you have money to buy a house? Do you have close relatives there? Or have you already found a job and a place to live? You don't look like it. Are you trying to get Jun Shan to buy a house and find a job for you in the city? Oh my, that's just a dream. You can't just dream peacefully without having nightmares. That's going too far. Shun Jinfeng blushes with embarrassment. Jin Guizhi also gets angry and scolds, puffing out her cheeks. What spots or no spots? I don't know about all that. I only know that if my daughter doesn't have a good household registration, she'll have to marry someone from the countryside. My son can't succeed. His surname is Shun, so he should help us. Han Jiao Jiao is furious. She glares fiercely at Jin Guizhi, then suddenly flips a porcelain cup onto the ground, startling Jin Guizhi and her daughter, who scream loudly. Han Jiao Jiao shouts angrily, Shin should be your cash cow. Before last year, he earned enough each year to support you. He gave you the good things, and he only kept a few yuan for his own living expenses each month. During festivals, you didn't even ask about him. All you care about is money. Do you still have the nerve to call yourself elders? You're just a mother locust, a vampire. And what about your son? Does he have any sense? Does he earn work points? Is he still being supported by the older generation? He's lazy and unambitious. Why is he in the city? Is he going to become a beggar? And you, Shun Jinfeng. Han Jiao Jiao narrows her cold eyes and says sharply, Jun Shan once said he wanted to bring you here to study. How did you respond back then?
You
said, what's so good about studying? I haven't seen much money from it. Better to find a man and marry for quick money. Was that what you said when we got married last year? Last year, Shun Jinfeng couldn't believe that this fool still remembered everything so clearly. She had only spoken casually back then. Besides, she wasn't wrong. Working earned points, which could at least be exchanged for some food or money. Reading books? What could they give? The books were boring and stupid. Every time she saw them, she wanted to sleep. If Uncle Gong hadn't forced her to go, and if the village hadn't encouraged reading, those who qualified could get a chicken egg every 3 days, she wouldn't have gone. Han Jiao Jiao sneered. Reading is useless. Marrying a man is useful. You think rural girls have bad backgrounds, so you want to go to the city to find a rich husband, right? Do you think a rich husband is a fool? Don't you understand what you're thinking? What's wrong with wanting to marry a good man? You can marry my brother, so why can only I marry someone from the countryside? Marrying your brother was lucky, but I didn't cause trouble for others over this marriage. You all keep bothering Junshan over some pointless future plans. Yesterday, you almost fought with a pregnant woman. Do your mother and sisters really have to cause trouble before stopping? After speaking, Han Jiao Jiao looked at Shin Junshan with concern. You're just used to being bullied. Always keeping quiet. Jin Guizhi was both shy and angry. Seeing tears in Shin Jinfeng's eyes, she sat down heavily on the ground and cried loudly. Oh, you heartless person. How could you treat the one who raised you like this? We've been saving every penny just to keep you alive. Now that you're grown, you don't care about your younger siblings. Is this how you are as a person? If I had known you were this ungrateful, I should have suffocated you in the outhouse to save myself the trouble now. Han Jiao Jiao was furious. She had wanted to keep the peace for Shin Junshan's sake and not push things too far. But now, she couldn't hold back. She rushed forward, grabbed Jin Guizhi's hair, and slapped her hard.
You.
Jin Guizhi covered her face, staring at Han Jiao Jiao in disbelief. She never expected Han Jiao Jiao to dare hit her. In her mind, a younger person hitting an elder was a serious crime. In their village, such a person wouldn't end up well. Shin Junshan also stood up, worried that Jin Guizhi might lose her temper and fight back, hurting Han Jiao Jiao. But Han Jiao Jiao didn't seem to care. She held Jin Guizhi's head tightly and slapped her again.
Just hit you, so what?
Do I need to write a report to ask higher-ups, or should I pick a good day according to the calendar? Han Jiao Jiao angrily scolded. Junshan's parents left early, and your family took over the house. You're using what's left. You only raised him for 2 years. What's there to save on? It was his parents' inheritance. When Jin Guizhi heard her mention the house, she immediately looked like a shriveled eggplant. Han Jiao Jiao pushed her away and couldn't help but kick her a couple of times. Letting her study, not letting Jin Bao work, the whole family depends on Junshan. He's grown up now and has his own family to take care of. He doesn't want to deal with you bloodsuckers. Do you understand? Jin Guizhi felt someone gathering around her from behind. Just as she was about to make a scene again, she saw Shin Jinfeng signaling to her with her eyes. She turned around in surprise and saw a dozen pairs of fierce eyes glaring at her. Every household has siblings, and there are many relatives from the countryside and neighbors from the Bay Area. Sometimes people come to ask for favors. Some relatives are indeed annoying, but she had never seen anyone so over the top before. They are so shameless. They blocked the door, glaring fiercely at Jin Guizhi. You're just Deputy Shun's aunt. How can you talk about him like that? Exactly. And you still want a house and household registration. Don't you want to sit on the throne too? Deputy Shin didn't even get a new house in the city. You want to? That's too much. Deputy Shin didn't even help his wife find a job. He's willing to arrange work for your children and you still complain? That's interesting. Jin Guizhi was on the spicy list in the village, among the top 3. Plus, with Shin Junshan being such a successful nephew and her husband a team leader in the brigade, only 3 or 4 people dared to confront her in the village. Jin Guizhi had never been attacked like this before, and now she shrank back, nervously leaning against the door. Shin Junshan also saw Jin Guizhi looking so timid for the first time. The bitterness she'd been holding inside for years seemed to be released in that moment. Shin Jinfeng quickly pulled Jin Guizhi away, her face flushed as she closed the door. Shin Junshan didn't speak, and no one dared to go inside. They just gathered at the door, muttering quietly. The unit's door wasn't soundproof, so all kinds of insults, such as shameless, deadbeat, and bloodsucker, floated in from outside. Shin Jinfeng glared at Han Jiao Jiao with resentment. You did it on purpose. Han Jiao Jiao smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, I did. What's the problem? Ask my brother for help. What does that have to do with you? Why are you involved? I've never seen you so meddlesome. I'm not causing trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. Junshan not speaking up doesn't mean he's refusing. Instead of letting you two ruin his reputation and future, I'll act first. Just go out and make a scene and see how everyone judges you. Others say you should repay kindness with kindness. Even if you think our family hasn't done well, you shouldn't humiliate elders like this. Han Jiao Jiao laughed. You really like to talk a lot. Let me give you a piece of advice. Repaying kindness with kindness. What about repaying evil with good? What does that mean? Han Jiao Jiao sighed deeply and looked at her with pity, as if mocking Shin Jinfeng for being uneducated. Shin Jinfeng felt very upset but was helpless. She didn't expect Han Jiao Jiao to cause more trouble than her mother. Seeing she couldn't argue with Han Jiao Jiao, Shin Jinfeng turned her anger toward Shin Junshan, who was quiet and reserved. Brother, look at her. She's just bullying me. Shin Junshan looked at her coldly. Jiao Jiao's words are my words.
Fine.
The house and the household registration are impossible. If you want them, work hard for it yourself. I won't help you get through connections. But if you want to go to school, I can write a letter to arrange you to transfer to high school in the county. Shin Jinfeng snorted dismissively. She was already 17. What high school would she still attend? She should focus on gaining skills and find a worker to marry. That's the real plan.
Han Jiao Jiao sighed her short-sightedness.
A country girl who doesn't know anything and is lazy. What good is it to marry into the city? Is city life really easier? If she doesn't change her mindset, she won't have a good life either. Shin Junshan also saw through her. If you don't want to study, you can go to a factory. I can arrange for you to work in a textile mill. Your brother can be sent to a quarry or brick factory. Jin Guizhi sneered sourly. All the dirty, tiring jobs are arranged for our own family. You really are their brother. Shin Junshan replied, yes, the work is tough, but Shin Jinbao only finished elementary school. These factories offer good wages and benefits, and there's a good future if he works hard. He won't do badly later. Han Jiao Jiao nodded along. Since the 1980s, city development and reconstruction began. After 2000, real estate also boomed fiercely. Although the state-owned enterprise might face reforms in the future, the experience and connections are valuable. As long as he works hard, Shin Junshan will surely help him find a good job later. Maybe he will even become wealthy someday. Han Jiao Jiao thought about this and deliberately kept quiet. She didn't even want to persuade him, just wanted to see what would happen if karma caught up with him. Jin Guizhi confidently refused. My son Jin Bao will be someone important someday. I won't let him do menial work. Can't you find a decent job at your company? Shin Junshan asked, do you want me to take away my position? Jin Guizhi suddenly felt a cold weight in her heart. Shin Junshan's patience was running out. His frown looked fierce, and he exuded a threatening aura. Jin Guizhi remembered how Shin Junshan had lost his temper last year. At that time, she was rushing her child away, and luckily, her husband and third uncle stopped him, or her head might have been hurt. She didn't argue further. Haha, we came here and you didn't help at all. Now we're just staying in someone else's broken-down house. That's impressive. Shin Junshan called Zhongshan. Zhongshan strolled in from outside, smiling foolishly. Brother, I was afraid you needed something, so I didn't dare go far. Shin Junshan said, rent 2 rooms at the hotel. Charge it to my account. I'll have someone take them there to stay for a couple of days. Okay, I'll do that. Zhongshan left. Shin Junshan looked at Han Jiao Jiao with an apologetic expression. Han Jiao Jiao also received a message. Although he was a defaulter, he was officially Shin Junshan's relative, and because he had been his guardian, outsiders saw their relationship as closer than usual relatives. It wasn't easy for him to come to this county. If things didn't go well, they still had to be polite and hospitable. Otherwise, if rumors spread around the countryside, it might even affect how the community viewed Shin Junshan's reputation. Han Jiao Jiao suggested, let's eat out tonight. I'm also planning to buy some things, so you won't have to go back empty-handed. Jean Guizhi was initially angry, but when she heard about eating out, her mood improved. Even in a rural environment, lacking clothing and food was common. Her family only had one man working, and they struggled to make a living. Now that they could eat out, she thought about delicious food and said, "You still have some conscience. Don't try to feed us spoiled food. We're not fools." She pulled Shin Jinfeng away, muttering that her daughter was a golden phoenix who would marry a high-ranking official in the city, and that her son was a precious little treasure. Han Jiao couldn't hear clearly anymore and closed the door. "Husband, after dinner, will you still take care of them?" Jiao, you haven't met many people from my hometown, right?"
"Just a few at the wedding."
"Then let's go back for a visit." Han Jiao knew that many people from his hometown didn't like her. Suddenly taking her back might even cause Shin Junshan to be talked about behind his back. Shin Junshan thought she was unwilling and shook his head. "Forget it. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. I'll arrange for Zhongshan to take care of you. I'll go back for a few days, handle some things, and then come back." "Zhongshan," she said with some dislike. "What do you need to do there?" "Handle things related to my family and the belongings left by my parents. Once it's done, no one will bother you anymore." Han Jiao didn't care much about a few troublemakers, but she was still surprised by this. Thinking carefully, isn't this what people call splitting the family? Most rural households now have one family per household registration. One father might have 7 sons, all listed in one record book. They share food and clothing. Some families benefit from conflicts, while honest and less favored members suffer. Usually, one family always ends up losing out. Suddenly, she remembered that Shin Junshan's files had been transferred and a new household registration was issued, but the old household registration from their hometown hadn't been seen. It was probably still hanging in the old Shin family. Jean Guizhi only caused trouble after a year, likely benefiting from the old household registration. "If it's really necessary to handle things, I definitely can't let you go alone." She wrapped her arms around Shin Junshan's neck and gently stroked his head. "You're as cute as a little white rabbit. How can I leave you in a wolf's den? I'll go with you." Shin Junshan, Jiao. For the first time, he heard someone call him a little white rabbit, and his nose inexplicably felt sore. He hesitated, trembling slightly, bringing his right hand close to her, about 3 to 5 centimeters away, but then hesitated again. Han Jiao already felt the warmth of his palm. Seeing him shyly biting his lip, she was stunned for a long time but didn't move. Frustrated, she cursed inwardly. Han Jiao deliberately leaned back, finally pressing her hand against his, feeling a jolt as Shin Junshan's body reacted like an electric shock. She smiled and said, "You focus on your work. I'll go to the market to buy some things for them, then book a table at the restaurant. We also need to prepare sugar and sunflower seeds. We'll use them when we get home. I'll give you some money." Han Jiao stopped him and pushed him back into his chair. "I have money. You just concentrate on your work.
"Keep it up."
She bent down and gently kissed his cheek, then quickly ran off like a startled bird. Shin Junshan's eyes immediately brightened again. Han Jiao took a bus to the only shopping mall in the county, a small 2-story building that looked more like a warehouse. The first floor was full of snacks and candies. People came here to buy sweets for errands or gifts, or to buy peanuts and sunflower seeds for festivals. The second floor had household items, clothes, and bedding. Nearby, there was a small area set up to sell appliances. Han Jiao looked around but didn't feel hungry for the snacks. They were not cheap, and some candies with artificial colors needed coupons, which wasn't very cost-effective. She saw some glass paper for sale nearby. Some people had rolled white sugar into small candies and bought wrapping paper to package them at home. Han Jiao found a solution and bought a stack of glass paper. After browsing here, she went to the state-run restaurant. The staff saw a young girl walk in and didn't bother to look up. "Don't eat here if you're not buying."
"Don't disturb our business," they said.
Han Jiao ignored her and went to the front desk to look at the price list. Wow, a turtle costs 6 yuan? That's so expensive. A few days ago, she bought one and kept it in a pot, and it was less than 2 yuan. 4 yuan might not seem much to her, but if she thought about it differently, 4 yuan could feed a family of 5 for more than 2 weeks, so it was quite costly. The clerk rolled her eyes and sarcastically said, "If you can't afford it, don't eat here. No one's forcing you. Even if it's expensive, you shouldn't complain." The clerk impatiently threw a sweat towel onto the table. "You don't understand anything. Appearance isn't money. Employees don't get profits. If you can afford to eat, eat. If not, then leave." Just after she finished shouting, the chef carried out a large iron tray of dishes. At first, it looked fine, but then Han Jiao felt uncomfortable after seeing it. "Is this what you call food? If you had your own shop, it would have closed long ago. It looks dark and unappetizing. Even I could do better with my eyes closed. Little girl, don't cause trouble for me." "I'm not causing trouble. I'm giving you money." Han Jiao placed 5 yuan on the table. "In the afternoon, I'll bring vegetables and seasonings. I'll cook myself, just borrowing your space. 1 table is enough." The staff and chef were confused. They had never seen this before and couldn't understand it. Han Jiao said, "You don't have to do anything. Just earn 5 yuan easily. Are you unwilling? Take it. It's a good deal for you." She forcefully pushed the money to the staff. Their restaurant also does processing work, and the processing fee is indeed very cheap. But she had never encountered someone who only wanted the space and didn't need the chef at all. Could this little girl be silly? Han Jiao hummed a little tune as she went to the market. She bought some vegetables, then at home, she cleaned and prepared them, putting them in plastic bags and sealing them. She also picked 7 or 8 eggs and put them in a basket, planning to make some dishes. She took pork from her space, sliced and shredded it, added cornstarch, a little soy sauce, and oil, mixed well, and sealed it in a plastic bag. She prepared 4 vegetarian dishes, 1 soup, 2 small stir-fries with meat, and 2 main dishes. Han Jiao took out a roasted chicken and a fresh bass fish from her space. She turned to look at the turtle in the basin and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm good at cooking. I'll make you taste delicious." Han Jiao had never killed a turtle before. She fumbled for a while to drain the blood, then slowly chopped it into suitable pieces, leaving the shell for later use. Next, she peeled a lot of garlic and prepared special seasonings. It was already after 1 p.m. last night when she finished. Han Jiao wandered around her space. The wholesale supermarket had many imported goods, which were hard to find here. Most domestic products appeared later. After looking around, only the white rabbit candies seemed suitable. She took 2 packs of white rabbit candies, tore open the packaging, and poured the candies into a plastic bag. Then she found some high-quality fruit-flavored hard candies, which were rare now. Luckily, they still had some here. Han Jiao peeled off the outer packaging, took the pre-purchased glass paper, and carefully wrapped each fruit candy inside. 1, 2, 3. 50 or 60 candies laid out on the table. Under the sunlight, their shimmering light was both dazzling and gentle. Han Jiao smiled and took 2 pieces, putting them in her pocket. "A Fong, 1 for you, and 1 for Junshan." She placed the prepared items into the shopping basket, but suddenly realized it was too full and quite heavy. Then she turned the bamboo basket over, hiding the meat and fish at the bottom and covering them with vegetables. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she arrived at the small kitchen. She started with the main dishes, steaming, stir-frying, and barbecuing. Her quick work amazed the restaurant cooks. The head chef said, "This girl has practiced before. You should ask where she works now. If we bring her here, our restaurant will be very busy." The staff asked, "She looks young. Can she really do it?" The chef was anxious. "How old she is doesn't matter. If her skills are good, that's enough." With that aroma spreading around, who wouldn't want to eat here? The staff nodded, almost drooling at the thought. "Help serve the dishes." Han Jiao served some homemade stir-fried pork and called out to prepare to serve the customers. Shin Junshan stood straight at the kitchen door, showing a worried expression. His wife was standing in front of the big stove, sweaty and with a red face. The spatula in her hand looked heavier than her arm. She was flipping the food with delicate arms, each movement making him feel anxious. The staff and the chef came in to serve the dishes. The chef tasted the soup and praised Han Jiao highly. Seeing Shun Junshan standing at the door, she left the chef and hurried to his side. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Why are you here so early? Shin Junshan looked at her sweaty face and paused before speaking. Thank you for your hard work. Han Jiao was surprised but quickly understood that she looked quite disheveled. It's hot by the stove. I just broke out in sweat. I'll go wash my face in the back. I'll pick up A Fong later. You should sit in the private room for now. Shin Junshan held her hand. I've already talked to A Fong's teacher. He'll come over by himself later. Come by himself? Okay, then I'll go wash up in the back. The staff now looked at Han Jiao as if she were a little goddess. When she mentioned washing her face, they brought her hot water mixed with some cold and found a clean cloth for her to wipe her face. The chef also came over, leaning in and asking, Girl, your cooking skills are good. Where did you learn? I watched when I was little, she lied casually. No one asked further, and there was no way to verify. The chef cheerfully served her tea and said, Girl, which place do you work in now? How much do you earn each month? Would you like to come work for us? Our state-run restaurant offers good benefits. Han Jiao knew there were only 2 restaurants in the town. Usually, her workplace and factory had social events, and they often ordered from the state-run restaurant. So, the place was profitable, and she could bring home food and dishes, which was a good job. But if the food wasn't good, she would get criticized. Over time, her pride would suffer. Han Jiao didn't dislike cooking, but she didn't like sweating, and she especially didn't like being burned by the big stove. With the hot summer approaching, she didn't want to always be sweaty and sticky when she saw Shin Junshan. No, my husband earns enough for me, she replied. Chef Chen had just seen Shin Junshan and recognized him immediately. He knew a little about their family situation and quickly said, a man's money isn't everything. Besides, Vice Minister Shin's situation is a bit special. Don't you want to earn some money, so people think you're a good match?
Han Jia från Nid.
Shin Junshan treated her very well, and she had enough space and resources for food and clothing. She also had brothers like Chang Zi, who helped her sell things for money. But she couldn't use that money openly. She had to keep it secret. The state-run restaurant was different. They could pay wages, and when she went there openly, she could spend money freely. Seeing her hesitate, Chef Chen quickly added, It's not much. Just 2 dishes a day, 12 yuan a month, and you can take some dishes home. But I want to go to school. Your earning might interfere with my studies, she said. Summer vacation is coming soon, and school won't start again until September. Why not be a temporary worker? Just start at 10 in the morning. Han Jiao thought this was a good offer, but she didn't want to agree immediately. Agreeing too easily might make people think she was easy to manipulate. She smiled and said, I'll think about it and let you know. Oh, please hurry. We really want you to come, they said cheerfully. After Chef Chen and manager Zhou watched her leave the kitchen, Chef Chen asked curiously, I heard someone say she's slow-witted. Do you think she's silly? Manager Zhou snorted. If she's silly, then I must be a donkey. Han Jiao left the back kitchen and went to the private room. This is called a private room, but it's really just a small, separate space without a door, only a curtain hanging on the door frame to block the view inside. Han Jiao is small, so she ducks inside quickly. Shin Junshan quickly stands up and pulls out a chair. Thanks for your effort. You've said that twice. Try the turtle I cooked. I was so scared when I slaughtered it today. It took a long time. Han Jiao takes a small piece of meat, blows on it, and offers it to him. I added a little chili, not much.
Try it.
Shin Junshan feels shy and secretly leans outside to look around. When no one is watching, he quickly eats. Han Jiao excitedly asks, Is it delicious? Yes, very tasty. Jiao, you're a great cook. Who do you think I am? As long as I like something, I learn to do it just like that. If I go to school in the future, I'll probably be top of my class, maybe even the top student in the city. Do you believe that? Shin Junshan's lips curl into a slight smile. Seeing her confident look, he surprisingly agrees with her silly words. Husband, Han Jiao Jiao leans in and wraps her arms around his neck. Next semester I want to go to school. Is that okay? Shen Junshan doesn't answer. His smile stiffens. She tightens her embrace a little more. I also want to experience high school life. If you think it's not suitable, I can start with night school. Before Shen Junshan can reply, Zhong Shun barges in, cursing loudly. Brother, are you really related to them? Why is there such a big difference?
You.
Han Jiao Jiao, you shameless girl. Let go of my brother. Zhong Shun tries to close the door, but can't find it in his panic. He opens his arms and blocks the outside. Han Jiao Jiao is accused of moral misconduct, but she doesn't mind. She can't let her brother be mistaken for a troublemaker. Zhong Shun shivers with anger. Han Jiao Jiao, how can your face be so thick? In broad daylight, what are you trying to do? Han Jiao Jiao responds, I want to hug my husband. We're married. Is hugging illegal? Zhong Shun is momentarily speechless. Well, it's not illegal, but it's not good to let others see. Let go of me and sit properly. Han Jiao Jiao reluctantly releases Shen Junshan. According to her memory, Zhong Shun and Shen Junshan have a very good relationship. Whatever Shen Junshan says, Zhong Shun will definitely follow and even help him, always thinking of Shen Junshan. Compared to Shen Jinbao and his sister, Zhong Shun seems more like Shen Junshan's younger brother. Han Jiao Jiao only showed respect to Zhong Shun because of this. She obediently sat on Shen Junshan's left side and asked, Did you take them to the hotel this afternoon? Did you bring them to eat? Don't mention it. Zhong Shun drank 2 glasses of cold tea and complained, When we got to the hotel, I booked the best 2 rooms. The 3 of them insulted me from head to toe in front of others. When no one was paying attention, they even packed the bedsheets and falsely claimed that I didn't make the beds for them. That's public property. I almost took them to the police station.
Shen Yunshan frowned tightly.
Seeing Han Jiao Jiao giggling beside him, he sighed helplessly. Thanks for your effort. I'll go apologize to them later. There's no need for you to do that. I already handled it. But when I took them to the restaurant, that brat wanted to go buy cigarettes again. I couldn't stand the noise, so I let them go ahead. Han Jiao Jiao was curious. Shen Jinbao isn't even 18 yet. He can't smoke, and he needs money to exchange for cigarettes. Where did he get the tobacco rolls? Of course I gave him some. Otherwise, where would he get them? The more Zhong Shun thought about it, the angrier he became. It wasn't that he cared about the cigarettes, because neither he nor his father smoked. They only bought a few packs during the new year to entertain guests. But the attitude of those 3 people really made him uncomfortable. If they weren't related to his brother, he would have already beaten them up. After cursing, Zhong Shun saw Shen Junshan's face and realized he had said the wrong thing. When he wanted to explain, Shen Junshan waved his hand first. No need to say anything. I will go back to my hometown soon to handle things. You work hard and keep an eye on them for me. Hey brother, don't worry. I got this. Zhong Shun looked at Shen Junshan with a bright smile. In Han Jiao Jiao's eyes, his image was exactly like a silly dog or a golden retriever. The 3 of them sat for a while. Han Fong first came in with his backpack, and in less than 2 minutes, Jin Guizhi brought her 2 children inside. As soon as she entered, she threw herself onto the table and exclaimed, So many good dishes. You guys are living a pretty good life. Eating delicious food every day in the county town, forgetting about how we starved in the countryside. Shen Jinfeng directly started eating. He grabbed a turtle shell and skillfully bit into it, the soup with a sizzling sound, licking his lips without any shame. Shen Jinbao was even more exaggerated. At 16 or 17, with a look of I'm the boss, he held half a cigarette in his mouth, and his leg was trembling. Han Jiao Jiao is so spoiled. Even the most rebellious kids don't act this way. With such behavior, she still wants to go fishing in the city. What is she even thinking? Han Jiao Jiao feels a headache coming on. She keeps reminding herself that they are relatives of Shen Junshan, so she should give them some face. Before they even start eating, Jin Guizhi already tore half a fish belly and gave it to Shen Jinbao. Hurry up and eat, or it will get cold and taste bad. Oh, I'm not criticizing you. But why are you so stingy when hosting a meal? Look at this fish, small and not much meat. And that turtle over there in our village, they grow in muddy water ditches. Usually no one eats them. Zhong Shun rolls his eyes silently. Sea bass is very expensive now, costing several yuan each. No one would serve such a dish unless they are hosting important guests. Although he doesn't like Han Jiao Jiao, she does know how to behave and didn't embarrass his brother. On the other hand, these people are becoming more and more annoying to listen to. Shun Jinbao sits next to Zhong Shun, crossing his legs and blowing out 2 smoke rings. Shun Junshan's face immediately darkens, and his sharp gaze shoots over. Shun Jinbao shivers and quickly leans back, almost falling off his chair. He softly calls out to Jin Guizhi, Mom. Jin Guizhi is busy scooping small stir-fried meat. Her bowl already has rice in it. She covers the stir-fried meat and mixes it with the rice, happily eating. Han Jiao Jiao is stunned by her eating manner. Quietly, she scoops 2 pieces of meat for her brother, urging him to eat quickly. Otherwise, soon there might only be soup and rice left. Seeing Jin Guizhi focused on eating and ignoring him, Shun Jinbao is about to take a puff of his cigarette and pretend to be cool when Shun Junshan suddenly stands up and snuffs out his cigarette. Shun Jinbao feels scared when he sees him. His tough attitude instantly disappears, and he nervously takes out a cigarette from his pocket and hands it over. Shun Junshan throws the cigarette aside and says, "Eat your meal." Jin Guizhi sees this and immediately gets upset. "What's wrong with your brother smoking a couple of cigarettes? Why do you have to control everything? Do you have the right?" Shun Junshan replies, "Jiao Jiao and my brother don't like the smell of cigarettes." Although Jin Guizhi isn't very kind, she's very clever in her ways. She realizes he's talking about her son Han Feng, not her Jin Bao. Her face falls, and she quickly starts serving her children, criticizing them as she does so. All the Shin family cares about is blood relations. The closest kin are the most important. You have to clearly distinguish who's truly family. Sin Junshan served food to Han Jiao Jiao, then to Han, and finally handed a pair of chopsticks to Zhong Shun for tomato scrambled eggs. After everyone finished their turns, he started eating without paying much attention to the 3 of them. His actions showed he didn't care about them. Jin Guizhi responded to Shun Jinbao's anger by hiding behind her and shouting, "Third brother, your behavior is disgusting. We are family. What do you mean? Are you rejecting the Shin family?" Han Jiao Jiao was speechless. "Eat if there's food. Afterward, don't ask others for food. Brother and third brother are talking. Why are you interrupting?" Shun Jinfeng had her cheeks full, eating half a plate of sliced meat, before finally raising her head to cause trouble. Suddenly, Shun Junshan regretted agreeing to the meal. Sitting at the same table with them was a kind of torture. Chen Xiaoying pushed aside the curtain and showed her delicate face. I heard a familiar voice. "It's really you, Teacher Kong. Look, Han Feng is here too. This time, you are supervising his exam. If he does well, you must be happy, right?" Kong Qingyan walked over from behind Chen Xiaoying, and they entered the private room naturally. Han Jiao Jiao felt very annoyed inside. The private room was meant for privacy and to avoid disturbances. These 2 people entered without permission. Chen Xiaoying was naive. Doesn't Kong Qingyan realize that? So annoying. Seeing Han Jiao Jiao's disgusted expression, Shin Junshan felt a little happy. Kong Qingyan also noticed her expression and interpreted it as hostility toward Chen Xiaoying. After all, Chen Xiaoying was quite talented in the county town. Since she appeared with him, it was normal for Han Jiao Jiao to feel uncomfortable. This time, Feng did well on his exam. As a teacher, I am very pleased. Kong Qingyan approached Han Feng and reached out to pat his head. But Han Jiao Jiao suddenly hugged her brother, holding his head with her hand, silently blocking Kong Qingyan's hand. She said coldly, Feng is smart. The school's teachers teach well. Teacher Kong is from the high school department. Being assigned to supervise exams must be tiring. Her tone implied, Feng wasn't taught by you, so what are you proud of? Kong Qingyan awkwardly retracted his hand. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoying quickly said, Teacher Kong is popular not only in high school but also in elementary school. Many students want to study Chinese with him. Really? Han Jiao Jiao, the gentle lady, sighed. So Teacher Kong teaches Chinese. TSK Junshan, are there other Chinese teachers in high school? Chen Xiaoying was also embarrassed by Han Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, don't say nonsense. Teacher Kong is very good at teaching Chinese. Han Jiao Jiao pouted. Did I say he's a bad teacher? I just questioned his understanding. If he's a Chinese teacher, he shouldn't have trouble listening to good words. By the way, how come you two are eating out together? Are you on a date? Chen Xiaoying and Kong Qingyan both denied it. They looked at each other, and then awkwardly looked away. Chen Xiaoying didn't want Shin Junshan to misunderstand, so she quickly explained, My uncle asked me to help order boxed meals for the company. Teacher Kong is having a gathering with some teachers tomorrow, so he came to order the dishes first. We just met by chance. Suddenly, Shen Junshan stood up. Chen Xiaoying thought he was reacting to her words, but he suddenly took out 2 tissues and gently helped Han Jiao Jiao wipe away a small fish bone near her lips. There are many bones in fish back. Take your time eating. Don't choke yourself. Chen Xiaoying. She had never seen Shin Junshan be so gentle with anyone before, only Han Jiao Jiao. If it had been someone else, maybe she wouldn't feel so upset, but it was Han Jiao Jiao, a big fool. The more Chen Xiaoying thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and she subconsciously showed a look of dislike. Shin Jinfeng and Shin Jinbao, the brother and sister, both looked at Kong Qingyan and Chen Xiaoying. They both tugged at Jin Guizhi's sleeve at the same time. Jin Guizhi understood immediately and mischievously pulled Chen Xiaoying. Since you've met, just have a bite. She's a teacher, right? Sit together like a family. No need to be so polite. Jin Guizhi quickly moved aside the seat next to her, letting Chen Xiaoying sit next to Shin Jinbao. Chen Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, but didn't move. She wanted to sit beside Shin Junshan, but on his left was Han Jiao Jiao, and on his right was Zhong Shun, so there was no place to squeeze in. Instead, Kong Qingyan sat decisively next to Han Feng, and Shin Jinfeng sat happily on his right. Shin Jinfeng shyly flirted. Teacher Kong, you don't look like someone from the county. Where is your hometown? Capital city. Shin Jinfeng's spirit instantly lifted. She had just wanted to go to the capital, and now she had met Kong Qingyan. Isn't this fate? Shin Jinfeng started chatting endlessly, as if she wanted to herself and show herself completely to Kong Qingyan. On the other side, Chen Xiaoying sat down helplessly. Shin Jinbao was not idle either. He kept helping her with food and pouring water. Although a bit crude, he showed his best side to Chen Xiaoying. Han Jiao Jiao watched this and felt secretly sarcastic about how greedy the brother and sister were. Although she disliked Kong Qingyan and Chen Xiaoying, she thought that Jin Guizhi's children truly did not match them. Han Jiao Jiao decided to stay calm, finish her meal quickly, and leave. But as the saying goes, the more you want to leave, the more trouble comes to you. Jin Guizhi raised her voice sharply and said harshly, Some people are born kind and good-hearted. When they see us being chased out, they find a place for us to stay. Unlike certain people who marry into other families and always think about stirring up trouble, pulling good things into their own home. After she finished, she glared fiercely at Han Feng. Han Feng's spoon almost dropped in fear. Han Jiao Jiao glanced at Shin Junshan and saw the veins on his forehead twitching, his right hand clenched tightly around the teacup, looking about to lose his temper. She suddenly felt very happy. She held Shin Junshan's hand, smiled at him, then turned to Shin Jinfeng. Jinfeng, you must remember what your mother said. In the future, don't always think about moving your husband's things to your family, and don't always think about taking care of your family members. When you marry into another family, it's best to keep your distance from your own family. What are you talking about? Jin Guizhi slammed the table hard. Just as she was about to start scolding, Shin Junshan's cold stare made her sit down quietly in fear. Her daughter was destined for greatness, to bring her wealth and happiness. If she didn't take her family's money, how could she have a good life? Jin Guizhi squinted her eyes, wishing she could sew Han Jiao Jiao's mouth shut. Shun Jinfeng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she helped Kong Qingyun with food. Don't listen to Han Jiao's nonsense. She's just a fool and doesn't understand anything. Kong Qingyun saw her chopsticks touch his bowl. He said nothing, slowly setting down his chopsticks. Shun Jinfeng didn't understand his meaning and kept helping Kong Qingyun with food. This dish is really flavorful, much better than the local cooks. Brother Kong, you should try it. You can just call me Kong Qingyun. No, that's not right. You're Han Feng's teacher, and we're closer than just acquaintances. It's better to call you Brother Kong. Han Jiao muttered. If that's the case, Kong Qingyun's family connections are quite impressive. Kong Qingyun's face turned red quickly. He hurriedly changed the subject. Deputy Shun, I heard that the Hongshan Village project is already underway. If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Shen Junshan didn't hesitate at all and politely declined Kong Qingyun. When Kong Qingyun arrived, he was very energetic. The county mayor personally welcomed him and hosted a special dinner, giving him the best treatment. Besides his charming appearance, his family background and education also played a role. His father is an engineer, and Kong Qingyun grew up around engineering. He was drawn to the profession himself. He believed he was only one professional title away from being a typical engineer. He had suggested modifications to the project plans several times to the department. Not only Shen Junshan, but even Zhong Shun didn't like him. Zhong Shun said, Teacher Kong, there are specialists handling the planning. You should focus on teaching. Kong Qingyun replied, I'm also concerned about the county's projects. This is a big project, and I really hope it can be done well. Zhong Shun responded, there are specialists for that. We shouldn't compete for others' work. Everyone has their own job. Kong Qingyun nodded awkwardly. Earlier, he had tried to get involved in the planning department through his father's connections, hoping to participate in this project. After it finished, he could build a good reputation and secure a good position when he returned to work. But during the meeting, Shen Junshan suddenly rejected him. Unrelated personnel, please leave. Those words crushed his hopes. Kong Qingyun glanced at Han Jiao, secretly hoping she would stand by his side and say a few words for him. He wanted Shen Junshan to feel the same disappointment. But Han Jiao didn't even look at him. She was staring at Shen Junshan as if she was infatuated. Her voice was strong and commanding, naturally authoritative without anger, so charming. Shen Junshan was momentarily surprised. Why are you looking at me? As soon as he asked, he realized this question might embarrass Han Jiao. After all, Kong Qingyun was the man she was pursuing. When Shen Junshan had just spoken to block Kong Qingyun, she might be upset. Shen Junshan turned away, pretending nothing had happened, but Han Jiao suddenly leaned on his arm. She smiled and said, Hubby, do you usually speak like this during meetings? It sounds so nice. Your coworkers must really enjoy working with you. Jiao, stop joking. Shen Junshan blushed from the unexpected compliment. Who's joking? I just think you're very charming even when you refuse people. I've never been turned down by you, so I'm just curious to experience it. It's quite a unique feeling. Zhong Shun mumbled softly, I've never heard of anyone liking to be rejected. That's really masochistic. There are some things you'll understand only after you get married, right, hubby? Han Jiao kept calling him hubby on both sides, making everyone at the table look uncomfortable. Chen Xiaoying trembled as she clenched her chopsticks tightly. With too much force, she snapped a chopstick in half, and one piece flew into Kong Qingyun's bowl. Han Jiao burst out laughing. I've seen people pick food with chopsticks, but never seen anyone throw chopsticks. Kong Laosher, this is a gift from Xiaoying. Don't waste it. Kong Qingyun frowned. She was annoyed that she still had to waste the half-eaten chopstick. Did she really have to eat it? While Kong Qingyun and Chen Xiaoying felt extremely awkward, Shen Jinfeng quickly picked up her bowl, scooped out everything, and shot a stern look at Chen Xiaoying. Jin Guizhi was worried that things might get out of hand and ruin Chen Xiaoying's reputation, especially since Jin Bao was interested in her. She knew Shen Jinfeng was quick-tempered. If they started arguing, the meal would be ruined. Jin Guizhi hurriedly called out, Someone bring 2 pairs of chopsticks. What kind of restaurant is this? We paid so much, and you don't even give us good chopsticks. If you don't, I'll complain. Manager Zhou smiled and brought 2 pairs of chopsticks, along with a bottle of erguotu and some snacks for drinking. Manager Zhou looked at Han Jiao Jiao and said, "This is a gift. If you need anything, just call. I'm outside." Before Han Jiao Jiao could speak, Shen Jinbao's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine bottle. He bit the bottle cap open and gulped down about a third of it. "That's great. Here, let me pour some for you. This is good wine. Anyone who doesn't drink is a loser." Zhong Shun didn't like this kind of alcohol, and Kang Qingyan didn't drink either. Shen Junshan immediately covered his cup with his hand. "I'm not drinking." Shen Jinbao let out a burp. Feeling the alcohol, he didn't care about Shen Junshan or Han Jiao Jiao. He stood on a stool and scolded Han Jiao Jiao, saying, "You, a fool, married into our family. You should listen to my mother and do your duties as a wife. Look at how poor and silly you are, and you still dare to ask my brother for money. I want to get rid of you." Jean Guizhi felt very happy hearing this. She had hoped her son would help her vent her anger. Suddenly, Shen Junshan stood up and swung his chopsticks at Shen Jinbao's face, leaving 2 chopstick marks. He quickly walked over, grabbed Shen Jinbao's hair, and opened his mouth. "If you want to drink, drink more." Before anyone could react, Shen Junshan shoved a bottle of wine into Shen Jinbao's mouth. He struggled painfully, but as a young troublemaker, he was no match for Shen Junshan. After drinking half a bottle of strong liquor, Shen Jinbao begged, "Stop, I'm choking. Mom, help me." Jean Guizhi was so scared she froze. When she tried to run to her son, her foot stepped on something hard and she fell flat. Chen Xiaoying, sitting nearby, also got involved. Her dress was stained with dirt, and ash from the cigarette fell on her skirt. "Bring another bottle of wine." Manager Zhou looked at Shen Junshan and asked Han Jiao Jiao with his eyes. Seeing Han Jiao Jiao nod, he quickly went out and brought back a small bottle of strong liquor. "This wine is powerful, be careful." "It's fine. He likes to drink, so I let him have his fill." Shen Junshan opened Shen Jinbao's mouth wider and poured half a bottle into him. Everyone else didn't dare say a word. Even Zhong Shun was stunned. He had been with Shen Junshan for nearly 2 years and had never seen him angry or fighting with anyone before. This was the first time. After Shen Junshan finished the wine, Shen Jinbao was so exhausted he couldn't even sit properly. He slumped on the ground, swaying like a broken doll. Shen Junshan grabbed his neck and lifted him up, then shattered the wine bottle with a fierce smash. "I'm telling you one last time. Jiao Jiao is my wife. Anyone who speaks badly about her, I will kill them." His tone was cold and sharp, each word like a knife stabbing into their hearts. Seeing how fiercely he protected Han Jiao Jiao, Jean Guizhi suddenly looked like a wilted vegetable, neglecting her son and shrinking her shoulders as she moved aside. Chen Xiaoying was also frightened by his violence, and the others weren't much better. Only Han Jiao Jiao looked at Shen Junshan with both love and deep concern in her eyes. Feeling loved is really wonderful. Han Jiao Jiao softly snuggled into his arms. When Shen Junshan heard her voice, his anger instantly disappeared. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and his expression softened. Shen Junshan looked at Jean Guizhi and said, "Just stay for 2 days, then go back." Jean Guizhi was stunned at first. Now she finally realized that her son had almost been choked to death by Shen Junshan, but she was too tired to argue. She quickly ran over and hugged her son, nodding repeatedly. Han Jiao Jiao ran back to her seat and brought out the candies and sunflower seeds she had prepared earlier. She handed them to Shen Jinfeng and said, "Here, take these. I can't help with other things, but I can give you some candies and seeds. All of these. For me?" Shen Jinfeng shook them, which weighed about 7 or 8 jin, around 3.5 kilograms. That's quite a lot of sweets and seeds. She'd need a lot of tickets to buy them. Suddenly, she forgot about her brother's unfortunate experience of being forced to drink alcohol. A smile appeared on her face. She even gave 2 big white rabbit candies to Kang Qingyan. When he didn't accept, she pretended to give one to Chen Xiaoying instead, saying, "Everyone has one. Big brother Kong, please accept it." One candy is also a sign of Jin Feng's kindness. "Brother Kong, just take it." Kong Qingyun heard Chen Xiaoying say this and saw her accept the candy. After thinking for a moment, he decided it was fine and put the candies in his pocket. Chen Xiaoying smiled and said, "Jin Feng will be leaving in a few days. Since tomorrow is a day off, why don't we go boating together?" Kong Qingyun replied, "Boating? That sounds good. Since it's still pretty cool lately, I have tomorrow off too." "Jiao Jiao, what do you think?" Han Jiao Jiao pretended not to hear and turned to hold Shin Junshin's hand. She had already said she didn't want him to call her Jiao Jiao, but Kong Qingyun shamelessly kept doing it. Since he didn't understand human words, she saw no need to argue with someone who wasn't human. Chen Xiaoying saw her about to leave and hurried to block the door. "Jiao Jiao, it's rare for everyone to gather together. Whatever happened before is in the past. We should get along well in the future. If you don't show respect to Annie, aren't you disrespecting Uncle too?" Shen Jinfeng said, Yes. My dad also gave a bowl of rice to my third brother. Now that things are so serious, we're all willing to leave. Can't we go out for a boat ride just for fun?" Jiao Jiao knew that the uncle she mentioned was Jin Guizhi's husband. Shen Junshan and Jin Guizhi were separated, but the uncle from the countryside was indeed a blood relative. In a while, Shen Junshan would need to go back home, and meeting then would surely be awkward. Shen Junshan also saw her feelings and gently said, "You don't need to worry about those small matters. Let's just focus on having a good time together." Han Jiao Jiao's heart felt as sweet as being warmed inside melted chocolate. She responded with a smile, "It's okay. I also want to get some fresh air." Han Jiao Jiao leaned close to Shen Junshan and looked at Chen Xiaoying with a caring gaze. She didn't believe Chen Xiaoying would invite her out just for fun, nor that it was to matchmake Shen Jinfeng and Kong Qingyun. She was curious to see what Chen Xiaoying was up to this time. Han Jiao Jiao asked, "Let's go? It's rare to have so many people. Do you want to come too, husband?" "No, maybe not," Chen Xiaoying quickly replied, realizing she had spoken too hastily. She made an excuse. Junshan is usually busy with work. It's rare for him to have a break, so it's good for him to sleep a bit longer. Shen Junshan said, "Tomorrow, Zhong Shun and I will go out, and we won't be back until the afternoon." Chen Xiaoying said it's the weekend, and he still has to work overtime. Junshan works hard. "We'll eat out tomorrow, so you don't have to rush home to cook." "Eat out?" Shen Junshan felt a little disappointed. Recently, the thing he looked forward to most was finishing work and coming home to a meal cooked by Jiao Jiao. Even a cold dish would warm his heart and make him feel very comfortable. Hearing there wouldn't be any food at home, his mood immediately soured. However, Chen Xiaoying and everyone else mistakenly thought Shen Junshan was upset because of spending too much money. Chen Xiaoying felt relieved. It seemed Shen Junshan wasn't that fond of Han Jiao Jiao after all. When it came to money, even the most generous person couldn't resist the pests gnawing at the house. She smiled and said, "How about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? Shall we meet at Donghu Road bus station?" "Okay, 9 o'clock in the morning." When it was time to leave, no one said much. Han Jiao Jiao insisted on paying for the drinks and compensating the shopkeeper for the damaged items. The chef was behind, arranging the delivered dishes. When he came out, he bumped into Han Jiao Jiao face to face.
Surprised, Han Jia Jia exclaimed, "Kiangsi dongsi."
"What are you guys doing here?" Shin Junshan immediately moved closer from behind her, shyly holding her hand, and narrowed his eyes unhappily at Qiangzi. Heezy's eyesight is very sharp. Seeing Shun Junshan's expression, he immediately said, "Brother-in-law." "No, brother-in-law, Dongzi, come here and meet him. This is Jiao Jiao's husband. You should call him brother-in-law." "Hello, brother-in-law." When Shin Junshan heard their way of addressing him, his expression softened and became friendlier. Manager Zhou saw how they called him and thought there might be a good story. He quickly moved closer and said, "Heezy, are you all family? You've been sending us vegetables for 2 years, and I didn't know your family had such a capable girl." "Of course." My little sister is very talented. The two brothers, Heezy and his brother, looked proud, but when they saw Chen Xiaoying, Heezy's square face immediately drooped. Heezy asked, "Why is she here? Are you all eating together?"
Could it be?
Before he could finish saying divorce, Han Jiao Jiao gently pressed her foot against his, rubbing softly twice. "Are you free tomorrow?"
Yes.
"Yes, we're free. Dongzi and I are both off work. Nothing special." Dongzi quickly nodded, and he also understood Han Jiao Jiao's meaning. Naturally, Heezy could see it too. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "Actually, my husband's relatives from his hometown are returning in a few days. Tomorrow we're going boating and taking them around. Join us. More people make it more lively." Chen Xiaoying had her own worries inside. She didn't want to agree, but she couldn't refuse outright. Shin Jinfeng looked at their poor appearance and was unhappy. "Han Jiao Jiao, why do you make friends with everyone? Be careful not to affect third brother's reputation. As a cadre, I need to keep good relations with the people, especially young people. They are the future of our country, right?" Han Jiao Jiao raised the matter to the level of the people, so others couldn't say much. After all, even outsiders like Kong Qingyan could go, and Heezy and Dongzi at least called Shin Junshan brother-in-law. There was no reason to stop them. Older sister? Brother Junshan? Chunamin also came in through the door. Han Jiao Jiao muttered to herself, thinking that today was not a good day. She saw more ghosts than people outside. Maybe she should buy a good luck calendar to hang at home. Chen Xiaoying frowned and asked, "Why are you here? You haven't gone back for so long." "Uncle asked me to check if everything's okay." "Brother Junshan, good evening." Shun Junshan glanced at her, nodded slightly as a reply, and continued to hold Han Jiao Jiao's hand, acting like a little puppy behind her. Chunamin saw Han Jiao Jiao and felt angry. She frowned and hummed. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "We were just eating. Your sister suggested we go boating tomorrow. Do you want to come? Aiming has to work overtime tomorrow. She won't go." "I'm going. You didn't invite me to dinner and you didn't invite me to boat." "Are you really my sister?" Shun Junshan said, "Let's go together. There are exactly 8 people and 2 boats are perfect." Chunamin quickly nodded, thinking Shin Junshan was also going. She was very happy. After everyone agreed and left, Chen Xiaoying and others left first. Her face changed quickly, and she scolded harshly, "Are you crazy? Did you think I asked Han Jiao Jiao out just to go boating? Why did you get involved?" Chunamin already disliked Chen Xiaoying. Although they are sisters, all the good things have always gone to her. Every time she makes a mistake, Chunamin gets blamed. Outsiders always praise Chen Xiaoying and compare the two. Now, she wasn't invited to eat well or to go out, and Chunamin was upset. "You're the smart one. Am I just a fool? Enough already. You really are a fool. Don't talk back. If uncle and aunt find out, I won't talk to you. Who cares?" Chunamin cursed as she ran off. Chen Xiaoying's nose turned red. She took out a bottle of medicine from her pocket and clenched her fist angrily. She thought about Shin Jinbao's dirty, disgusting look and Han Jiao Jiao holding Shin Junshan's arm. She couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Tomorrow, she would make these people pay. Everyone left the meal feeling unhappy. When Han Jiao Jiao went home, Shin Junshan was gloomy. Han Fong also looked serious. Han Jiao Jiao took a candy from her pocket and gave it to him. "Your sister left this for you. It tastes like strawberry. Do you like it?" Han Fong took the candy, but still looked unhappy. "Sister, are you really going tomorrow? I think it's better if you don't go." "It's okay. I'll be back in the afternoon to cook. I made lunch in the morning and left it in the cupboard. You can heat it up and eat."
"I'm not worried about that.
"I just worry about you. Maybe I should go with you tomorrow. Be good. Stay at home and wait for me. Tomorrow night, we'll eat roasted chicken." Han Fong tightly held her sleeve. His kindness to Han Jiao Jiao before was because they were siblings by blood, and he felt responsible to take care of his sister. Now, he cares about Han Jiao Jiao simply because they are siblings. He doesn't want anything to happen to her. Han Jiao Jiao patted his head and, holding Shin Junshan's arm, suddenly heard a gurgling sound.
Huh?
Ah Fong, is your stomach growling? It's not me.
Not you?
Neither Han Fong nor she.
Could it be?
Han Jiao Jiao looked at Shin Junshan. He bit his lips shyly and scratched the back of his neck. It's me. Han Jiao Jiao hugged Shin Junshan and laughed happily. The handsome husband who has just now looked so cool is now even more shy than a little girl. He's so cute. Han Jiao Jiao quickened her steps. By the time she reached home, it was already 8 o'clock. She quickly grabbed 2 eggs, beat them, and cooked a simple noodle soup with some tomatoes. There were still a few vegetables left at home, so Han Jiao Jiao cooked the noodles, added a few leafy greens, a splash of soy sauce, and picked some small pieces of radish from the kimchi jar. Han Jiao Jiao made a big bowl for Shin Junshan and a small bowl for Han Fong. Today's meal, besides Jean Guizhi and her daughter, she ate the most. Maybe Han Fong didn't eat enough either. Shin Junshan lowered his head to slurp his noodles. Feeling her gaze, he lowered his head even more, eating quickly. He accidentally burned his tongue. Han Jiao Jiao hurriedly cupped his face and blew on it. Eat slowly. No one's fighting you for it. Jiao Jiao. What's wrong? Open your mouth wide. Let me see if your tongue has blisters. Shin Junshan reluctantly opened his mouth. His throat moved gently up and down, and his face started to turn red, gradually becoming pink. Han Jiao Jiao blew on his tongue a few more times. Good thing you didn't get a blister. I didn't expect my husband to have a cat's tongue. Shin Junshan shyly stuffed 3 pieces of pickled radish into his mouth. When he chewed, he realized he took too much and grimaced at the sour taste. His look made Han Jiao Jiao laugh out loud. She leaned on Shin Junshan's shoulder and kissed his face. Husband, you really look like a roasted sweet potato in winter. He touched his head. Does he really look like a sweet potato? Han Jiao Jiao smiled and whispered in his ear, You're just like a winter sweet potato, warm and sweet. Taking a bite not only fills your stomach, but also warms your heart. Cough, cough, cough. Oh no, you choked again. I'll go get you some water. Han Jiao Jiao stood up and ran into the kitchen. Han Fong quietly said, Brother-in-law, your head is turned pink. Shin Junshan. The next morning, Han Jiao Jiao steamed buns for the men at home. She made extra for Shin Junshan and took some to eat with Zhongshan. Then she made a few rice balls, packed some in a lunchbox for today's lunch, and also stir-fried a small dish for Han Fong to keep in the cabinet. To make it easier to leave, Han Jiao Jiao wore a pair of loose carrot pants today. She used to look down on this fabric, but now it's very popular and stylish. People would say she looked fashionable when she wore it. She put on a tank top inside, then a white shirt from Shin Junshan over it, tucking it into her pants. The small cloth bag she made for Nyo Nyo and a Fong came in handy. The lunchbox fit perfectly inside. Han Jiao Jiao grabbed a thermos bottle, put in some brewed brown rice tea, and packed a strong cup of tea in her bag. She fixed her hair into a ponytail, brushed her bangs, checked the time, and then reminded her brother. Be good at home alone.
Try not to go out.
If you need anything, ask Sister Yunxia.
Got it.
You've said it 3 times already. Han Fong was eating his bun, watching Han Jiao Jiao closely. Although his sister still seemed a bit silly and often did things that made brother-in-law blush, she was really pretty, more and more beautiful. Han Fong smiled and said, Sister, I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. Okay, I'll make roast chicken when I return. Han Jiao Jiao happily left the house. Zheng Zi and Dong Zi came to pick her up. The group took a boat for 2 hours, and it was almost noon. Following Chen Xiaoying's suggestion, they went to a small shop's nearby open space. They laid down a tablecloth on the ground and used a canopy to block the sun. Everyone brought their own food. After Han Jiao Jiao went to the bathroom, she returned and saw only Chen Xiaoying and Chen A Min on the ground. She asked in surprise, Where are they? Chen Xiaoying said, Jean Feng thought the food was dry, so she asked teacher Lockheng to buy more. The others saw people flying kites and went to watch. Chen A Min looked at her sister strangely. It was she who said she found kite flying interesting and encouraged some boys to go see. Why did it turn into them wanting to go on their own? She was surprised inside, but didn't say anything. When Han Jiao Jiao picked up the water jug to drink, she suddenly frowned, took a bite of her rice ball, and chewed. Chen Xiaoying stared at her water cup. Seeing that Han Jiao Jiao hadn't drunk for a while, she was very scared and tightly clutched her skirt. Han Jiao Jiao also noticed her strange expression. She deliberately picked up the water jug, was about to drink, then put it down again, looked around, and occasionally tried to tease Chen Amin. Han Jiao Jiao handed her the water jug. Here. I see you've been looking at my water jug. You must be thirsty and want a drink. I'll let you have some. I just brewed barley tea this morning. Chen Xiaoying awkwardly refused. No need, I'm not thirsty. Not thirsty? Then why are you staring at me? Oh, I get it. You know this is something used by Junshan, so you're staring because of that, right? Chen Xiaoying, you're so shameless. Chen Amin pouted and glared at her sister in complaint. She knew it all along. Chen Xiaoying hurriedly explained, I was just curious about what's inside. Turns out it's barley tea. Yes, just regular barley tea. Han Jiao Jiao saw Chen Xiaoying trembling and almost laughed out loud. In the city where she used to live, during each season, the shrub flowers on the streets would bloom, and the smell was really hard to describe. When she first entered university, one of her projects was to make medicine from shrub flowers to help some couples live normally. Because it contained a substance that helped with their relationship, in ancient times it was even used as a kind of medicine. This morning, she brewed barley tea, which should have a strong barley aroma, but when she opened it earlier, there was a strong scent of shrub flowers. It was definitely added when Chen Xiaoying took the opportunity to sneak something in while rushing over. Han Jiao Jiao guessed it was probably some pills. Usually, the medicine had a faint smell, but once dissolved in water, the flavor would be very strong. She made a drinking motion, swallowing several times. Seeing her drink, Chen Xiaoying quickly said, The bathroom is at the end of a small path, on the left side of the house. I've already arranged with someone. Xiaoying, you're amazing today. You actually knew I wanted to go to the bathroom. If I didn't want to go, you would have just been talking for nothing. Hee, I think everyone has played all morning, eaten and drunk, and soon they'll need to use the bathroom. It's better to prepare early. You're really thoughtful today. Do you want to go together? Chen Xiaoying looked at her outstretched hand and quickly avoided it, saying no need. You can go by yourself. All right, I'm going then. Han Jiao Jiao hummed a little tune and skipped toward the alley. Chen Xiaoying kept watching her leave with a sneaky look, waiting for her to become worn out so she could see if Shin Junshan still wanted her. Han Jiao Jiao, don't blame me. It's you who forced me. Big sister, what are you mumbling about? It's nothing. You can eat by yourself. I'm going to buy some soda. As soon as Chen Xiaoying left, Chen Amin picked up Han Jiao Jiao's water bottle. This was used by Brother Junshan. Han Jiao Jiao entered the alley and soon saw the small house she mentioned. It was a tiny hut made of wood and metal sheets, with large gaps between the wood. She peeked through the door and saw someone pacing back and forth inside. When the person turned around, her cheeks were flushed, and she kept tugging at her collar, clearly also drugged by Chen Xiaoying. Shin Jinbao was panting heavily, constantly fiddling with her clothes. Han Jiao Jiao quietly opened the door and sneaked around to hide behind the small house. Chen Xiaoying, to be absolutely sure, followed her closely, but Han Jiao Jiao had already noticed. Chen Xiaoying's small leather shoes made tapping sounds as she walked. There were few people in the county who wore small leather shoes. Jiao Jiao, are you inside? Chen Xiaoying leaned in to look, and when she saw the door open, she grinned happily. Just as she was about to peek inside, a hand reached out from behind and pushed the door open forcefully, shoving her inside. She quickly closed the door and hung a hook. Chen Xiaoying was stunned.
Han Yia.
Are you outside? Let me out. You're going to get me into trouble, Han Jiao Jiao. Han Jiao Jiao sneered. Didn't you say this was a bathroom? How can using the bathroom hurt you? Finish quickly and come out. I'll wait for you outside.
Han Yia. Han Yia.
You crazy girl, let me out. When I get out, I will definitely deal with you. Chen Xiaoying was frantically knocking on the door, crying from fear. Han Jiao found it funny. You're about to hurt me. Why would I still want to let you out? Han Jiao, you're so mean to me. Aren't you afraid that the heavens won't forgive you? Well, I want to ask you the same, Chen Xiaoying. Do you believe that evil will be punished and that justice will be served? Han Jiao went to the door, pressed her face against the wood, and looked into making eye contact with Chen Xiaoying. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoying was scared and started crying loudly. Her cry alarmed the man behind her. Shen Jinbao, like a hungry wolf, immediately pounced. Han Jiao watched coldly as she was knocked to the ground and then dragged away by Shen Jinbao, letting out a wolf-like howl. Slowly, Han Jiao unlocked the door latch. The door is open for you. If you want to come out, try your own. Keep going, Miss County Flower. Han Jiao, don't go. Don't go. But Han Jiao still left. If she didn't leave, would she stay to watch their private scene? Harming others ultimately harms oneself. She wanted Chen Xiaoying to understand this. She hummed a little tune as she ran out, went to eat with everyone, and noticed Chen Amin hadn't come out either. Kang Qingyun looked a bit worried. The Chin sisters are gone. Should we send someone to look for them? Qiangzi also said, Shen Jinbao hasn't been seen either. Are they together? Everyone looked at Han Jiao. She shrugged. I don't know. I wanted to go to the bathroom earlier. Xiaoying pointed out a place, but I saw someone inside and didn't go. When I came back, I saw you all. I really don't know what they're doing. We're almost done eating, but still no sign of them. Qiangzi complained a bit. By around 3 p.m., everyone felt it was enough time and decided to leave. Han Jiao had just bought some snacks and was heading home when she bumped into Shen Junshan at the gate. Shen Junshan's lips curled slightly as he took the snacks from her. You're back. Spring scenery is beautiful, but nothing beats seeing my husband. Han Jiao linked her arm with his and held his hand. Husband, your hands are big and long. I like them so much. Shen Junshan walked into the yard, his cheeks visibly red. It seemed like he was holding not just her hand, but a treasure. Soft, gentle, and warm, his heart felt warm too. Shen Junshan quickly led her inside, not wanting others to see how embarrassed he was with his red face. Han Jiao followed behind him, laughing loudly. The people inside the building were surprised, feeling like she wasn't foolish anymore, but sometimes she acted very silly again, which was confusing. While cooking, Han Jiao told them about what happened today, but she skipped over the part about Chen Xiaoying giving her medicine. When Han Jiao brought out the roast chicken, she complained, I really don't know what those three are doing. They didn't show up at all, and we ended up bored to death. Shen Junshan said, just go once, and don't get involved next time. He easily took 2 chicken legs, one for Han Fong, and the other for Han Jiao. As the 3 of them ate, it was getting dark. Suddenly, they heard Shin Jinfeng outside, pounding on the door loudly. Third brother, something's wrong. Open the door quickly. Chen Amin is going to hurt my brother. Shen Junshan's brow furrowed. He immediately opened the door. Shen Jinfeng was crying so hard she couldn't speak clearly, pulling at Shen Junshan and saying, Third brother, save my brother. He didn't mean to get dirty with Chen Amin, it was an accident. Please help him. Both Shen Junshan and Han Jiao were stunned. Shen Junshan was shocked. His first thought was to beat Shen Jinbao to death. But Han Jiao was confused. Wasn't it Chen Xiaoying? How did it become Chen Amin? Feeling puzzled, she decided to stay with Han Fong and follow Shen Jinfeng to an old, broken house in the city. As they approached, they heard a woman shouting angrily. Bah! What kind of man can't be found in our family? You like this useless trash? Look in the mirror. A country bumpkin trying to eat toad meat? Shameless. Shen Junshan stopped, gripping Han Jiao's hand tightly, worriedly looking at her. Han Jiao knew he was worried she might get involved. After all, neither Chen Amin nor Jin Guizhi liked her. She squeezed his hand to show she was okay. Only then did Shen Junshan slowly step into the small courtyard. As soon as they entered, they heard Jin Guizhi shouting, It was your girl who seduced my son. My son is going to be an important official someday, and she's just after him. Old woman, shut up. It's obvious your son drugged my amine. Nonsense. Did my son find that medicine in his pants? No way. When Han Jiao Jiao entered, she saw Jin Guizhi arguing loudly with a middle-aged woman. Chen A-min was crying uncontrollably nearby, being pulled by Chen Shaoing. Kong Qingyun and Dong Zi stood in front of Shen Jinbao. Shen Jinbao looked timid, trembling in the corner. The woman arguing with Jin Guizhi was Lu Huifeng, Chen A-min's aunt. Lu Huifeng saw Shen Junshan arrive and immediately directed her anger at him. She rushed forward to grab him, but Han Jiao Jiao stepped in first and pushed her hand away. Lu Huifeng paused, speechless, her anger stuck in her throat. Han Jiao Jiao said, "My husband only came when he heard there was trouble. Let's talk about the issue. No need for fighting or pulling."
You? It's you.
Maya Min said she became strange after drinking your water. The boys also said you went into the alley. Explain clearly what's going on. Lu Huifeng grabbed Han Jiao Jiao's wrist suddenly and cried out in pain. Shen Junshan held her wrist tightly, his strength almost making Lu Huifeng kneel. Han Jiao Jiao shook her hand free and pretended to be innocent. "Amin drank my water? I meant she went to the bathroom, and my barley tea was gone when she came back. Why did you drink my tea?" Chen Amin was crying so hard she was a mess. She was convinced Han Jiao Jiao was colluding with Shen Jinbao to harm her. She refused to answer and kept cursing, calling her repeatedly. Han Jiao Jiao felt helpless. Not only was this fool slow-witted, but she also had a bad temper. She had been wronged and ruined, yet she didn't even know who was behind it. Han Jiao Jiao looked at Chen Shaoing with a half-smile. Chen Shaoing immediately turned and hugged her sister. "Amin, stay calm. Maybe this isn't Jiao Jiao's fault. It's her. It must be her. I got into trouble after drinking your tea. Who else could it be but you?" Han Jiao Jiao coldly replied, "Would I drug my own tea? Or did I somehow know you'd drink it beforehand? I don't dislike you, but I wouldn't share my tea with you. If you hadn't acted so recklessly, this wouldn't have happened." Chen Amin kept arguing, but Lu Huifeng felt that Han Jiao Jiao's words had deeper meaning and made sense. After learning what happened, she was furious and came to cause trouble, but she hadn't fully understood the situation yet. Lu Huifeng shouted, "You say you drank it yourself, no one gave it to you?" Chen Amin nodded, crying, "Yes, I brought it to drink. I was thirsty. Listen, she moved my bottle herself. I haven't even taken a sip." After Han Jiao Jiao finished speaking, Dongzi gasped in shock. So, if Chen Amin didn't drink, then Jiao Jiao did. She said she became confused after drinking water. Was someone trying to drug Jiao Jiao?
I don't know about that.
Shaoing, do you have any thoughts? Chen Shaoing was suddenly called out, and she was so scared her body trembled. She instinctively reached into her pocket with her right hand. Today, she had secretly given Shen Jinbao some medicine when they were alone, planning to trick him into the small cabin she had prepared when he started to act strange. Then she planned to give Han Jiao Jiao some medicine and lure her over. While they were distracted, she wanted to draw everyone's attention to a private scene. That was the original plan, but who knew? Chen Shaoing suppressed her anger, clenched her teeth tightly, and firmly held Chen Amin's shoulder, trying to hide her hatred. Chen Amin felt pain, and Chen Shaoing immediately said, "I don't have any opinion. I was so scared I was stunned. But the tea was yours, that's for sure." "Yes, that's right. So I wouldn't drug my own teacup and harm myself. That logic makes sense, right?" Chen Amin seemed to realize something and stared blankly at Han Jiao Jiao. Han Jiao Jiao continued analyzing. "Also, I don't get along with Chen Amin. We never share food. She secretly used my teacup. I think she heard me say that the teapot was from Junshan, and she took the chance to use it when I wasn't looking." Chen Shaoing originally thought her sister wouldn't admit such a shameful thing. But unexpectedly, she nodded immediately. Chen Shaoing was furious. Was she so clueless? Was she being manipulated by others?
Han Jiao Jiao said, "So, this isn't about Amin.
It's about me.
Someone wants to drug Jinbao. And also me."
What are they trying to do? Xiaoying, you're smart.
Help me think.
Dongzi immediately said, it must be someone who hates you. Otherwise, why use such cruel tricks? Ruining someone's reputation is even scarier than killing. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Xiaoying. Shin Junshin's cold gaze locked onto her. He wasn't stupid. After hearing Han Jiao's analysis, he immediately guessed who could have done this. He clenched his fists, joints cracking loudly, as if wanting to crush something. Lu Huifan also seemed to realize something. She quickly interrupted. Even if Amin's matter isn't related to you, it must be connected to Shin Jinbao, right? He bullied my Amin. Is that all there is to it? After hearing this, Qin Amin's previously calm emotions broke loose again, and she started crying loudly, like a flood. Shin Junshan went over and grabbed Shin Jinbao's arm. Without saying a word, he unfastened it. Just as Shin Jinbao was about to shout, Shin Junshan picked up a shoe and stuffed it into his mouth. Jin Guizhi was terrified. She rushed forward, crying loudly, my son. Shin Junshan, you heartless man. You're so selfish, pushing your way out. I will go back and tell the ancestors about you. I will tell them. Shin Junshan coldly replied, allowing your son to do wrong. Even minors should face punishment. If you want to report it, go ahead. Hearing about jail, Jin Guizhi was so frightened she didn't dare say another word. If her child went to jail, the clan leader and her husband would definitely beat her to death. Jin Guizhi secretly glanced at Qin Amin. She wasn't as pretty as Qin Xiaoying, but she looked good enough. If things worked out, it wouldn't be bad. At least she worked at a textile factory. Jin Guizhi chuckled foolishly. Actually, since everything has happened, there's no need to argue about who is right or wrong. Why don't we let the kids know? I don't want to marry someone like that, even if I die. Auntie, please help me. Lu Huifan glared fiercely at Jin Guizhi. You old, shameless woman. My Amin went to high school for a year. And what about your son? How dare he speak like that? I tell you, if you don't give 500 yuan, this won't end. Qin Amin stared blankly at her aunt. She wanted fairness, a clear explanation, and punishment for Shin Jinbao, the villain. It wasn't about money. Her heart felt like it was breaking. Annie, what are you saying? I don't want 500 yuan. Stop talking nonsense. You're like this, and you can't marry him anyway. If I don't want money, does that mean he should marry you? Enough of the nonsense. Shin Jin, give her the money. I need to take Amin to the hospital for a checkup. If there's a problem, I'll come back. Lu Huifan directed her words at Jin Guizhi, but her tone was meant for Shin Junshan. Gold Osmanthus is just an old village woman. No matter how much the family digs, they can't find that much money. In the end, only Shin Junshan took it. Han Jiao really couldn't stand it anymore. Amin, after he bullied you, did you go home to take a shower and change clothes? What do you mean? I was bullied, and I still had time to take a shower? As soon as I went home, I brought my aunt along. Is that so? Then why are you so clean and tidy? You only have a little dust on you. Meanwhile, Xiaoying's clothes are torn and people might think she was bullied. Qin Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Everyone looked at Qin Xiaoying. Kang Qingyun also felt suspicious, but it wasn't his business, and he didn't want to get involved in such trouble. Dongzi had no worries. He thought Jia was so capable that her words must be right. Dongzi immediately agreed. Yes, Amin has dust and mud on her. Xiaoying, why do you look like you've been scratched and torn? Did something happen? I don't know. I saw Amin fall to the ground, and Shin Jinbao was also lying beside her. I struggled hard to pull her out. The injuries on my body should have been from that time. Is that so? I see Amin doesn't have many wounds, but you look like you've been beaten from head to toe. Are you okay? Do you need to see a doctor? I said I don't need to, so I don't. Are you annoying? Are you here to solve problems or cause trouble? If you don't want to help, just go. Qin Xiaoying shouted at her loudly, instinctively biting her lower lip, and immediately shivered from the pain. The wound that had scabbed over in the afternoon was accidentally bitten open, and blood immediately flowed out. Han Jiao sighed softly, secretly admiring Qin Xiaoying. After all, it was the first time she saw a woman who lied and harmed others, especially her own sister. Han Jiao sneered. If you have doubts, others are not allowed to ask? Your sister fainted at the time. Shen Jinbao also fainted. Only you are the one involved. On what grounds do you say Jinbao harmed Amin? I saw it myself.
See it?
Can you describe what happened at that time? Jun Shan used to serve in the military, and he can analyze behavior patterns. Chen Xiaoying hesitated and couldn't speak. When she escaped from Shen Jinbao, she had already been assaulted, but she couldn't let others find out. Just then, Amin, feeling feverish, staggered and looking for the bathroom. She had no choice but to knock Amin out and have her sister take her place. After all, Chen Amin was just a factory worker, and she was never as good as herself. Instead of ruining Amin's future, she decided to let Amin take her place. Once she becomes successful, she promised to make it up to her sister. Chen Xiaoying believed she was doing the right thing. It wasn't for herself, but for the Qin family. Her only mistake was underestimating others and being deceived by a schemer. Suppressing her anger, Chen Xiaoying said, I only saw them fall to the ground. I didn't see anything else. You didn't see Jinbao bullying Amin? Then tell me about your own injuries. You probably don't even know how your clothes got torn, right? Han Jiao, what do you mean? Are you doubting me now? Yes, is there a problem? Chen Xiaoying grabbed a porcelain cup nearby and swung it at Han Jiao's forehead. Shen Junshan immediately held his wife by the waist, pulling her back into his arms, and knocked the cup away. Shen Junshan's face darkened, his cold eyes flashing a terrifying murderous look. If Chen Xiaoying were a man, he would have already punched her in the face. Chen Xiaoying also sensed the dangerous hostility. Tears welled up instantly, and she looked pitiful. Our family has gone through something like this, and Han Jiao hasn't even said a word of comfort. Now she's trying to throw dirt on me. You're not managing her, but you're angry at me. Junshan, you can't treat me like this. Shen Junshan frowned and held Han Jiao even tighter, afraid that if he was careless, someone might take advantage of her. He coldly said, Why not? I'm not trying to cover for Shen Jinbao. If someone does wrong, they should pay the price. It shouldn't be settled privately, but dealt with openly. I won't say another word, but we need to understand what happened. No matter how we handle it, there must be evidence. Jiao's doubts are also my doubts. Why can't she ask? Han Jiao gently hugged Shen Junshan's waist and rested her face against his chest. Being unconditionally trusted felt better than being pampered. It warmed her body and soul. Chen Xiaoying tremblingly grabbed Amin's shoulders. At this moment, even Amin found it strange. She said, I remember feeling very hot after drinking water. I couldn't control it, so I thought there must be a faucet in the bathroom. My sister said it was in the last house on the left in the alley. I went there, and then you don't remember what happened afterward? Han Jiao asked. Yes, I don't remember. Chen Amin seemed to sense something, but didn't want to believe it. She couldn't believe it was her own sister. They were the closest in the county town. How could it be?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Sis, it can't be, right? Chen Xiaoying felt nervous under her stare and angrily slapped Chen Amin, shouting, I'm your sister. Do you believe her or me? Lu Huifan wasn't stupid. Seeing Chen Xiaoying's reaction, she had some guesses in her mind. She didn't want to get involved in the sisters' issues. Anyway, one of them was guilty, and their family had no face left. They couldn't even afford to lose money. If it came to court, at most that troublemaker would be caught. He was under 18, so he couldn't be charged with a serious crime like hooliganism, and he wouldn't be sentenced to death. Besides, Shen Jinbao was dead, which wasn't good for their family either. Lu Huifan quickly said, I think we should settle this privately. 500 yuan and it's over. Han Jiao pushed her hand away. The person who did this is Shen Jinbao, not my husband. Why are you sticking your hand in our business? He still needs to pay me back. That's a joke. If he can't pay, he can come to us. He's my big brother after all. Han Jiao coldly replied. Moreover, Amin said she felt hot all over after drinking water and didn't know what she did. How do you know Shen Jinbao didn't have similar symptoms? Shen Jinbao suddenly looked up, thought for a moment, and then looked at Chen Xiaoying with a disgusted expression. Shen Junshan had already figured it out, guessing about 80%. He felt disgusted and hated Chen Xiaoying. On one side was Shen's relative, and on the other was his beloved Jiao Jiao. Chen Xiaoying had betrayed both. Shen Junshan coldly spat out 2 words. Chen Xiaoying felt as if those words hit her like a hammer in her chest. In her eyes, Shen Junshan looked scarier than the Grim Reaper. Shen Junshan said coldly, "Give me 100 yuan. Take Chen Amin for a checkup. If nothing's wrong, this 100 is her testing fee. If something's wrong, I might give another 100. And if you want more, you can go and ask for it slowly." Lu Huifun and Jin Guizhi were about to speak, but Han Jiao immediately interrupted them. Junshan is related to them by family. If you want to cause trouble, there's nowhere to do it. If you want to make a big fuss, I will go to your house and see who ends up embarrassed. Don't forget, your husband is a team leader at the auto repair shop and your son is still in school. Don't ruin their lives. Lu Huifan thought about how her husband had recently faced some trouble at work and immediately fell silent, afraid to speak. Kang Qingyun looked at Han Jiao with admiration, feeling she was shining brightly. So beautiful. Han Jiao didn't notice him, but Shen Junshan felt it. He glared fiercely at Kang Qingyun, took a few steps forward, and turned sideways to block Kang Qingyun's view with his back. Han Jiao didn't realize it. She was still thinking about Chen Amin. Directly exposing Chen Xiaoying's scheme would seem mean and meddlesome, so it was better for the person involved to see it clearly herself. Han Jiao, Amin, no matter what, you must go to the hospital. It's for your own good. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoying rushed out and pushed Han Jiao aside. She is my sister. I can't let her go to the hospital. Amin, listen to your sister. If you go to the hospital, your reputation will be ruined forever. Everyone will know what happened to you, and it will affect how you live in the future. Chen Amin was so scared she burst into tears. Thinking about being gossiped about in the future, she couldn't hold back anymore. Dongzi was confused. Are you really her biological sister? My brother keeps telling me to go to the hospital for checkups. Your sister has such a big problem, and you won't let her go? What if she's pregnant? Are you going to let them get married? Chen Amin was stunned. Compared to going to the hospital for tests, marrying Shen Jinbao was even more terrifying. She would rather die than do that. I don't want to be pregnant. I don't. Sister, I don't want to be pregnant. Take me to the hospital. Take me now.
Calm down, Amin.
Stay calm. Han Jiao said. Since it's like this, why don't Chen Xiaoying also get checked? With such injuries, she needs disinfection and bandaging. You're a nurse, you should know how important this is. And you also understand Amin's situation. She must go to the hospital immediately, right? Dongzi, your family has been doctors for 5 generations. Your grandfather and father are both doctors. You mentioned knowing a clinic nearby, right? If Amin doesn't want to go to the hospital, she can just go there for a simple checkup. Dongzi's mind was racing quickly, and he immediately understood Han Jiao's meaning. Yes. Many people are going there for treatment. Everyone says it's good, and they are very discreet, so it won't be shared outside. Chen Xiaoying kept signaling to Lu Huifan, hoping her aunt-in-law would refuse.
Han Jiao sacrel-li pinxa Shen Junshan's baxida.
Shen Junshan took a breath. If many people get involved at once, it could be hard to handle if something goes wrong. Your husband's reputation and Qin Mu's middle school placement might be affected. In today's time, background and reputation are very important. Jin Guizhi didn't want her son to be labeled as a troublemaker, and Lu Huifan also didn't want her family to be embarrassed by such issues. She especially didn't want the 2 people staying over to bring trouble to her family. Lu Huifan clenched her teeth. Fine. Let's go for the checkup. If something happens, the 300 yuan per person can't be missed, and you also have to cover Chen Amin's medical expenses. What if nothing happens? Han Jiao asked. If nothing happens, then forget it. What else do you want? Lu Huifan replied. Han Jiao smiled. If nothing happens, we will only charge for the treatment, and you must promise not to cause trouble in the future. It's not fair if Shin Jinbao did nothing, was misunderstood, paid money, and still ends up in trouble. Lu Huifan thought it over and decided she wouldn't lose out, so she nodded in agreement. Chen Xiaoying suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell. Luckily, she held onto Chen Amin's shoulder to keep from falling. Han Jiao Jiao said, "Dongzi, can we get a cart and bikes?"
We all came by bike.
There are 4 outside, Dongzi replied. One of you ride a bike, and my husband will take me. Han Jiao Jiao linked arms with Shin Junshan and smiled sweetly at him. Maybe her smile was too charming, because Kong Qingyun kept his eyes fixed on her. He used to think she was both silly and ugly. He couldn't understand why. A few people rode ahead on bikes, while Chen Amin wrapped her head tightly in a large towel. They were in a red brick house in the south, with a stone staircase leading up to the 2nd floor. Dongzi told them to wait and secretly gave Han Jiao Jiao a signal. Han Jiao Jiao covered her stomach. The cold wind blew in, and my tummy hurts. Are you okay? Should I take you to find a bathroom? Shun Junshan asked. It's fine, it's fine. I saw a public toilet behind when I came. I'll go and come back, she replied. Han Jiao Jiao went around to the back, entered a door, and climbed the stairs. As soon as she reached the top, Dongzi waved to her. Big sister, you're so clever, knowing I was hinting that there's an entrance over here. Old building, the stairs are connected at both ends. Stop talking nonsense. Do you have clothes? Don't worry, I have everything. A couple of days ago, I washed a set of white coats. Dad and Grandpa always say that to do a good job, you must prepare carefully and not be lazy. Dongzi happily helped her put on the white coat. Han Jiao Jiao put on a mask and told him to go downstairs. After they left, she took out a hat and a frame with glasses to cover her face, just in case. She also took a small recording device and said a few words, then placed everything aside and set it up. Chen Amin was brought in. Han Jiao Jiao had already laid out a disposable sheet. Take off your pants and lie down. Do I really have to take them off? How can I see without taking them off?
Han Jia smiled.
Usually she was bossy, but now she was just being gentle. She said, "Don't worry, it's just a check. Dongzi asked me to be gentle, so I won't hurt you." Thinking of Dongzi's silly smile, Chen Amin felt a little less scared. She hesitated, then slowly took off her pants and lay on the bed. Han Jiao Jiao turned on the bright light and checked. Although she wasn't a gynecologist, she knew some basics, especially about the human body. She could draw a clear picture with her eyes closed. After seeing its appearance, Han Jiao Jiao was sure. She gently moved things aside to look further. All done. You can get up now. Nothing's wrong.
Huh?
What did you say? Han Jiao Jiao lowered her voice. I said you're fine. Usually, if there's been premarital activity, its shape changes. There's usually some friction or redness. If someone was forced, the marks would be more obvious. But you have no marks and the membrane is still intact, exactly as before. Chen Amin looked confused. Since she was unharmed, why did her sister insist she had been with Shin Jinbao? Are you sure I'm okay? If you want, you can go to a big hospital for a check. If any doctor says you're hurt, come to me. I'll pay and take you to the city hospital for a certificate. Oh, and do you need to check something else? Bring it here.
Han Jia squinted.
She didn't want to check Chen Xiaoying, but she really wanted to see her cruel and jealous sister break down. Chen Amin covered her mouth and shouted downstairs, Chen Xiaoying.
Come up. Come up here.
Chen Xiaoying looked pale and froze below without saying a word. Chen Amin cried out, Are you afraid to come up because you're guilty? I haven't done anything. Why do you say I was with that person?
You almost ruined me.
Everyone could tell what was in their hearts when they heard this. Lu Huifan looked a bit disappointed. Is everything okay? Yes, everything is fine. I have nothing to worry about. I am innocent. Chen Xiaoying closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then suddenly looked gentle and caring. Are you really okay? The doctor confirmed it? That's great. I was so worried. Chen Amin was so scared she froze. She already understood the truth, and everyone else probably did too. In this situation, Chen Xiaoying could still act so calm and caring without blushing or feeling guilty. For the first time, she felt this way about her own sister. Chen Xiaoying forced a stiff smile. I'm so glad you're okay. When I saw Shen Jinbao leaning on you, I thought you were in trouble. It's good that you're fine. Chen Amin looked blank. Sister, when you woke me up and told me I was insulted, I really lost it. Were you just thinking that? Of course. In that situation, anyone would think something bad happened. You're my sister and I care about you, so I panicked. Chen Amin silently stood on the stairs, watching her. The atmosphere in the small red brick house felt very strange. Jean Guizhi saw that Chen Amin was fine and didn't care about anything else. As long as she wasn't losing money, that was enough. She quickly sighed in relief. I knew Jinbao wouldn't do something like that. You guys just look down on us rural folks. Seeing the money flying away, Lu Huifan was angry. She scolded Jean Guizhi with disdain. Are we all from the countryside? We look down on you because you're no good. Shen Jinbao didn't hurt my daughter either, and he leaned on her too. He's no good either. Jean Guizhi wanted to reply and curse back, but Shen Jinbao suddenly grabbed her hand. Shen Junshan looked coldly at Chen Xiaoying. Aren't you going to check? Your sister just told you to go upstairs for a check. Chen Xiaoying almost lost her balance. Luckily, her heels hit the wall, and she barely managed to stand. She tried to change the subject, but Shen Junshan brought up old issues again. Was he trying to push her to her limit? Tears in her eyes, Chen Xiaoying said, Brother Junshan, when you were sick, I was the one taking care of you. I wasn't feeling well myself, but I tried everything I could to contact a doctor for you. We're neighbors. When you lived alone, I often brought you things. Even if you didn't appreciate it, you shouldn't push me to the edge. I am a good person, and you want others to check on me. If rumors spread, they could ruin my reputation. Lu Huifan quickly said, one embarrassment is enough. Do we need two? Xiaoying can handle her own health check. She's a nurse, so she can go to her own hospital if she wants. There's no need to spend money here. Let's forget it. Lu Huifan hoped that Chen Xiaoying would succeed in the future, whether by getting a promotion or getting married. Her family could benefit from her success. If they ruined Chen Xiaoying now, her plans would fall apart. But Lu Huifan didn't expect that when Chen Amin heard this, her body started to shake. Her sister's reputation was so precious that even a doctor checking her could cause gossip. She was just and even before being confirmed, her problems were known to everyone. Going to see a doctor was seen as shameful. Kang Qingyan looked around and asked, by the way, where is Jiao Jiao? She went to the bathroom over half an hour ago. Could something be wrong? Chen Xiaoying suddenly remembered the fight she had with Han Jiao Jiao at the hospital entrance that day. Her mind told her it was impossible, but her gut made her afraid. She hesitated and said, Jiao Jiao. She might be upstairs. It's so dark, I almost stepped into a pit.
I'm scared, honey.
Han Jiao Jiao ran over crying from the small path, bouncing like a scared little penguin. Shen Junshan ran over, worried, and took her hand. Are you okay? It's so dark and smelly. I was so scared. Han Jiao Jiao hugged his waist, rubbing her face against his chest. The others looked embarrassed and quickly looked away. Only Kang Qingyan kept watching them, feeling strange inside, but not saying anything. Suddenly, a woman's cold and angry voice came from above, saying, Are you still watching? If not, just leave early. You're disturbing my rest. We're not watching anymore. Let's go home. Lu Huifan had already wanted to leave and quickly pulled her two sisters away. Chen Xiaoying heard the voice upstairs and felt relieved. She even mocked herself for overthinking. Han Jiao Jiao was just a silly girl. There was no way she knew about medical matters. The patient that day was definitely rescued by the brothers, and their family were all doctors. She must have learned it herself. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoying felt more at ease. She was sure she had overthought it earlier.
Han Yao Yao winked at Dongzi.
Dongzi immediately went over and saw a strange machine with an arrow drawn on it. He pressed the arrow, and the machine stopped. Because it was small, Dongzi hid the device in his pocket and came down. Suddenly, Han Jiao rushed out of Shin Junshin's arms and forcefully bumped into Chen Xiaoying. She then took a medicine bottle from her pocket. Xiaoying, are you sick? What is this for? Love. Give it back to me. Chen Xiaoying, pale-faced, snatched the bottle and held it tightly in her hand. I have my period. This is progesterone to regulate it. Of course. Han Jiao, how shameless you are. You have to say such things in front of a man. You're so indecent. Chen Xiaoying cried and ran away, quickly disappearing into the night. Lu Huifan also pulled the dazed Chinamin away. Shin Junshan helped her up from the ground, carefully brushed the dust off her, then looked at her hand. Good, you didn't get hurt. Does it hurt? Shin Junshan gently blew on her hand. Under the dim light, his sharp features were clear and handsome, with his long eyelashes reflected on his face, adding a bit of charm. Han Jiao stared at his face and suddenly tiptoed to give him a gentle kiss on his eyelid. Shin Junshan trembled slightly and stiffened his body. Han Jiao giggled foolishly. Husband, you look so handsome. Shin Junshin's face turned red. Although the light was dim and it was hard to see clearly, the warmth radiating from him was felt even by Kong Qingyun standing nearby. Jean Guizhi scolded with a grin. Shameless. Shin Junshan immediately turned cold and said, It's not done yet, but that doesn't mean I don't want to. I will report this to the organization. If there are any issues later, you have to handle them yourselves. No one will help you. His tone was cold and calm, sounding light but revealing his firm stance when carefully considered. This was originally a private matter, and it ended here. He reported to the organization to document this incident as proof, first, to avoid trouble, and second, to show that this matter had nothing to do with him. From now on, whatever happens between both sides, he wouldn't be involved. It's like drawing a clear line. From now on, Jean Guizhi and the others shouldn't bother him anymore. Shin Junshan said, Tomorrow, I'll ask Zhongshan to send you 3 tickets for your return trip. He didn't give Jean Guizhi any room to negotiate and blocked her path completely. Jean Guizhi agreed to avoid causing her son more trouble. By then, she had forgotten why she came to the city. Her mind was full of the useless Shin Jinbao. The silly older brother was so frustrating. Han Jiao hugged Shin Junshan's arm and smiled. Hubby, I want to ride your bike. Dongzi, I'll use this bike and return it tomorrow. They'll be grateful if you help us deliver it. Dongzi, sister, don't worry. I'll ride the bike with Teacher Kong to take them home. Be careful on the road. Shin Junshan pushed the bike and got on. Han Jiao followed, running a few steps, then lightly jumped on, hugging Shin Junshan's waist as they left. Dongzi pushed his own bike, watching Kong Qingyun staring blankly at the road. He patted Kong Qingyun and asked, Teacher Kong, what are you looking at? It's almost 10 o'clock. You don't have class tomorrow? Huh. Okay, let's go now. Kong Qingyun pushed the bike and took Shin Jinbao home. On the way, Kong Qingyun kept thinking about Han Jiao. When they reached home and lay in bed, her image kept flashing in his mind. Kong Qingyun didn't understand. He used to dislike the silly, foolish girl, but now he thought she was pretty, playful, lively, and charming. She was still a bit naive, so why did she make him feel this way? Kong Qingyun thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. As he fell asleep, her smile stayed in his mind. When Han Jiao got home, Han Fong had already boiled 3 bottles of water, and a pot of water was still warm on the stove. 2 large enamel cups had cooled water ready. Han Jiao touched, rubbed his head, and said, "Ah Fong, you're so amazing. Like a little grown-up. Sister, that hurts. Aren't you embarrassed at the door? I just like to rub your football-shaped head. You're the one with a football head. It's already 10 o'clock. You two should go wash up. Tomorrow is the weekend, and your brother-in-law doesn't have to work, so you can sleep in. Workers don't have lazy mornings. Tomorrow I'll help you review your lessons and prepare for the first year of middle school." Han Jiao happily took her pajamas to the bathroom to wash up. Han Fong pouted and said, "Sister is hallucinating, thinking she's going to die. First year middle school is so hard.
How could she possibly understand that?
Listen to her, as long as she's happy. Brother-in-law, you're so kind to my sister. I've always wondered why you treat her so well. Shun Junshin's thoughts drifted back to when he was 15. He smiled slightly, resting his hand on Han Feng's head. She's like a bright light.
Han Feng.
Shin Junshan, I have something to tell you. On the way back, I discussed with your sister. I need to go back to the countryside to settle some matters. It will take about 4 or 5 days, maybe 10 if it's low. I asked Brother Qiangzi to come and stay with you every day, and I'll also inform Aunt Yunxia. If Brother Qiangzi isn't around, you can go to Aunt Yunxia. Is that okay? Sure, I'm grown up now. You don't need Brother Qiangzi to stay. I can take care of myself. Han Feng was confident he could handle being alone at home. Before brother-in-law appeared, his sister was naive and a bit careless, so he also had to look after Nyonyo and his sister. Doing laundry and cooking was normal for him. His classmates could look after their homes alone from age 5 or 6, so he could too. Han Feng was very confident, but Shun Junshan disagreed. He insisted, you can't be alone. Someone must stay with you. Brother-in-law, don't worry about me. No, you're still a kid. I'll prepare everything you need at home in the next couple of days. Let everyone know. And after school, don't wander around. Just go straight home. You don't even need to buy food. Han Feng suddenly felt like he was being spoiled. Being cared for, loved brother-in-law and sister. They seemed like real parents. Han Feng's nose turned red, and he felt like crying. At this moment, Han Jiao Jiao came out of the bathroom, shook her ponytail loose, and brushed her messy hair with a wooden comb. When she reached the living room, she saw the atmosphere was a bit strange.
She was surprised.
What's wrong? Staring at each other silently? We're talking about next week. Don't worry. It's already 10 o'clock, and Han Feng needs to sleep. Go wash up quickly so you don't disturb him. He's still growing. Shin Junshan obediently listened and immediately took the hot water bottle to the bathroom. Han Jiao Jiao gently patted her brother's head and whispered, your brother-in-law's house is full of troublemakers. This time, we need to settle everything properly so it doesn't bother us in the future. Sis, do you mean you want to split the family? Actually, we separated a long time ago, but because of feelings, we couldn't clarify everything. As time went on, marrying and giving birth, aging, illness, and death are natural, and there's no problem with reasonable requests and human kindness. I'm just worried about those shameless people who threaten us with their lives.
Who can stand that? Han Feng nodded.
He was afraid of Jin Guizhi and the others. In the future, when he gets married, he definitely won't marry someone like Jin Guizhi or Shin Jinfeng, one a troublemaker, the other dreaming foolishly. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, I'll go with your brother-in-law to the village to handle the formalities, then come back. You take good care of yourself, so I won't worry. Don't worry, sister. I'll take good care of myself. When you come back, I might even be a little plumper. You're so proud. Sleep now. Han Jiao Jiao accompanied him into the room. After he got into bed, she helped Han Feng cover him with a thin quilt. Although it's summer, the temperature in their city isn't very high, just the sun is fierce. The mornings and evenings have big temperature differences, and at night it can drop to about 10 degrees, making it a good place to escape the heat. When Han Jiao Jiao left the room, Han Feng was already breathing deeply. She quietly closed the door. Shin Junshan was standing at their door. Is he asleep? Yes. He usually sleeps by 9:30. Today, he stayed up half an hour longer waiting for us, so he's very tired. Kids will be kids. Ah Feng is very sensible. Husband, do you think Ah Feng can take care of himself if he goes to middle school in the city? Han Jiao Jiao looked at Shin Junshan with big eyes. Actually, she already had her answer. For a country kid going to the city to study, the best case is to excel academically and earn admiration, but differences in lifestyle always bring trouble. And sometimes human nature is like that. There are bullies too. At 12, Han Feng had to live and study in the city, which wasn't easy for him. But Han Jiao Jiao just wanted to hear some comfort and encouragement. Shin Junshan also agreed with her. Ah Feng is our younger brother. He will definitely do well and be happy at school. Yeah, I think so too. Han Jiao Jiao leaned close to him and helped him reapply some repair gel. After drying, smelling the fragrance on Shin Jun Shan, Han Jiao Jiao couldn't help but hug him from behind, her hands slowly pressing against his chest, smiling. Husband, I really think coming here is wonderful. I don't want to go back. I like it here, I like you. Shin Jun Shan remained silent. The warmth from his chest and back had already made his blood swell and burn. His body was stiff and straight, uncontrollably heating up and changing. Han Jiao Jiao was hanging on his back, gently blowing air into his ear. Shin Jun Shan felt a tickle and immediately scratched his ear. Stop teasing. I'm not teasing. I'm telling the truth. Do you now believe I like you and not Kong Qingyan? He had seen Han Jiao Jiao's attitude towards Kong Qingyan these past 2 days. If he still doubted her, he would be crazy. Shin Jun Shan nodded, looking silly and dull, which Han Jiao Jiao found especially cute. Like a little obedient child. She playfully threw herself onto his back. Before Shin Jun Shan could react, her limbs wrapped around him. I'm so sleepy. I can't walk anymore. Carry me back. Jiao Jiao. I've been running around so much, my energy is gone. I want to sleep. Han Jiao Jiao's chin pressed against his neck as she rubbed it. Shin Jun Shan, who was already not resistant to her, had even less ability to fight back now. He obediently carried her back to the room. Han Jiao Jiao lay beside him, yawning recklessly, hugging Shin Jun Shan and rubbing her leg against him. Shin Jun Shan covered her with a thin blanket. Stop messing around. Sleep early. Then kiss me here. Han Jiao Jiao was afraid he would be shy, so her finger slid from his cheek to his forehead. Shin Jun Shan held his breath and leaned back strategically, but Han Jiao Jiao wrapped her arms around his neck. Where do you want to run off to? Don't you want to sleep with me?
Not.
Shin Jun Shan, shy, bit his lip, his starry eyes shining faintly. Han Jiao Jiao giggled foolishly. Hubby, you seem like a little wife being bullied by a bossy husband. He was talking nonsense again. He was a man. How could he be like a little wife? Shin Jun Shan looked at her with courage and strength. Maybe because lovers see each other as beautiful, he looked at her under the moonlight and thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Past, present, and future, no one could be more beautiful than her. Jiao Jiao, you are really beautiful. He blurted out this compliment instinctively.
Han Jia gled.
Really? Since I'm so beautiful, why haven't you kissed me yet? Shin Jun Shan hesitated for a moment, asking himself silently why he liked her so much. Now that he had the chance, he didn't kiss her. Maybe because she was too precious, and he couldn't bear to let go. Or perhaps because he was afraid she might just be acting on impulse, and soon she would regret it and cause trouble. Shin Jun Shan parted his lips slightly and said, maybe it's because I'm afraid you'll regret it. Oh, now that you mention it, I do regret it a little. Shin Jun Shan looked serious. In an instant, the light in his eyes disappeared. Han Jiao Jiao suddenly felt sad. She regretted joking with him like that. He seemed very strong and reliable, but inside, he was quite fragile. Her past words and actions often hurt his feelings deeply. Now she didn't want him to suffer like that anymore. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, I regret not letting you kiss me earlier. After saying that, she hugged his neck and pressed down, then leaned close to his face and gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Then she pointed to her own forehead and smiled. It's only fair. Now it's your turn. Shin Jun Shan's eyes lit up again. He suppressed his excitement and slowly leaned in to gently kiss her forehead. Han Jiao Jiao giggled happily. We've been married for over a year, though we're not old married folks. I'm still your little wife. But I feel like we're still in the honeymoon phase. Yeah, good night. Han Jiao Jiao snuggled into his arms, skillfully settling in. Tomorrow, I want to sleep until I wake up naturally. You have to stay with me. Shin Jun Shan's fingers curled slightly, touching her skin, and a warm feeling filled his heart.
Han Jia slept deeply.
Unconsciously, she felt her body light as she found herself on a road. The road was blocked by a mountain, and a bus and a tractor were overturned on the roadside. Many people were affected, and quite a few died instantly. In her dream, the smell of blood and fear mixed together. Han Jiao knew she was dreaming, but her pain and sadness didn't lessen at all. She seemed unable to stand up, using her hand to support herself as she ran toward the bus. When she saw Shen Junshan through the window and tried to pull him out, she saw a shattered piece of glass piercing into his lung and stabbing through his back. Blood dripped from the glass onto the ground. She wanted to save him, but didn't know how. Shen Junshan looked up at her, forced a small smile, and drew 2 words with his lips. Hurry up and leave. Han Jiao let out a painful sound from her throat. When she woke up from her dream, her back and forehead were soaked with sweat. She instinctively reached for the person beside her. When she touched Shen Junshan, she quickly pressed his pulse to check if he was still alive. Seeing that he was still breathing, she finally relaxed. Although Shen Junshan sleeps deeply, he has been trained in the military for many years, so he wakes up immediately when there is any noise. He woke up when Han Jiao suddenly sat up in bed. Seeing her covered in sweat, Shen Junshan used his sleeve to wipe her forehead. Did you have a nightmare? Are you having them often lately? I can take you to the hospital. Han Jiao shook her head and snuggled close to him, hugging him. Her small hand pressed on his chest. Thinking about the scene in her dream, a chill ran down her back. Han Jiao asked, Husband, do we have to take the bus back to the county town? Yes. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. I didn't want you to face them either. No, I must go. Han Jiao grabbed his back, pulling at Shen Junshan's flesh. She felt the person in her arms trembling. Shen Junshan tightened his arms around her. Don't be afraid. I am here. I will protect you. The more Han Jiao heard him say this, the more she felt upset. If what happened in her dream really occurred, she couldn't imagine how she would react. She didn't even have the courage to continue living here. Her eyes and nose turned red. Husband, I don't want to take the bus. Can you borrow a car from your unit? The unit did give him a car, but he always used it for work and never used it for personal reasons. He had planned to leave it for Zhongshan to handle matters. Han Jiao choked up. Please, I beg you. Just drive there. I don't want to take the bus. Do you dislike buses that much? Yes. I feel like vomiting as soon as I get on. It's so disgusting. What if I get so sick on the way and die? I don't want to go. Han Jiao snuggled into his arms again. Shen Junshan thought for a moment. He was really worried she might have trouble on the way. In the end, he compromised. We'll go back in a few days. It's easier to carry things with a car. I'll talk to Zhongshan. Thank you, husband. Han Jiao hugged him tightly. When her face was buried in his chest, her expression became quiet and calm. She changed her plans, so Shen Junshan probably won't get into trouble. Han Jiao recalls the scene from her dream. She can't tell if the trouble happened when she was returning or when she was leaving. After thinking for a moment, she decides to go ahead and see the road. When she sees it, she can judge the time and maybe even save some people. Shen Junshan feels her trembling stop. He thinks she must really be afraid of riding the bus. He checks the time. It's only 4 a.m. Quickly, he comforts her. I promise to drive. So, do you want to lie down and rest for a bit? Yes, I'm so sleepy. Han Jiao drops her worries and feels very tired. Just as she yawns and prepares to lie down, someone pounds loudly on the door. Is anyone there? Jiao, are you living here? Jiao, brother-in-law? Han Jiao frowns. It sounds like Qiangzi's voice. Why would he come at this hour? Shen Junshan quickly gets up, throws his coat to Han Jiao, and puts on his pants to open the door. When Qiangzi sees Shen Junshan, he seems more confident and immediately says, Something's happened. Hurry to the hospital. Who's in trouble? Chunamin. She jumped into the river. Han Jiao hears this as she comes out. She exchanges a look with Shen Junshan. Wait, Qiangzi, you said Chunamin jumped into the river? She was fine when we parted ways. How did she end up jumping? Qiangzi. I'm not sure either. This morning, Dongzi and I got up to go queue for coal balls, planning to deliver them and earn some extra money. We saw someone staggering near the dam, then suddenly jumped into the river. Dongzi saw it first, jumped in to save her, and found out it was Chinamin. Han Jiao Jiao frowns. Chinamin and Shin Jinbao's issues have been resolved, and they left peacefully. She doesn't think she would jump into the river. Maybe after returning home, she had some trouble with her family and, in a moment of despair, decided to end her life. Han Jiao Jiao immediately rushes back to change her clothes. Shun Junshan asks, which hospital? Number 231 hospital. Shun Junshan quickly changes his shirt and shoes. When Han Jiao Jiao comes out, she is holding 30 yuan. Qiangzi notices and says, Sister, what about this money? It's her secret savings from selling things, with a 10 yuan note that has a few blue ink spots on it. Qiangzi saw it immediately. Probably on the ground, so just forget about it. Ride your bike instead. Okay. Han Jiao Jiao went inside to wake Han Fong. After explaining everything, she hurried out the door. It was only 4:30 when they arrived at the hospital. It was already dark outside, and the hospital was very quiet. Chunamin was in the emergency room. The nurse didn't want to talk to them at first, but when she saw Shin Junshan's pants, her attitude changed. She politely led them inside. When Han Jiao Jiao arrived at the ward, only Chunamin and Dongzi were there. She was still getting in 4. Shun Junshan asked, What's the situation? Dongzi was soaked all over. We got her here in time, so she's okay, but she's upset. She cried loudly for a while and then fainted. The doctor said there might be some infection, so they're giving her fluids. Jiao Jiao, do you think she'll be all right? Han Jiao Jiao gently checked her pulse, careful not to move her eyes or open Chunamin's mouth. After a quick look, she said, There's probably no big problem, but I recommend a checkup when she wakes up. The water in the lake wasn't clean, so there might be some parasites. That's good to hear. I just don't understand what happened. She was fine yesterday, and this morning she jumped into the river. Dongzi sat back angrily, staring at Chunamin. Han Jiao Jiao asked, What about Chen Xiaoying and Lu Huifan? Dongzi replied, I told the nurse to call and let them know. They haven't arrived yet. Not here yet? Shin Junshan looked confused. Qiangzi ran to their yard, first asking the security guard for the floor and door number, then found them. Chen Xiaoying is a nurse at the hospital. She can be reached at the contact number in building 231. It should take about 10 minutes to call her, and based on that, she should arrive about 20 minutes before they did. But no one has come yet. Maybe they don't want to come. Shin Junshan frowned coldly, feeling a surge of anger. Han Jiao Jiao asked, Why did you bring her to this hospital? Because Chen Xiaoying is a nurse here?
No.
It's because it's close to the dam. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother bringing her here. At first, they even tried to turn us away. I told them she's a family member of a nurse, so they finally let us in. It was disgusting. The conditions at Building 231 are quite good for the city. The patients inside are quite special. They often look down on ordinary people and show little respect. In today's world, most people don't have good service attitudes, so not making a fuss is considered good. If this had happened in her time, she would have been fired long ago. Han Jiao Jiao looked at the hospital environment and thought of old pictures and movies from her textbooks. It was exactly the same. Just as she was feeling nostalgic, a chubby nurse came in loudly and said, The patient in bed 3 is paid. You can't stay here without paying. Here's the payment slip. Go to the first floor and wait in line. Han Jiao Jiao looked at the receipt, which clearly showed the hours, 8 to 12 o'clock and 2 to 5 o'clock. I'll go later, after 8 o'clock, she said. Don't delay. You can't avoid paying. We all have our ways, and we can find people, the nurse warned. Han Jiao Jiao felt a bit annoyed. Her attitude was really frustrating. It's not a serious illness. Why are you bothering us?
Just go to a local health center, she said.
The nurse wanted to keep talking, but Shin Junshan looked at her coldly. His strong presence made her afraid to say anything more. She saw Shin Junshan's pants and immediately changed her tone, politely saying, "There aren't many people in the emergency room now. If you want to rest for a while, you can use another bed. I won't bother you. Just call me if you need anything." "You're talking too much," Shin Junshan replied. The young nurse looked pale with fear and quickly ran away, hanging her head. Han Jiao was curious and tugged at Shin Junshan's pants. "Is there something wrong with your pants? Why does everyone look at you like they've seen a ghost?" Hearing this, Shin Junshan looked down and checked his pants but saw nothing unusual. Changzi, who had good eyesight, looked around and saw Shin Junshan's belt. "Hey, they saw Brother Junshan's belt." "Belt?" Han Jiao asked. "What's wrong with it?" "It's normal." Shin Junshan also didn't think anything was wrong. This belt was a gift from the Special Forces 5 years ago to reward successful missions. The buckle is specially made. There are only 5 of them. Now, if you sell it outside, it can go for 100 yuan. Changzi, who was in this business, spoke confidently. Han Jiao believed him. Because of the special nature of the patients at Ward 213, they all knew about this kind of thing, whether they wanted to or not. Han Jiao hooked her husband's belt and smiled softly. "Hubby, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. I admire you more now." Shin Junshan blushed slightly and held her hand. "Be good, don't make trouble." Changzi and Dong Zi felt like their mouths were filled with something. What could it be? It felt a bit sweet and made their stomachs full. Han Jiao playfully held onto his belt and chuckled. She noticed there were 2 empty beds in the ward and that a few big men sitting around were not very convenient. Looking at Chun Aminin, she suddenly realized something. Han Jiao said, "It's 5 o'clock now. Changzi, you two should go back and handle your own things. Maybe you can help deliver some meals at noon." "We're fine, just 1 meal is easy to manage."
"But you..."
Changzi also saw the attitude of the Chen sisters toward Shin Junshan. Chun Aminin had just jumped into the river. When she woke up and saw Shin Junshan, she didn't know how she would react. Han Jiao understood and said, "Hubby, later you should go to your workplace first and handle the car borrowing. You're a man, and it's not good for you to stay here." Shin Junshan didn't want to stay either, but he was worried about Han Jiao. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Once her family comes, I can leave." "Okay, then I'll buy you some breakfast before I go." Shin Junshan ran out to get a nurse's pen and paper, then wrote down a string of phone numbers and handed it to her. "This is the office landline, the reception desk at the unit, and the reception desk downstairs at our home. If anything happens, just call me." Han Jiao held the note warmly in her heart. After they left, Han Jiao sat on the bed with her back to her. If nothing happened, they all jumped into the river. But if something really happened, do you want to set yourself on fire? Chin Aminin's eyelids twitched twice. Han Jiao smiled and said, "I know. After you go back, you'll argue with Chen Xiaoying. She almost harmed you to protect herself, but the whole family supports her. You're upset and angry, and just want to end it all, right?" Chin Aminin's nose gradually turned red. "I don't comfort people, and I don't want to comfort you. I just think it's unnecessary for others. Parents are independent individuals. Besides, they're just siblings. You're not even 18 yet. The future is long, and who knows what it will become. To be honest, your sister is just a small-town nurse. She's not impressive, so there's no need to look down on her. If I were you, I would find a way to study and take exams, then leave the factory to develop outside. Making something of yourself would be the best way to get back at them." Hearing the sniffing sounds, Han Jiao knew that Chen Amin could no longer hold it in. She didn't turn around. When someone feels weak, they don't want many people to see. She especially didn't want those who once looked down on her to see her now. Han Jiao pretended not to notice and said casually, "Rent in the county isn't expensive. A spacious but slightly old house costs about 3 yuan a month, enough for you to live in. Later, you can ask Dongzi to help find a place. Living alone, working during the day and studying at night, then taking college entrance exams. Wouldn't that be more promising than just finishing nursing school?" Chen Amin couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly covered her face with her arms, crying loudly. Seeing that there was no tissue in the room, Han Jiao handed her her handkerchief. Chanamin kept trembling. Do you know what my aunt said about me? She said I'm a burden, that I'm not as good as my sister. And it's okay if I take the blame. My uncle also said no one in the family relies on me, that I should think about the bigger picture. And my sister. Her crying grew louder as she curled up on the bed. Han Jiao saw that the needle might poke through her blood vessels and immediately held her hand, checking the needle's position. She frowned. Stop crying. They treat you like this because you're weaker than her. You don't have any boundaries in life, so people can take advantage of you. Now that you're being bullied, you want to jump into the river? Look at your family. Do any of them come to see you? Probably all your own doing. Why cry about it? Though her words were harsh, they were honest. Chanamin understood that the root of everything was her sister's good looks, obedience, and her admission to nursing school. As for her, she didn't look as good as her sister, and even got into the factory through connections. Chanamin said nothing, covering her face with her handkerchief. Shin Junshan had bought breakfast, and was about to come in. Han Jiao signaled him to wait outside. After all, Chanamin was a girl. She probably didn't want her crush to see her in such a miserable state. She walked over, and Shin Junshan carried the breakfast. I bought this for you all. Take your time eating. Han Jiao saw 5 buns, a portion of wonton, a rice roll with fried dough, a fried donut, a bowl of rice noodles, and 2 cups of soy milk. Han Jiao laughed and said, What do you think we are? Eating so much? I was worried you'd be bored here. Take your time eating. She almost burst out laughing. While others bored, they pick sunflower seeds. She's bored, so she eats carbs. Is that okay? Han Jiao held back her laughter and handed him some rice flour wraps with fried dough sticks and 2 buns. Take these on the road. If you have some free time later, go back and see Afong. We didn't prepare much, so I'm worried he might not have enough to eat. Don't worry, I'll go.
Call me if you need anything.
Shin Junshan looked inside and saw Chen Amin was already awake, turned to the side with the back of her head facing the door.
Shin Yunshan Pet's Ten Jiao is hit. Call me if you need anything. Got it.
If she's okay, she'll probably be back after lunch. You should get ready. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Han Jiao shooed her husband away, then carried the food to the bed. What do you want to eat? I'll pick something for you first. I don't want to eat. Chen Amin, you're not very special looking, and your mind isn't very sharp. If your health also gets worse, how will you turn things around? Chen Amin was speechless from her words. While she was still stunned, Han Jiao pulled her up from the bed and stuffed 2 pillows behind her. In a few quick moves, she set up a tray, placed breakfast on the table, and handed her a spoon. Eat the wontons. Is it because there's meat that you're giving it to me?
No.
Han Jiao calmly said, I just want to eat rice noodles. I haven't had spicy food in a while, so I wanted some. After saying that, Han Jiao started slurping her noodles. The flavor was just okay, but the rice noodles were real and had her favorite sour beans and chili inside. Every sip brought happiness. She dipped the fried dough into the soup, soaking up the broth, biting into it when it was soft enough. It was crispy, soft, fragrant, and crunchy all at once. The different textures mixed together, and Han Jiao sighed happily. Chen Amin looked stunned. Aren't you here to visit me? I'm the patient. Shouldn't you be worried about me? Instead, you're just eating your own food. Stop talking nonsense. You're not my sister. Why should I care about you? Then why are you here? I came because I'm worried that if you die, you'll turn into a ghost and keep bothering my husband. Han Jiao finished speaking, then took a dumpling from her bowl and ate it. Chen Amin. Han Jiao took a bite and thought it tasted pretty good. She reached her chopsticks into the dumpling bowl again. Chen Amin immediately protected her own dumpling. You have food, and you're still trying to take mine? That's shameless. It's not like I didn't spend my own money. It's Brother Junshan's money. Brother Junshan's money is mine too. I like to spend it. Han Jiao bit into a noodle ball fiercely. She watched Chen Amin's condition, which was much better than before. She should be stable now and wouldn't try to hurt herself anymore. Chen Amin took a few sips of hot soup and ate a little. Her body felt warmer. She secretly looked at Han Jiao Jiao. Why did you save me? It was Dongzi who saved you. When you see him later, don't forget to say thank you. Han Jiao Jiao spoke while looking up at the foredrip, which was finished. There was still some liquid left in the tube. She took Chinamin's hand to help remove the needle, pressing down on it herself. Press it firmly. I'll go throw away the trash. Chinamin quietly watched Han Jiao Jiao run back and forth. She remembered once having a fever and lying at home for 3 days without anyone to take care of her. She even had to get out of bed to cook noodles herself. When her sister was sick, her family acted like the sky was falling. For the first time, she felt what it was like to be cared for. But as soon as she thought about the person caring for her being Han Jiao Jiao, her heart felt uncomfortable. When Han Jiao Jiao returned, she saw that Chinamin's eyes and nose were red again. Frustrated, she knocked the cup onto the bedside table. Why are you crying again? So annoying. Do you have to make such a fuss over such a small thing? You're so mean when you talk. Chinamin pouted. I used to think you were pretty nice. It doesn't matter if I'm good or not. I didn't plan to be friends with you. I told you. I came because I was afraid you'd become a ghost haunting my husband. Chinamin didn't know why, but even though she was being scolded, she felt strangely comfortable. Han Jiao Jiao also didn't understand why she looked at her pitifully like a sad husky dog, which was kind of creepy. By noon, no one from the Chun or Qin families had arrived. Qiangzi and Dongzi arrived with 2 aluminum lunchboxes and a thermos. They brought vegetable soup specially prepared for Chinamin with a little bit of minced meat added. Although not much, it was still meat, which their family usually kept for themselves and didn't like to share. Now, they were giving it to someone else in the soup. Han Jiao Jiao joked, have you been earning a lot lately? You're so generous. Qiangzi said, the day before yesterday, a meat factory had some leftover meat. They were short-handed, so I helped carry it for a while, and they gave me 4 ounces of meat. Seeing that there was already 2 ounces in the soup, Han Jiao Jiao pushed the bowl toward Chinamin and said, eat it. All for me? What are you guys eating? Dongzi smiled honestly. We just ate 2 vegetable buns. This one is yours and Jiao Jiao's. My mom said girls shouldn't catch cold, so you need to drink more soup to stay warm. Qiangzi nodded too. We added a lot of shreds just for you. Drink it all, don't waste it. Chinamin covered her face with the thermos and almost started crying again. She sniffled and asked, Dongzi, can you help me rent a house? What do you want to rent a house for? Our uncle's place is crowded, and I want to move out. Jiao Jiao said maybe you guys have some good places to recommend. Dongzi smiled, then just stay next door at Grandma Lu's. Her children moved away after some trouble, so she lives alone now. The house is quite spacious, she's very clean, and not very talkative. People think she's hard to get along with, but we get along well. If you help out with some chores, she might not even charge you. Qiangzi also said, Grandma Lu's place is good. She has 2 small rooms. We'll talk to her later, it should work out. Hey, why are you crying? Chinamin suddenly started crying, which surprised the 2 men and left them at a loss. Han Jiao Jiao didn't want to comfort her either. Seeing it was already 11:30, she took her receipt and went to pay. She paid 3.56 yuan for medicine and 0.50 yuan for the bed fee. Without health insurance reimbursement, the cost was quite high. Han Jiao Jiao counted her change, thinking about whether to give Chinamin some money. Although it wasn't her business, the cause was Xin Jinbao, and she knew about the incident between Xin Jinbao and Chen Xiaoying. Those 2 deserved it, but Chinamin was innocent. She remembered from her original memories that when she first came to the county town, Chinamin was quite kind to her. She even helped chase away 2 troublemaking thugs. But later, after she became interested in Xin Junshan, Chinamin started to tease her. People have done some things, and their personalities have become a bit stubborn, but overall, they are just overly sentimental and dramatic. This matter is also my fault. Han Jiao Jiao doesn't want Xin Junshan to be involved or to get upset in the future because of any trouble. Han Jiao Jiao sighs heavily. Life is really hard. The young girl is so emotional at such a young age. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will help you. When Han Jiao Jiao heard the voice, the head nurse suddenly appeared in front of her and grabbed her. A man appeared before her. "Little girl, do you remember me? Are you the one with asthma?" The man laughed loudly, and the head nurse also chuckled. "Ma Bureau, I knew I could find him. Look at this. I've completed the task well, right? You said it's been almost 2 weeks. Girl, you really made it easy for me to find you. My life depends on you." Han Jiao Jiao was speechless. When saving someone, it was just instinct as a doctor. If anyone collapsed on the street, she would help. God knows she ended up saving a director. From the nurse's attitude, she seemed to be of a high rank, probably more powerful than her husband. Oh no, if her medical skills become known, how will she explain it to Shin Junshan? While she was worried about this, the head nurse thought she was scared and quickly said, "Ma Bureau is very kind and easy to get along with. He especially wants to thank you. If you want anything, you can take this opportunity to tell him."
Ma Bureau te refuse, reicht, Ma Bureau?
Ma Chong-shou laughed loudly. Only you would say that. But Shaoli is right. I also like to return favors. Besides, I want to repay your kindness. No need, I didn't do much. You must accept it.
Don't be shy.
The head nurse whispered. Ma Bureau is about to be promoted to secretary. This kind of favor is something others envy. Han Jiao Jiao was even more speechless. Accidentally getting involved with a big shot was really troublesome. "Jiao Jiao Jia, why aren't you back yet?" Dong Zi and Chang Zi ran out to find her. Han Jiao Jiao looked at them and thought of something good. "Ma Bureau, the 2 young men you found and brought to the hospital. You remember them, right?" Ma Chongshou nodded and said, "I remember. When I was brought in, I saw 2 young men's shadows moving back and forth. That must be them. If you really want to repay me, then help them get a high school spot so they can go to school." Everyone was surprised. What kind of repayment is that? Ma Chongshou looked at their ages. One was a bit older and going to school wouldn't be a problem. The other also looked quite young. Ma Chongshou was surprised. It's not hard for them to go to school. Just sign up for it. It's difficult. Maybe they didn't finish middle school or even elementary school. Now I want her help to get them into high school as transfer students. Is that possible? Ma Chongshou asked curiously. "Who are these 2 to you?" Han Jiao Jiao replied, "My brothers." Dongzi and Qiangzi's faces, already tan, turned darker and redder. From their conversation, they understood the reason. It was true that Han Jiao Jiao saved them that day, so of course they want to repay her. Dongzi wanted to speak up and explain, but suddenly Han Jiao Jiao pinched him. He looked upset and said, "Jiao Jiao, that hurts. It should hurt. If you don't go to school, you'll feel even more pain later. Ma, can you help us?" Helping is possible, but if they haven't finished middle school, can they catch up in high school? Although the college entrance exam is back, middle school and high school are still quite similar. They're very different. Han Jiao Jiao frowned seriously. In the coming decades, education will become more and more important. It's not absolute, but having higher education is better than low. If you don't finish middle school, you might spend your whole life doing hard labor. Being diligent can support a family, but only you know how tough it is.
Ma Chongshou smiled.
That's quite insightful. But the economy is better now. Don't you want to consider other options? Of course I do. But even if I consider other things, it doesn't stop me from learning. Think about it. If you become successful in the future but only have elementary or middle school education, people might call you a bumpkin or a nouveau riche. But if you're educated, people will see you as refined, knowledgeable, and capable. Your reputation will be different. Ma Chongshou was amused by Han Jiao Jiao's words. Seeing her like this, it seemed likely they could settle things. He also knew that everything was settled and happily patted his younger brother's head. "I'm already 21. Going back to high school isn't right for me. Let my brother go instead." When he was in 8th grade, he even ranked in the top 10 of his grade. Back then, something happened and he couldn't finish school, but he's really good at studying. Stop talking. Just focus on getting your diploma and maybe even study medicine. That would make Mom proud. Dongzi clenched his teeth tightly, not letting tears fall. Han Jiao didn't know much about their family before, but she knew Dongzi had suffered a lot at a young age. He was already working late at night markets, helping people line up to buy coal balls early in the morning, working nonstop from dawn to dusk. While others might endure such hardships, she couldn't. She didn't have a caring heart, nor did she want to bother with others, but she was still willing to lend a hand to those around her. Han Jiao, Officer Ma, Dongzi is a transfer student, but I promise he'll catch up to the class average in 1 semester. He won't hold his classmates back. Ma Changsho smiled again. You're quite something, girl. Okay, I agree to help. If he goes to high school, what about you? Do you want me to help you get in through connections?
Why?
You praised studying so much earlier, and now you don't want to help me? Not at all. I will study hard, but I don't need special favors. I'll take the exam myself. Han Jiao smiled slightly, and Ma Changsho saw her confidence. He thought about it and agreed. This girl even dared to challenge him.
Doctor.
Also said her skills weren't professional enough to do that kind of work. If she could treat and save people, passing the high school and college exams shouldn't be a problem. Ma Changsho nodded repeatedly. You're quite interesting, kid. I'll be your friend. How about coming to my house for dinner tonight? I live at number 8 Nanjing Road. I don't have time these days. Maybe another time. When I have free time, I'll come bother you. All right then. Okay, you all get busy. If anything comes up, just ask Shaoli. She's really good with needles. Thanks, I appreciate it. Han Jiao hurriedly left. Changzi walked for a while and softly said, Nanjing Road. That name sounds familiar. Han Jiao didn't pay attention. After all, there are many places called Nanjing Road or Zhongshan Road across the country. She was already numb to it. In the afternoon, Grandma Lu responded, happy that someone was willing to visit and keep her company. Han Jiao helped Chen Amin leave the hospital, gave Changzi some tetanus and anti-inflammatory medicines, and exchanged a few bills for 80 yuan. She wrote a few words on a piece of paper, wrapped the money with it, and placed it inside Chen Amin's small personal bag. That day, Chen Amin went home to organize her belongings. Chen Xiaoying watched coldly from the side. For such a small matter, you almost made our family a joke. Now you're moving out on your own. How do you expect people to see me or this family?
She said.
Chen Amin didn't answer. While packing her clothes, she suddenly saw the paper bundle. When she opened it and saw the money, she was stunned. She also saw a note from Han Jiao. Chen Amin almost cried. Chen Xiaoying didn't understand and walked closer, scolding her from behind. Can you grow up? How much more do I have to worry about you before you stop? Chen Amin carefully kept the money and placed the note neatly in her bag. She slung her bag on her back and sneered, Thank you for caring about me, but please don't worry about me anymore. If you keep pretending to care and bully me, I will expose all your bad deeds. Let's see who gets hurt. After saying that, Chen Amin pushed her away and headed outside. Chen Xiaoying was scared now. She remembered when her sister almost jumped into the river, and strangely, she felt a bit relieved. Maybe things would be easier if she had died. But she was still alive and had moved out. Her uncle and aunt seemed to ignore it. What if she said something careless? Amin, come back. Chen Amin, come back to me. When Chen Xiaoying realized and ran after her, Chen Amin had already run away quickly. She reached a small fork in the road, where a thin but strong hand grabbed her and pushed her against a muddy wall. Seeing the person's face, Chen Xiaoying was furious and slapped him. Shen Jinbao was not angry. Instead, he smiled and rubbed his face. Go ahead, hit me as much as you want. I won't get mad. We're so close now. Chen Xiaoying's eyes widened in anger, as if she wanted to eat him.
Shen Jinbao ne?
Am I shameless? What about you? I drank the water you gave me and got dizzy. You even drugged Han Jiao. Even if I don't consider her a person, Shin Junshan treats her like a treasure. What you're doing is trying to get Shin Junshan to beat me to death. Luckily, heaven is watching, and this mess is on your head. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoying slapped him again. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Sun Jinbao also dislikes Han Jiao, but he can't help because Shin Junshan loves her deeply. If he tries to hurt Han Jiao, Shin Junshan will definitely harm him. Chen Xiaoying sneered. I thought you loved me a lot, but it turns out you're just SSO. I was mistaken about you. Since you can't do it, let's forget about us. Anyway, I'm the one who suffers.
Don't.
In a few days, they will go back home. I'll find a way to separate them, and then marry you, okay? Chen Xiaoying smiled again, like a gentle little angel. I knew you could do it. I'll wait for you. Okay, wait for good news from me. Shin Jinbao happily ran away. He didn't see Chen Xiaoying behind him. Her face was now cold and fierce, looking like a scary monster from a comic book. Chen Xiaoying bit her lower lip. When a little salty sweetness entered her mouth, she realized her lip was cut. Chen Amin annoyed her. Shin Jinbao forced her, and all this was Han Jiao's fault. She would never marry Shin Jinbao, and she definitely wouldn't let Han Jiao go. After 2 days, Han Jiao was ready to leave. Chen Xiaoying didn't cause trouble for her. Han Jiao didn't want to get involved in their affairs anymore. After handing Han Fong over to Qiangzi and Yunxia, she got into the car with Shin Junshan to leave. Qiangzi helped load the porcelain basin and towel for washing up onto the car and specially brought some box snacks and sunflower seeds. The car was packed with everything they could fit. Han Jiao sighed. We're only going for a few days. Do we really need to bring so much? Qiangzi said, yes. Even though the trip is only 5 or 6 hours, we need a lot of things. I also prepared this for you, in case you get hungry on the road. Han Jiao took a brand new night pot, feeling quite speechless, and quickly hid it under the back seat. Shin Junshan brought a few bottles of wine, some jackets, and blankets for sleeping at night, along with a bag of steamed buns. Han Fong was even more exaggerated, packing 5 rolls of tissues and 7 or 8 plastic bags for her. It felt like half her belongings had been moved into the car. Han Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. She didn't want to argue, so she let these men do as they pleased. Last night, she had already set aside an emergency small fund for Han Fong. Now she took out 3 jin of ration tickets and 5 yuan from her small cloth bag and gave them to Zhao Yunxia. Before Zhao Yunxia could refuse, Han Jiao jumped into the car. Let's go. Fong, you need to listen to Yunxia and the brothers. Don't worry, sister. Take care of yourself. Shin Junshan started the car with a spark, and everyone found the car interesting. They gathered at the door to watch. When they left, half the street followed to see them go. Han Jiao suddenly felt like she was an important person. She rolled down the window to enjoy the warm breeze outside, thinking that the trip to the countryside was a nice way to see the scenery, like a picnic. But she was wrong. After only an hour, she closed the window tightly. She liked the smell of soil and plants, but disliked the foul smell of manure and rotten water. When the car slowed down, some villagers selling chickens and ducks came close, and duck feathers even floated into the car. Han Jiao smelled the sour, fishy smell of a dozen ducks and was overwhelmed. She endured these smells while watching the terrain. Because she didn't know exactly where something was wrong, she had to pay close attention to both sides of the road. Shin Junshan saw her eyes wide open, staring at both sides, but her spirit was clearly not good. She looked like she was forcing herself to stay alert. Shin Junshan said, maybe you should rest for a while. Han Jiao frowned and complained, no, I can't sleep on such a bumpy road. The weather's good, and we haven't hit any mud pits yet. If the wheels get stuck, it will be a problem. Seeing her tired look, Shin Junshan was glad they borrowed the car yesterday. Letting her squeeze into a bus and then transfer to a small car was too much for her small body. He checked the time. Hold on a little longer. We'll be there in 2 hours.
Drive slowly.
Safety is the most important. Han Jiao remembered her dream and felt scared. She carefully watched the roadside. When they reached a certain stretch, the scenery on both sides overlapped with her dream. She immediately shouted, Junshan, where are we? This? Nyo Hulu Mountain. What's wrong? No, I just think the scenery here is better than before. Shin Junshan glanced around. It looked the same as when he was a child. The scenery wasn't particularly beautiful, just not bald, with some grass and trees. Han Jiao kept observing the terrain. Based on the scenery and the direction of the car, she thought they had encountered an accident on the way back. The trip there was smooth, but something had gone wrong on the return. Once everything was settled, Han Jiao felt a big weight lift from her heart and soon fell asleep in the front passenger seat. She didn't know how long she had been sleeping when she felt the car move and stop, and she heard noise outside. Han Jiao opened her eyes and was startled. "What's going on?" "It's nothing. We've reached the village entrance." Are villagers usually this enthusiastic? Many villagers gathered around to watch. Some leaned on the car window, and others patted the car hood. Shen Junshan had to slow down the car and kept honking the horn. Han Jiao looked at them. They were generally darker-skinned, thin, and wore clothes and pants with several patches on each. She glanced at herself and Shen Junshan's outfits. "Oh no, we're showing off our wealth." While she was worried, someone ahead shouted loudly, "Second boy, move your foot. Don't cry if you get hurt." "Third dog, what are you trying to do? Just sleep on the car roof." "Bull cow, take care of your sister." "Stinky kid, are you trying to crawl under the car? I tell you, underneath is just yellow soil, no difference." Hearing the noise, Shen Junshan's tense face softened into a faint smile, and his eyes looked gentle. Seeing his expression, Han Jiao knew this person cared a lot about him. An old man with a thin white beard, holding a bamboo stick-like object, happily pushed through the crowd. He patted the car window with his big hand, and Shen Junshan immediately rolled down the window and smiled. "Third uncle, how are you feeling?" "Stop interrupting. Move aside. I want to see your wife." Then, the old man reached out and pushed Shen Junshan's head to the back. Sun Yumin looked at Han Jiao from head to toe, grinning happily. He loudly exclaimed, "She's not a fool at all. She's like a little fairy. I knew your wife's family has a sharp tongue, but their brains are good too. Come see, isn't she a little fairy?" The crowd quickly gathered again, eagerly looking at Han Jiao. She surprisingly felt a little shy, her face turning red as she greeted everyone. Shen Junshan took a bag of candies from behind and handed it to her. "Share these with the children. They like sweets." She didn't expect Shen Junshan to secretly prepare gifts. He was so thoughtful. Han Jiao got out of the car to distribute the candies, and everyone crowded around her window happily. Shen Junshan was free, so he had time to talk to Sun Yumin. He said, "Third uncle, why are you here? Your home is on the other side. You're quite observant." Sun Yumin leaned in and lowered his voice. "Since your wife came back from the city, she's been criticizing and scolding you and your wife all day. Some elders in the village also have opinions about you too. I came to tell you this." Shen Junshan didn't reply, but his eyes showed disdain and annoyance. He had warned Jin Guizhi not to cause trouble again. Yet, just 2 days after returning early, she caused a scene in the village. Sun Yumin patted his shoulder. "It's okay. People know what kind of person you are, so they probably won't take those words seriously. Just do what you think is right. But I want to remind you of one thing." "Third uncle, what is it?" Sun Yumin pointed toward Han Jiao with his lips. "I saw Jin Guizhi and Xiao Fong laughing and talking again. Be careful, don't let your wife feel upset. I think that girl is pretty good." Shen Junshan frowned. "Third uncle, who is Xiao Fong?" Sun Yumin paused, then suddenly laughed loudly. "No one special. You guys go ahead. If you leave early, you can still catch dinner. I brought you a gift. I'll come to your place tomorrow noon."
Okay, come anytime.
Shen Junshan got into the car and headed toward Air Tiao Cave. Just as the car was about to stop, a bright figure rushed to his window. Before he turned off the engine, she opened the door. "Junshan Ji, you're back." Shen Junshan was clearly annoyed by her familiar attitude. He quickly pulled the door back, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. Han Jiao looked at this woman. She was quite pretty, with an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes, a traditional beauty. Her long black hair was tied into a thick braid hanging over her chest. She was wearing a red dress. In Yuling village, her outfit was very eye-catching, clearly chosen on purpose. The girl also saw Han Jiao. The moment she saw her, her eyes flickered unconsciously. Then she extended her hand and introduced herself confidently. Hello, my name is Haifeng. I'm a good friend of Junshan Ji. Are you Junshan Ji's sister? I haven't seen you before. Shen Junshan frowned. I don't know you. Haifeng's moment of awkwardness quickly passed, and she smiled gently. We've met several times before. Maybe I looked different when I was a child, so Brother Junshan doesn't remember. But in my heart, I've always looked up to him and quietly followed his example. Han Jiao was surprised for a moment. She didn't expect this woman to be so bold. Although she seemed to be on the same level as Qin Shaoing, her status was much higher. First, she tried to get close, then she praised Shen Junshan, and at the same time, she denied being his wife. Her cleverness was impressive.
Han Jia smiled.
Shen Junshan didn't say anything. He walked over to Han Jiao, handed her the lighter items, and carried the heavier ones himself. Haifeng reached out. With so many things, it looks like you're moving back to live here. Let me help. Shen Junshan turned sideways to avoid her hand and said coldly, no need. Haifeng's hands froze in midair. She hesitated, unsure whether to reach out or put them down, feeling awkward. Shen Junshan took a bunch of things and managed to hook Han Jiao's hand with some of the items. She also sensed Shen Junshan's impatience with Haifeng, her attitude colder than usual. Han Jiao said, You're a bit fierce. The young girl looked scared. Shen Junshan frowned and said resentfully, You are my wife. She was stunned for a moment, then took a while to realize. Shen Junshan was upset because Haifeng thought of her as his younger sister. Han Jiao tugged on his little finger. Shen Junshan paused and turned back. Really? She hurried over, tiptoed, and kissed his cheek. Husband, I think you're so cute. Shen Junshan's face turned even redder, as red as a fiery sunset in the sky. This scene happened to be seen by Haifeng. Her eyes shimmered with tears, but she swallowed them down and slowly followed behind. In front of them was a small brick courtyard. Before they entered, someone came out from inside. Seeing Shen Junshan, he shouted, You're back. Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, third brother, and his wife are back. The people inside the house heard the noise and all came out. There was a small dirt step at the back of the courtyard. After climbing up, there was another household, all belonging to their family. Hearing the commotion, they also ran out from inside, walking quickly in cloth shoes. Before greeting them, they took away the buns, candies, and other small items from Shen Junshan's hand. They didn't even touch the porcelain basin or household items, which were cheap and not edible. Han Jiao felt a heavy weight in her heart. What kind of people are these? Han Jiao gently held Shen Junshan's hand with care. He looked at her with a slight smile, showing he didn't mind. In the yard, the men and women quickly finished sharing the food. A sharp-tongued man complained to Shen Junshan, just a short trip back. And you only bring this much? That's stingy. A woman beside him immediately punched him and smiled kindly. Third brother, don't listen to what your second brother says. He's talking nonsense. Is this your wife? She's very pretty. When you come back next time, remember to hold a celebration so everyone in the village can meet her. In their hometown, not holding a celebration after marriage was seen as a sign of being unworthy and was considered very shameful. Most people believed that holding a celebration was part of the wedding. In their eyes, Han Jiao was not really part of the Shen family. Han Jiao looked around at the people in the yard. She suddenly realized they all looked quite similar, but none of them resembled Shen Junshan's face. Blood ties are very strong. While genetic traits don't always look exactly the same, they usually have some similarities. She used to think Shen Jinbao and Shen Jinfeng were special cases. Now it seemed Shen Junshan was the real exception. Just as Han Jiao was curious, a man at the door of the house slowly came out. Everyone automatically moved aside to let him pass. Shen Demao, wearing a Zhongshan suit, crossed his arms and approached to look at the couple. Shin Junshan said, Grandpa. You came back just in time. We're about to start eating. Come and join us for the meal. Okay, Jiao Jiao, I'll take you to wash your hands. Everyone in the yard stretched their necks to look at Han Jiao Jiao. When they saw Shin Junshan fetching water from the well to wash her hands, an old woman came out of the house and said, You've been in the county for 2 days and already think you're a city person. You need soap to wash your hands? So pretentious. We eat just fine without all that. Jean Guizhi nodded in agreement. Exactly. We're just country folks, and she's a fool. Worse than us. Why pretend? Han Jiao Jiao was washing her hands in the back. Although she didn't hear their voices clearly, she could feel their hostility. She quietly said while pouring water for Shin Junshan, Your family is hard to deal with. Your old man is also very hostile toward you. I know, but it's okay. After all, you are my man. With my daughter here, I'm not afraid. Shin Junshan choked up and took a long time to smile. He then reached out and splashed a few water droplets on her small face. They played around for a while under everyone's watch before going to eat. The dining place wasn't inside the house. In the backyard, there was a round stone platform. Everyone lifted wooden planks to make a simple table and started placing food on it. There were sweet potatoes, cornmeal pancakes, steamed cakes, then a big bowl of cold noodles, and a small dish of bamboo shoots and mushrooms. Besides these carbohydrate-rich foods, there was a large bowl of cold bamboo shoot salad, a plate of pickled chili peppers and sour radish, and a pot of radish stew with slices of fatty meat. A plate of cured meat was also brought out. Seeing these meats, everyone's mouths watered. Usually they could only eat such food during festivals. Shin Junshan hadn't seen so much food at home today. After Han Jiao Jiao sat down, Shin Junshan introduced each person to her. Han Jiao Jiao learned that the pointed-faced man was his second brother, Shin Fugui, the youngest son of Uncle Shin Changming. He also had a son named Shin Yukai, who was the oldest in the family. 2 years ago, he became a son-in-law for someone else and was not home now. Second Uncle Shen Peng's wife was Jean Guizhi. The 2 children they had, Han Jiao Jiao didn't want to pay attention to. Shin Junshan's father was the 3rd oldest. Among the younger generation, he was also the 3rd. His younger brothers were Shin Jinbao and his sister. There were 2 younger brothers from 4th Uncle Shindali's family who went outside today to do brick-moving work and wouldn't return until noon tomorrow. Shindali lived in the house on the hillside. Grandpa Shindalma, Grandma Jean Hong, and Jean Guizhi were related as aunt and niece. Now, Jean Guizhi's family was living in the main house. After understanding the relationships, Han Jiao Jiao finally realized why Jean Guizhi could be so proud in Shin's family. Jean Hong also heard the story from Jean Guizhi and looked very displeased. The 3rd family, our rules here are that women eat beside men. The table is for men to sit at. Hai Fong smiled gently and said, Grandma, don't be angry. Jiao Jiao is meeting elders for the first time. You can teach her slowly. Having no manners or awareness, can't you see how others do things? Red saliva was flying everywhere, but everyone kept eating as if they hadn't noticed. However, their eyes showed they were enjoying the show. Shin Junshan straightened up, and Han Jiao Jiao immediately held her back. She asked Yafeng nearby, Grandma said something about you. Did you hear?
Me?
Yafeng looked confused. She thought they were talking about Han Jiao Jiao, so why was it her? Han Jiao Jiao said, Yes, you. An outsider coming here to eat with us, and sitting openly at the table. Isn't that inappropriate? Our eldest aunt is standing nearby with her bowl. In the village, men of all kinds could eat at the table, and the best seats were reserved for them first. Women sat at small tables nearby, some didn't even have small stools and could only stand with their bowls and chopsticks to eat. The family had no place to sit, yet they still left a seat for someone unrelated. Everyone kept quiet out of politeness, but was secretly annoyed. Yefeng looked awkwardly at Jean Guizhi. Jean Guizhi said, A little girl like you shouldn't take up much space. Just squeeze in a bit. It won't take up much room. Oh, so I'm the eldest girl, and I take up space? Red, who had never met someone brave enough to talk back to her, widened her eyes in surprise. But the other wives felt happy inside and secretly chuckled. especially the fourth wife, Kameng, who even laughed out loud. Red wanted to scold her, but her husband stopped her. The third young man just brought his wife back. If she doesn't understand something, teach her. No need to get upset. Han Jiao Jiao said, Grandma, you can teach me. I probably won't learn, but I'm willing to listen. Though I'll forget it soon after. Don't mind, okay? What do you mean? Han Jiao Jiao bit into a pancake and blinked big eyes. Did I say anything? I'm silly and forget everything. Red was so angry her face was trembling. Shun Junshan tapped his plate with chopsticks. Everyone looked over at the sound. Seeing his cold expression, no one dared to speak. Red, feeling proud, deliberately said, Third young man, Yafeng, you haven't seen each other in a while. Have you changed much? No, I haven't. How come? You two used to kick a shuttlecock outside the small shop. Shin Junshan looked seriously at Red and said coldly, You're mistaken. I've never kicked a shuttlecock. I don't have that free time. Red's face darkened, and she turned to glare fiercely at Han Jiao Jiao. Grandma, why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything. Oh, I see. You're giving me a sidelong glance, right? That's okay as long as it doesn't affect my eyesight. Han Jiao Jiao smiles gently, happily watching their funny expressions. Shun Fugue chuckles foolishly. Is it true that pretty people have bad tempers? Third brother, your wife looks very nice. Han Jiao Jiao doesn't like his look and turns to smile. Elder brother, your temper must be very good.
Of course, go ask around. My temper is the best.
Yeah, it's obvious. It's written all over your face. Shin Fugue feels something is wrong. After thinking for a moment, he seems to understand and points at Han Jiao Jiao's face, scolding, You little brat, who are you calling ugly?
Who are you calling a brat?
Junshan Shin raises his eyes, his cold hostility making Shin Fugue shiver with fear. He nervously lowers his hand and curls up. Most of the family looks at him with strange expressions and fear in their eyes when they look at Junshan Shin. Han Jiao Jiao sees this and gives Shin Junshan a piece of flatbread, saying, Eat. Everyone picks up their chopsticks again, but no one speaks. Hai Fong also dares not to talk, shrinking her shoulders and silently eating nearby. After the meal, Jingguizi throws all the bowls and chopsticks into a large wooden basin. She looks around but can't find Han Jiao Jiao. She scolds irritably, the new wife doesn't wash the dishes? She's worse than Hai Fong. Hai Fong awkwardly smiles and deliberately stays silent. She doesn't want to wash such a big basin of dishes. Han Jiao Jiao, in her small cottage yard on the hill, hears Jingguizi's words but ignores her lazily. She follows Shin Junshan into the house. Shin Dali happily leads them to a small room inside, saying, I thought you'd need to sleep here when you come back. I tidied it up yesterday. Since it's cool at night, I laid a mattress for you. His wife, and Qing, is a gentle woman, and she offers them a pot of water. I saw you brought water cups, so I didn't prepare any. Here's some water for you to put in the room.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Han Jiao Jiao feels that the fourth family's attitude towards Shin Junshan is quite friendly, and Shin Junshan's attitude towards them is softer than others. Han Jiao Jiao looked around the room. After placing a 1.5-meter bed, there was only a small table and a tiny cabinet left, with no space for anything else. The window was broken, patched with wooden sticks and newspapers. The walls were covered with newspaper to keep dust out. The ground was natural yellow earth unpolished, giving a rough feeling underfoot. And Qing smiled and said, Is it a bit uncomfortable? The conditions here are not as good as in your county town. Just bear with it for a few nights. Sister-in-law, you're joking. It's quite clean, and the bedding is new. It smells like sunshine. I like it very much. When I first came here, it was worse than you. I lived below with a big family, every day, sleeping on the floor. Luckily, Dolly built this house. Now that the younger ones haven't come back, it's easier to stay here without noise. Han Jiao Jiao asked, Is fourth sister-in-law not from here? At that time, my father was beaten and my mother was affected too. No one at home to take care of me, so I came here to live. Now, I am a teacher here and have settled down. No wonder she felt that Qing was different from Jin Guizhi.
They talked for a while.
Knowing they were very tired today, and Qing took Shindali back to rest. The house was on a hillside, connected by an electric wire from the main house below, with a light bulb hanging inside the room. Han Jiao opened the door to let the light in. When she turned to put her luggage on the cabinet, suddenly everything went dark.
Ah!
Power's out? Yes, it's 8 o'clock, the circuit breaker tripped. Shen Junshan lit a kerosene lamp and placed it on the table. Han Jiao sighed. After all these years of taking care of them, you finally come back, and you can't even spare a few cents for electricity. I really wonder if you're really my brother. People who don't know might think you're a scavenger. Shen Junshan looked at her blankly, pursed his lips, and didn't say anything. He went out and brought back 2 buckets of cold water. He went to the back room, helped her set up the bath, and called Han Jiao over. Wash up. I'll stay outside and watch. He skillfully hung a torn cloth to make a simple barrier. Behind was a brick wall with thatched roof tiles and broken shingles. With this curtain, it became a basic bathroom. Han Jiao sniffed herself and finally gave in. She picked up soap, put on her clothes, and started washing herself. Jean Guizhi stretched her head upward and looked around. Jean Hong scolded, "Can you see?"
No ambition.
If I were you, I would just rush up. What's the point of hiding and hiding? Aunt, you know about Jin Bao's matter. I almost lost my big brother because of it. Jin Bao was not afraid at all. Instead, he confidently said, "They're all at home now. What can they do to me? Grandma, can you tolerate that fool bullying our family? Look at her attitude towards you." Jean Hong snorted. The 3rd child earns over 700 yuan a year, but this little troublemaker has taken it all. She's so proud, she's almost looking down her nose. Grandma, I think we should let Haifeng stay with us. We should find a chance for her to settle things with 3rd brother. Shen Jinbao encouraged his mother to invite Haifeng over, just to cause trouble for Shen Junshan. He hoped Shen Junshan and Han Jiao would divorce, so he could talk to Chen Xiaoying about marriage. Jean Hong nodded. Haifeng's father is the head of the farm team. He's got good conditions.
I thought the same.
If 3rd brother married her, it would be good for our family. But then that silly girl appeared. I think 3rd brother is already enchanted. What should we do? Everyone looked at Shindama, knowing that the decision depended on the family's main pillar. Shindama also didn't like Han Jiao, mainly because she only had eyes for Shin Junshan and didn't care about their Shin family. This year, they had been living frugally, hardly eating meat or anything fancy. If she took control of 3rd brother, their family would have a hard time. In the old days, I would have told him to divorce her. But now, my words don't matter anymore.
Stop talking.
Tomorrow you go kill a chicken and make some delicious food. Let 3rd brother and Haifeng eat alone. After they're done, lock her in the room. Let's see what she can do. The people in the room heard this and felt hopeful again, as if life had a new chance. Han Jiao put on her pajamas and came out. Shin Junshan went inside to wash. He got wet, applied soap, and picked up a water bucket to rinse himself. He shook his head, water splashing onto her. Han Jiao watched from the side. She knew he was good-looking because she often held him to sleep. But when she saw water rolling down his abs to his waist, where there was a red fish-shaped shadow, and the water made it look even more attractive, her throat felt hot. Shin Junshan saw her staring blankly, with heat radiating from his body. He leaned down and touched her head. "Why do you have a fever? Are you sick?" Scared of the dark. "No need to be afraid. I'll carry you back." Shin Junshan's arms wrapped around her knees, and he easily picked her up. He didn't think much, just felt that Jiao must be very tired and probably wanted to sleep. Shin Junshan increased his pace. He didn't notice anything unusual about Han Jiao. Shin Junshan put her inside the quilt. Han Jiao stretched her legs, and her feet were exposed outside, feeling cold. She is only 1.67 meters tall, so her feet stick out. Shin Junshan is over 1.80 meters, so his legs are also outside and cold. Han Jiao tugged at Shin Junshan. The quilt is a bit short. Let fourth sister-in-law get you a new one. There probably isn't a better one to change. This was from my childhood.
They didn't think much about it.
Han Jiao Jiao really wanted to get a new quilt from the space, but she couldn't do that in front of Shin Junshan. So she had Shin Junshan put on long pajamas and covered his legs with his coat. It was very cold at night, and wind was slipping in through the gaps in the window. Han Jiao Jiao slept in a daze all night, dreaming of an old lady sitting beside her with strange little eyes. The meaning was hard to understand. Shin Junshan also looked strange, as if he was shouting loudly at her. She couldn't hear what Shin Junshan was saying, but she felt like he was scolding her. Han Jiao Jiao was awakened by anger. When she woke up, it was already morning outside the window, and Shin Junshan was no longer by her side. She changed her clothes and left the room. Everyone was already awake, and Qing pointed at a porcelain basin on the stone. He has prepared water for your face washing. Hurry and wash up. Where is he?
He went to get something.
Hearing this, Han Jiao Jiao felt a bit better. Her expression softened, and she no longer cared about him shouting at her in her dream. Han Jiao Jiao rinsed her face with clean water twice, then dried it with tissue and threw it into the broken bucket. When she lifted the basin, the woman below shouted loudly, "Third young master's family, let me introduce you. This is my son Shinyukai. You didn't see him yesterday, but today he's here for you to meet. Oh, good morning." After splashing water, Han Jiao Jiao rinsed the basin with clean water. Auntie Qianguohua and Shin Yukai exchanged a quick look. Shin Yukai then called over a young boy nearby, "Third brother's wife, this is my son Zhonyo. He's 3 years old.
Hello, Nyonyo.
Hurry up and eat breakfast. Don't go hungry." Han Jiao Jiao came down from above. As she passed by them, she smiled sweetly and brushed past, heading straight for the car. Qian Guohua immediately changed her expression. How can someone be like this? Not giving red envelopes to the younger generation. How is that proper? Shun Yukai pinched his son's bottom and scolded. "It's all your fault, acting like your mother. You're so annoying."
Zhonyo cried loudly.
Hai Fong, who was outside, saw this and quickly went over to hold and soothe the child. Han Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes inwardly as she watched them laugh and chat happily. It was only a little past 7. Even if the villagers got up early, Shin Yukai was a person who married into the family, so calling him back wouldn't be easy. The Shin family would do anything for the small amount of money she had. Hai Fong was also diligent, running early in the morning to bring food and drinks to the Shin family, more eager than a loyal follower. Han Jiao Jiao opened the trunk, pretending to look for something. She was thinking about a 2-meter-long cooling blanket, and suddenly, she had a soft, white quilt in her hand. She took out the quilt and locked the car. Just as she stepped into the yard, she heard Shin Yukai anxiously say, "What happened? Just now he was fine. Why is he choking now?" Qian Guohua shouted, "Pat his back. Hit harder. If he's okay, why give him candy? Be more forceful." Shun Yukai pounded harder, but Zhonyo not only didn't spit out what he was choking on, his face looked worse and worse. Hai Fong was also frightened. "If it's not better, we should take him to the health clinic." "I can drive, I'll do it." "Quick, get the car ready." The 3 of them hurriedly carried the child toward Jiao Jiao. Seeing the child's condition, she immediately stopped them. "Wait until you get to the hospital. It might be too late. The child's head is tilted at a 45-degree angle. Press the area below the chest, about 3 fingers width." Han Jiao Jiao, what are you doing at a time like this? If you won't help, don't make things worse. Qian Guohua had already heard from her second brother's family that she didn't like Han Jiao Jiao from the start, and now she refused to listen to her. Moreover, she was a fool. How could anyone trust what a fool says? Hai Fong was also anxious. "Jiao Jiao, I know you're reluctant to lend your car, but this is a matter of life and death. I promise I won't damage your car, just let me drive. Quick, get the car ready." Han Jiao Jiao also didn't bother to explain to them. After all, her silly image was already deeply rooted in their minds, and she didn't expect them to trust her. But the child couldn't wait any longer. By the time they arrived at the health center, he had already choked. Out of instinct, Han Jiao rushed forward and grabbed the child, pressing her thumb on the spot between his fingers and pushing upward. The child twitched twice, and then stretched his neck. Shin Yukai and Qian Hohot screamed, thinking Zhonyo was about to be harmed. Qian Hohot crazily pushed her aside and shouted, "Murderer! You owe my grandson an explanation." Han Jiao was pushed back several steps, and the child was taken away. Just as she was about to fall, her back hit a warm embrace. Shin Junshan caught her with one arm and held a yellow ceramic bowl with breakfast in the other. Inside were 5 large meat buns, still steaming. Behind him was a broken fence, with metal mesh exposed outside. It almost hurt Han Jiao. Shin Junshan's eyes flashed with anger. Haifeng ran up, crying, "Brother Junshan, this isn't Andy's fault. Neo got stuck, and we need to take him to the hospital." Jiao was worried about the car getting scratched and didn't want to move.
"We just couldn't do anything."
Shin Junshan looked at Zhonyo, frowning tightly. Suddenly, Han Jiao felt a cold wave in her heart. She sensed that Shin Junshan was wavering at this moment. A hint of anger also appeared in her heart. She pushed Shin Junshan aside, took the opportunity when everyone was distracted, and snatched Zhonyo back, continuously pressing on his chest. Shin Junshan also panicked. Jiao, let him go. Why should I let go? I'm about to succeed." Shin Junshan's shouts scared the others. Han Jiao looked at him coldly, her hands not stopping. Finally, she increased her strength. A piece of candy shot out from Zhonyo's throat and fell to the ground. Zhonyo was stunned for a moment, then, after catching his breath, he burst into loud crying. Shin Yukai also started crying and hugged his son to comfort him. "Good boy, you're fine. Dad was so scared. Dad will buy you something tasty. When we go back, don't tell your mom, okay?" Haifeng quickly kicked the candy aside. "No, don't cry anymore. Be careful when eating in the future. See how dangerous that was just now."
Han Yao coldly curled her lips.
If Haifeng hadn't given the child a hard candy just to please them, Zhonyo wouldn't have choked on his throat. A 1- or 2-year-old child eating such hard candy is very dangerous. If given during play, it's very likely to cause harm. She was too lazy to poke holes in the plastic bag and walked straight toward Shin Junshan, staring at him. "Shin Junshan, did you think I was crazy just now, trying to hurt Xiaonyo?" Shin Junshan lowered his head in shame. He never thought Han Jiao would intentionally hurt anyone, but he was worried she might accidentally harm Zhonyo. Han Jiao saw his reaction and snorted coldly. So, he didn't trust her. Han Jiao sneered. "Maybe I was being too hopeful." Shin Junshan felt her disappointment and anger. He was sure she was upset, but he didn't know how to explain himself. From his point of view, it wasn't entirely wrong. Zhonyo was stuck, and the responsibility was on the 3 of them. If Han Jiao took over and something went wrong, it would be her fault. He didn't want Zhonyo to get hurt, nor did he want Han Jiao to be in danger. Stopping her from handling Zhonyo was responsible for everyone. Shin Junshan fell silent. Seeing this, Haifeng stepped closer and said, Jiao, don't be angry. The situation just now was unavoidable. Brother Junshan didn't know how capable you are. Shut up. This is a private conversation between us, not your business." Haifeng was stunned, as if something was stuck in her throat. She reached out and said, "Give me the car keys." Shin Junshan silently handed over the keys. Han Jiao opened the car door, started the engine, and after the sound of the engine, she drove onto an open space, climbing, reversing, making S-turns, and parking precisely. After a smooth maneuver, Han Jiao parked the car steadily and threw the keys back to Shin Junshan. She arrogantly said to Haifeng, "I'm not just good. I'm very good." After saying that, she stepped over the air conditioner cover on the ground and went back to her room. Haifeng's face darkened. This big Jeep was like a toy in Han Jiao's hands. She had just proudly boasted that she wouldn't scratch the car and that her driving skills were excellent. Compared to Han Jiao, her own driving was like playing. Embarrassed, Haifeng looked at Shin Junshan and asked, Junshan, is Jiao Jiao really a fool? Shin Junshan ignored her. He picked up the air conditioner cover, cleaned it, and quickly went back inside. Han Jiao Jiao drank cold water quickly. When she sensed someone approaching, she immediately cursed. You it, doubting me? Are you my man? When Shin Junshan first saw the angry Han Jiao Jiao, he quietly put down his bun to show friendliness. Han Jiao Jiao sneered. What do you mean? Do I lack a few buns to eat? Or are you trying to stuff something in my mouth? Shin Junshan, let me tell you, don't think I rely on you to get by. I can live just fine without you. You still dare to yell at me? Who gave you the nerve to shout at me in front of others? Say something. Shin Junshan whispered. I didn't yell at you. You still argue. You're yelling at me now. You don't believe me, so you yell, and you even team up with others to pressure me. What's your point? Are you back because you think the women here are obedient and sensible, and you're getting a big boost to your vanity? The more Shin Junshan listened, the more confused he felt. He admits he momentarily doubted whether Han Jiao Jiao could save Zhou Niu, and he admits it was his mistake. Seeing her rescue an asthmatic patient, he shouldn't have worried like that. But he has no vanity, and he doesn't think anyone here is particularly good. Helplessly, Shin Junshan said, I didn't do anything. You still dare to say that? You spat right in my face. Suddenly, Han Jiao Jiao remembered how angry she was in her dream when he yelled at her. The anger made her feel so upset that her kidneys hurt. Han Jiao Jiao crossed her arms and pointed at the door. Get out. I don't want to argue with you. Jiao Jiao, can we talk reasonably?
I'm just worried about you.
Now I'm not being reasonable.
Fine. Pretenda un raisonnable.
It's my fault. Now go out. Jiao Jiao.
Go out.
I don't want to see you.
Stay away from me. I don't need you right now.
Shin Junshan silently pushed the breakfast toward her, then left the room. He looked inside from the window, feeling defeated, and walked away. Han Jiao Jiao felt even more upset about the buns. If this were modern times, she would definitely smash these buns in anger. But here, these buns are still precious. She couldn't waste food. Han Jiao Jiao felt a headache from her anger, then bit into the buns fiercely to vent her frustration. And Qing pushed aside the curtain and came in. Han Jiao Jiao said, Don't try to persuade me. I'm upset and not listening. Who said I want to persuade you? I saw the buns and thought you could share one with me. Anqing held a meat bun in her hands and said, When I first arrived here, I only ate once a day and did farm work. If a family managed to get a meat bun, it was as exciting as New Year's. Jiao Jiao had never experienced that before and took a big bite. Anqing said, Life is much better now. Meat buns are not common. The village only has the big team's cafeteria and a meat shop. To buy one, you have to line up at 5 in the morning. Jiao Jiao's movements slowed down and stopped. Suddenly, her meat bun lost its taste. Going to line up at 5 in the morning means waking up around 4. Shin Junshan also didn't drive. He got up before dawn and went to line up. Jiao Jiao sighed heavily. Anqing leaned in and smiled. You were really brave just now, shouting so loudly that the whole family heard you, even telling the man to go away. That's real courage. I didn't say go away. That's the same thing. Men care about face. If a woman scolds and yells at her husband at his family's place, you're the first. Jiao Jiao didn't know why, but hearing that made her smile instead. She thought this wasn't a big deal, but when she considered other women, she realized she was quite bold. Seeing her mood lighten, Anqing quickly offered some advice. Junshan is a simple guy. He's been like that since he was young. I believe he means no harm. I'm just angry that he doesn't trust me. Auntie, tell me, why wouldn't he trust me? Anqing laughed loudly. Don't just blame Junshan. Even your own parents might try to stop you. They're just worried you'll get into trouble. It has nothing to do with trust. And now, there's another problem coming up. If you push people away, who benefits then? Anqing's words felt like cotton, pressing down on her anger. She used to be naive. Her view of Shin Junshan had changed, but deep down, she still held on to old feelings. Her husband was hers, and if something went wrong, it was an internal matter. If Hai Fong got involved, it would be disgusting. Later, if she returned to the county and Chen Xiaoying found out, she'd mock her for being robbed by a village girl. Jiao Jiao rubbed her forehead and said, "Auntie, you really know how to give advice. Junshan always goes to the dam when something happens. It's not far. Turn left at the small road at the end." Jiao Jiao awkwardly smiled and hurried out. As she stepped downstairs, Jin Hong suddenly ran out of the house and grabbed her arm. "Dead girl, stand right here." Jin Hong scolded loudly, "I've always thought you weren't a good person. A foolish wife who dares to curse the men. I think you're planning to rebel. Kneel here." Han Jiao Jiao almost laughed and cried at the same time. All the women in this family were so strange. Seeing her like this, Jin Hong looked even angrier. She tightly grabbed Han Jiao Jiao's arm. She knew Shin Junshan wasn't here, so now was the best time to deal with Han Jiao Jiao. Today, she wanted Han Jiao Jiao to understand her true status. Han Jiao Jiao quickly shook her off. She thought, "Want me to kneel? What are you even thinking?"
Han Jia sned red, knel.
"That's not impossible, but I've only knelt at graves outside temples. Kneeling to you? What are you talking about?" Jin Hong pinched her hard. "You're rebellious now." Han Jiao Jiao rubbed her arm. Although she had no family since she was young, the people around her were kind. Even her teachers and the nannies at the orphanage never hit her. Does this old woman deserve it? Han Jiao Jiao smiled at her, but Jin Hong suddenly felt a chill down her spine. In the next second, Han Jiao Jiao rushed forward and grabbed her arm tightly.
Ouch.
"That hurts. Are you crazy?
Stop it.
Aren't I supposed to be nice to you? I'll give you some pain too. Does it hurt? Don't run away." Jin Hong ran in all directions. She couldn't believe this little girl would fight back. She clung to her like a stubborn patch and chased her around the yard. Getting worried, Jin Hong shouted loudly, "Someone come quick. Look at this fool abusing her elder. You're not Shin Junshan's wife, so what kind of wife are you? Someone come quick. This fool is hurting her elder." Han Jiao Jiao, tired from chasing, saw her chance and pushed her into a haystack, then picked up a large stone and slammed it hard against her face. It didn't splash much water like a cotton puff, but Jin Hong was still stunned. Just now, she really thought Han Jiao Jiao was going to kill her. Han Jiao Jiao showed an innocent and pure expression. "Grandma, pinch me. I'll return 20 pinches to you. It's a fair trade, 20 for 20. Why aren't you happy? You wicked girl. I'm just treating you the way you treat me. Why are you still scolding me?" Han Jiao Jiao picked up another stone and twirled it in her hand. Jin Hong thought she was going to hit herself, so she was scared and cried, covering her head, "Someone come quickly. Someone is killing." "Foolish girl, you're hurting someone." Shun Jinbao rushed out of the house. "Han Jiao Jiao, you're going too far." Han Jiao Jiao looked at him coldly and forcefully threw a stone near his foot. Shun Jinbao was terrified. "Are you trying to kill me for money? Just you? A ragged piece of cloth, no mirror, and you still want to look at yourself in the water. Han Jiao Jiao, I think you deserve a beating." Knowing Shin Junshan wasn't home, Shin Jinbao decided it was a good time to deal with Han Jiao Jiao. He rolled up his sleeves and ran forward, thinking that at his own house, Shin Junshan would hold him accountable, especially with Grandpa around. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. He swung his fist toward Han Jiao Jiao's face with full force. Han Jiao Jiao's cold eyes slightly darkened. She lowered her stance, spun around his arm, and kicked him off balance, then threw him into the air. She forcefully threw him to the ground. Before Shin Jinbao could shout, Han Jiao Jiao pressed her foot on his shoulder, pinning him down.
An Jiao Jiao snarat, inoi da zarba beating.
"If you're brave enough, come and hit me."
Pain.
"Grandpa, help me." Shin Damao had gone to the village office early in the morning and wasn't home now. Everyone else just watched foolishly. In their view, it was normal for men to hit women, but women hitting men was strange, especially Han Jiao Jiao. She was thin and small, and not very smart, yet she managed to lift Shin Jinbao into the air and throw him down. "Help your sister." Han Jiao Jiao grabbed his collar and slapped him hard. This slap is because you curse me. Another slap, and Shin Jinbao's cheeks swelled on both sides. This slap is for what your grandma endured. Han Jiao raised her hand again and slapped him some more. This slap was so heavy that it made Shin Jinbao's mouth bleed. This slap is about the county town matter. You know what you did, I know too. If you cause trouble again, I will castrate you. Shin Jinbao's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he held his face while sobbing loudly. He thought he was the victim, but Han Jiao knew better. As soon as Shin Jinbao spoke, Chen Xiaoying would be finished. He liked Chen Xiaoying, so he deliberately kept silent and protected her. If he had spoken up, Chen Aiming wouldn't have almost jumped into the river and nearly lost her life. Han Jiao pointed at him and shouted, "Be careful. If you don't remember this lesson, I will hit you again." She pushed him away, glanced at Jin Hong, and felt annoyed. Then she kicked Shin Jinbao. It's easier to hit the old people, but hitting the young ones is okay, sometimes. Han Jiao sneered, "Old woman, do you still want me to kneel?" Jin Hong was scared by her look. As soon as she opened her mouth, Jin Bao was kicked. In a moment, she was hit 3 or 4 times. She didn't dare speak. Tears welled up in her eyes. Feeling wronged, she lay down in the grass pile. "You're afraid of the weak and bully the strong. What kind of person are you?" Han Jiao spat on the ground angrily and turned to go to the dam to find Shin Junshan. Not far away, loud crying suddenly came from behind her. Jin Guizhi called Shin Jinfeng to help her, and they carried the two inside. Shin Jinfeng was scared and said, "Mother, third brother might get angry if he finds out we bullied his wife. Will he cause trouble for us?"
Jinon glared angrily.
"I was the one who got hit. Why should third brother bother me? I want to tell the workers about her behavior, so everyone knows how she treats elders. But I heard that crazy people who kill aren't punished. She's a fool, so she probably won't be punished or treated." After Shin Jinfeng finished speaking, everyone fell silent again. Jin Hong couldn't hold back her anger. She was determined to find a chance to teach that girl a lesson. Han Jiao followed the path heading south. At first, she thought she was going the wrong way. But then she smelled the unique scent of river water and quickly ran toward the dam. Just as she reached the dam, she saw Shin Junshan sitting under a tree, with Hai Fong nearby, talking quietly to him. Her heart suddenly missed a beat, as if struck by lightning. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, clear water, one man and one woman whispering under a tree. A strange feeling welled up inside Han Jiao. It was uncomfortable, sour, bitter, and hurtful all at once. Shin Junshan seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned around and saw her standing below. He immediately got up, slid down from the dam, and hurried over to her. "Why are you here?" Han Jiao blurted out, "Can I come? Am I bothering you?" As soon as she spoke, her brows furrowed tightly. She didn't really mean it that way. Why did her words come out so harsh? She was surprised herself. Sun Junshan felt a bit confused. Han Jiao looked at his handsome yet silly face, which was reddened from the sun, and saw sweat on his nose. Han Jiao sighed heavily and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. "You shouldn't look directly at bright lights, and why are you still standing on the dam? Don't you want your eyes?" Sun Junshan lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. "I didn't mean to. Good that you know. Stay away from bright lights until your eyes get better."
"I'm not talking about that.
I mean," he paused, "I shouldn't have doubted you, and I shouldn't have yelled at you. I was wrong." Han Jiao opened her mouth, feeling annoyed earlier, but now feeling mixed up and confused. Han Jiao felt nervous inside. She tried to stay calm and tiptoed. "It's mainly your fault." "Yes, it's my fault." Han Jiao was confused by his words. He apologized quickly and sincerely, and her anger was gone. She rubbed her head. "I also did something wrong. I got angry earlier and hit your second brother and grandma. Don't worry, I was careful and didn't hurt them badly." Sun Junshan sighed helplessly. "Next time, don't do that." Han Jiao nodded, feeling a little disappointed inside. After all, they were family. She hid his family, and he still felt upset. Sun Junshan also felt upset inside. Except for Aunt C and her husband, the others in the family were difficult to deal with. They often caused trouble, and when something serious happened, they wouldn't stop until they got what they wanted. Sun Junshan and Han Jiao Jiao stood facing each other. Both had things on their minds but didn't say anything. Haifeng came down from the dam and ran to their side. Jiao Jiao, you're here. Thanks to you today, the little cow has been taken to the health clinic and should be safe now. I didn't expect you to rescue someone. It's hard to tell what else you and brother Junshan don't know about each other. Han Jiao Jiao was immune to such teasing. She sneered. I don't know about that, but I do know that a 1 or 2-year-old child can't eat sugar the size of a soybean. And I know that when there are many people, it's easy to cause trouble. You should keep your distance, Xiaofeng, right? Haifeng awkwardly smiled. Brother Junshan and I plan to go for a walk in the village. Do you want to come?
Han Jiao Jiao glared at Shen Yunshan.
He felt a strong sense of anger, but couldn't quite understand why. Shen Junshan said innocently, Aren't we going to my third uncle's house for lunch today? We need to buy some things in the village to bring along. Yes. My third uncle raised me, and I thought it would be lively to go together.
An Jiao Jiao també florat.
She coldly stared at Haifeng. An 18 or 19-year-old girl being stared at by a silly boy her age made her feel very uncomfortable, even shivering. Han Jiao Jiao stepped closer to Shen Junshan, blocking their view with her body. We are married. Since it's our first visit to the village, we should go together. You're not my eldest daughter, so going with you isn't appropriate. It's okay. Third uncle won't mind, she said bluntly. I mind. Han Jiao Jiao replied firmly. After saying that, she pulled Shen Junshan back home, leaving Haifeng alone and confused. Shen Junshan went to the car, grabbed some wine, pocketed some money and tickets, then took Han Jiao Jiao to buy roast duck and pea cakes in the village. He heard that these were third uncle's favorites, and he kept praising how delicious the pea cakes were.
An Jiao Jiao's molt batarat.
As she followed Shen Junshan into the village, she realized that the county city was much more developed compared to here. The houses in the village were not worth mentioning. Only the main road in the middle was paved with stones. The rest were dirt paths. People doing business by the roadside had dog feces and flies nearby. Wearing thick-soled cloth shoes, Han Jiao Jiao was tired after just an hour of walking. Luckily, they reached the shop selling pea cakes. Shen Junshan said, 1 bag of pea cakes, plus 2 pieces, and a bowl of red leaf tea. Jiao Jiao, wait here for me. I'll buy some other things. Do you want me to go with you? No, you'll just wait here and eat something. I'll take a small side path to buy other stuff. Shen Junshan quickly ran down a different small path to buy things. The uncle selling pea cakes wrapped 2 pieces in a leaf and handed them over, then filled a wooden bowl with red leaf tea. Girl, is this your first time here? Try my cooking. The first one in the village. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, Thank you, uncle. It smells so good. The uncle grinned with yellow teeth, but looked very friendly. So, that kid is Shen family's third son, right? I saw him when he was little. I didn't expect him to grow up and marry such a beautiful wife. Truly impressive. Han Jiao Jiao's small face flushed with embarrassment. No way, you're flattering me. Uncle laughed loudly. You're shy? Little sister, your looks are the best in our village. Old Shen has good taste. Han Jiao Jiao felt very happy from the compliment. While eating pea cakes, she thought they were very sweet and smooth, better than any cake she had before. As she ate, talked, and waited, a neatly dressed auntie came over. She looked at the basket's contents and took out 5 cents. Fellow villager, let me try a piece. 3 pieces for 5 cents.
Can you handle that?
If I can't eat it all, I can pack some to go. Also, pour me a bowl of tea. I haven't had this in a long time. The auntie sat next to Han Jiao Jiao. They looked at each other, nodded, and smiled. Then the auntie started enjoying her pea cake. Uncle brought some pastries and said with a smile, Are you not from around here? You're not someone's wife, right? Visiting family? Has someone married here? Sort of. I'm here to find someone, but I don't know if I'll find them. Seeing the tired look in her eyes, Han Jiao Jiao felt a little strange. The uncle was friendly. He poured tea and asked, "What does the person you're looking for look like? What's their name? Give me a rough idea, and I can help find them." The Annie thought for a moment, but finally shook her head. "I'll ask around myself." "Thanks for your trouble, fellow villager." She saw some peach cookies for sale across the street and happily bought half a bag. As she was walking back, a man ran past her and snatched the peach cookies from her hand. The auntie called out and fell heavily onto the stone ground. Han Jiao Jiao immediately stood up, grabbed a nearby pole, and rushed toward the young man.
Hey.
Who hit me?" Han Jiao Jiao punched him in the face. She was frustrated that she didn't hit him unconscious. Luckily, she had enough experience and skill. She used a quick shoulder throw, tossing him heavily onto the stone ground. Han Jiao Jiao rolled up her sleeves and scolded, "You're so young and already so bad. Stealing in broad daylight. Do you have no shame? F you. You're asking for a beating, huh? Just wait. What did you say? I didn't hear you." Han Jiao Jiao held his arm firmly, twisted it in the opposite direction. The young man cried out in pain and rolled on the ground, cursing loudly. Han Jiao Jiao helped him up from the ground, thinking of finding a rope to tie him up and send him away. Annie tried to get up, but fell again. She took off her shoes and threw them. They happened to hit behind Han Jiao Jiao. She then noticed someone behind her and turned around, delivering a quick kick to the person's chest. When she saw it was a man, she kicked him in the groin. The bald man covered his groin and shouted angrily, "You little brat! How dare you kick me? Today, I will teach you a lesson and send you to the countryside to be a village wife."
An Hiao Hiao adapted a defensive stance.
When the bald man charged at her, she felt a bit nervous. Her body was weak and he was big, so his impact was strong. While thinking of a plan, Shin Junshan suddenly rushed out from behind her and punched the bald man in the face. Everyone heard a cracking sound. Shin Junshan pushed him back with his strength, knocking the bald man several meters away. The man was dazed and tried to stand up, but Shin Junshan stepped on his foot and pressed down hard. Han Jiao Jiao hadn't seen such a smooth and decisive kick in a long time and couldn't help but praise out loud. In just 2 punches, the bald man was knocked out, several teeth broken. One stuck to Shin Junshan's hand. Shin Junshan shook off the teeth from his hand, then turned to lift the younger brother. The younger brother was so scared, he wet himself. He didn't expect to run into trouble outside. Shin Junshan pressed on his arm and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "We just wanted to steal some food." Shin Junshan didn't get the answer he wanted and continued to twist his arm. The younger brother felt his arm almost break and begged for mercy. "We just wanted to separate the mother and daughter and then find a chance to attack. They look rich, and the woman is pretty. Sorry, we won't do it again." Shin Junshan's anger surged. Suddenly, he kicked him hard in the knee. The younger brother screamed and knelt on the ground, twisting in pain. Feeling unsatisfied, Shin Junshan broke another arm of the younger brother and threw the bald man onto the roadside. The uncle selling pea cakes called over a few strong young men, the 2 men, and arranged to send them to the police station. Han Jiao Jiao helped Annie do up from the ground. "Auntie, are you okay? I see your foot is swollen. Let me check. It's just a sprain, no broken bones. I'll apply some medicinal wine when I get home." After checking, Han Jiao Jiao confirmed she hadn't broken any bones, but her injury was very swollen. When she tried to get up from the ground, Shin Junshan didn't have time to take her to the hotel. Instead, he called a porter and paid 3 mao to carry her to the hotel. Han Jiao Jiao felt helpless. "It seems I've caused you trouble again recently."
Sorry about that.
Shin Junshan looked at her with a frown. He didn't speak or show any emotion. After a moment, he turned and walked away. Han Jiao Jiao sensed he was very angry, but she tried hard to think. She didn't believe she had done anything wrong to upset him. Shin Junshan walked a little way, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back at her. Han Jiao Jiao almost bumped into his chest.
What?
Why are you startling me? I ask you, why didn't you call someone? In that situation just now, why didn't you call for help? Han Jiao Jiao's mind didn't seem to understand how serious the situation was. Shun Junshan's face darkened with frustration. He said, there are so many people on the street, more than 20 vendors alone, and plenty of strong young men. Do you think it's safe for you to rush out and take risks? If it were you in that situation, you would have rushed out too. That's because I am a soldier by training. I wouldn't stand by and watch. And secondly, because I am a man. But you are a woman. If I hadn't come back in time, what would you do now? What if I couldn't find you? What if you got hurt? Han Jiao Jiao was stunned. She didn't mind being questioned by others, but Shun Junshan's doubts made her feel very upset. It was like an egg stuck in her throat. She couldn't cough it out or swallow it down. She felt choked and uncomfortable. She bit her lip and said, maybe I didn't think things through carefully. I apologize for that, but I believe I didn't do anything wrong. Shun Junshan was silent for a moment. He didn't speak and just turned around to continue walking. On the way, he bought a packet of cooked meat and some fruit. When Han Jiao Jiao reached out to take it, Shun Junshan moved away. Her heart felt even worse. She had already apologized. Was he being so petty? She slowed down her pace and followed him from a distance, not too close, not too far. After walking for more than half an hour, she heard a cheerful voice. Sun Yumin was feeding chickens, teasing them with a soft, happy sound. Although the small courtyard with the fence looks tiny, it is quite neat for the countryside. A few steps lead up to a stone platform, and around the corner, there is a smooth, hollowed-out stone filled with water from the mountain for washing. Many red and yellow roses bloom on the fence, and they are in full flower, looking very beautiful. The chickens in the yard seem to sense their arrival. When approached, they cheerfully cluck louder. Sun Yumin laughed loudly. Junshan, look. The big white eagle still remembers you. Shun Junshan entered, placed his things on the bamboo table in the yard, and whistled. The big white rooster flapped its wings and flew onto his shoulder to sit. The people inside heard the noise and came out, smiling happily as they held Shun Junshan's hand. Finally back. Let Auntie see you. You've grown taller and stronger, and you're even wearing glasses now. I don't recognize you anymore. Seeing Han Jiao Jiao, the woman smiled even more happily and quickly pulled Han Jiao Jiao inside. So, this is your wife? She looks very pretty. I'm Sun Shueihua, Junshan's aunt.
Han Jia på lite smilet. Hello, auntie.
My name is Han Jiao Jiao. Very handsome. Sit down quickly. I have pork trotters boiling in the pot, and I can't leave them. I'll make something delicious for you today. Annie, I bought roast chicken and pork belly. You don't need to cook anymore. No, that's not allowed. No matter what, I want to prepare a full table for you to nourish yourselves. Dad, you take care of the guests. Sun Yumin hurried her inside, muttering, she's getting older and has no man. She eagerly waits for you to come play. Look at those fruits. She's polished them all. Han Jiao Jiao indeed saw a few large, juicy apples. Shun Junshan broke one in half, gave half to Sun Yumin, looked at the other half in his hand, and still handed it to Han Jiao Jiao. His eyes flicked between the two of them, then pointed to the back mountain. All right, I need to water and till the land today. You go help me prepare the cabbage field. After finishing, come back for dinner. Shun Junshan rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, grabbed his tools, and went to the back to work on the land. Han Jiao Jiao didn't like small talk and didn't know what to say. Just as she was about to go with Shun Junshan, Sun Yumin smiled and asked, Girl, did you have a fight? I saw right away that young man is not normal. What happened?
Tell me.
Han Jiao Jiao thought for a moment and decided it wasn't a big deal. She told him everything honestly. After listening, Sun Yumin wiped his pipe and gently tapped her on the forehead. Han Jiao Jiao looked at him in confusion. Third uncle, why are you knocking on me?
Why?
To wake you up, he replied. Sun Yumin said, I ask you, what if something happens to you? What will Junshan do? If the person involved suffers, will the people who care about her feel better? You're actually risking his life. I didn't mean to end his life, and I already apologized, she responded. Sun Yumin said, Girl, you want to apologize, but not because you did a brave thing. It's because you made the people who care about you worried and scared. Do you understand? Han Jiao Jiao looked at his face, full of lines, and suddenly felt her heart tighten. Think about it. If Junshan didn't listen to you and did something dangerous, would you be angry? Not just angry, she thought. She would want to scold him severely and keep him at home. Seeing her expression, Sun Yumin knew she understood. Junshan can't speak. When he argues with you, it means he's very upset. You two, as a couple, need to understand each other more. Han Jiao Jiao talked with him about many things from Shen Junshan's childhood. From her third uncle, she learned that Shen's third child and his wife had trouble conceiving for many years. Jin Hong had been upset about this for a long time, until one day, the third child took his wife to the city for work. When they returned after 2 years, they had Shen Junshan with them. The couple went out to help the commune carry mountain goods and had an accident, dying afterward. Shen Junshan was then passed around like a ball, only being cared for by the fourth family's members, who even kept a room for him. Sun Xuehua came out with dishes and overheard their conversation about the past. She angrily crossed her arms and cursed, those shameless Shen family members, heartless people. Han Jiao Jiao saw her trembling with anger, her arms shaking constantly, and her lips turning slightly purple. It was clear she was showing signs of a heart attack. It seemed necessary to talk to Shen Junshan and take Aunt Xuehua to the city for a checkup to be safe. Han Jiao Jiao didn't let her cook. She went into the kitchen, washed the cabbage, and wiped the pot with pork fat. She added cooking oil, stir-fried the cabbage until soft, then added some lard. After cooking, she made a spicy, chopped eggplant dish. The chili peppers and eggplants were from their own garden. The jar of pickled chili meat was thick and tender. Han Jiao Jiao steamed rice and cooked some noodles. For lunch, everyone set up a straw shelter, sprinkled water on the ground to cool it down, and then brought the food to the table. Seeing the meat and vegetables, she sighed, it would be perfect if we had a fish to go with this. Fish? Junshan doesn't eat fish. Junshan doesn't eat fish. Sun Xuehua repeated. When he was a kid, he got a fish bone stuck in his throat, and after that he refused to eat fish. He wouldn't even pick up chopsticks if he was starving. Han Jiao Jiao licked her lips, thinking about how when she first traveled here, she made a pot of fish. She cooked it several times after that, and each time, Shen Junshan ate it. Actually, he didn't want to eat fish. He just did it to make her feel better. She bit her lip, feeling she was really bad. When Shen Junshan finished his work and came down to wash his hands, he saw her looking unwell. Are you okay?
Han Jia nu did. I'm fine.
Let's eat. Shen Junshan helped her with bowls, chopsticks, and a stool. They sat and ate together happily, like a real grandparent and grandchild. After dinner, Sun Yumin took Shen Junshan for a walk and chat. Sun Xuehua pulled Han Jiao Jiao inside, inviting her to take off her shoes and sit on her bed. She talked about Shen Junshan's past and hobbies. Han Jiao Jiao listened more and more eagerly, laughing loudly in the room. A postal worker delivered a letter. Shen Junshan, whose hands were full of dirt, casually said, "Give it to Jiao Jiao. She can read." Really? Sun Xuehua looked surprised. Wow, I didn't expect that. Little Jiao Jiao, you can read? Han Jiao Jiao was speechless. Even if she was simple-minded, that didn't mean she couldn't read. When did being simple-minded mean being illiterate? Han Jiao Jiao opened the letter and handed it to Shen Junshan. Your voice is nice. You read it. Shen Junshan hesitated. Jiao Jiao, do you think you can read these characters? She took a deep breath. She never thought that, despite her advanced degrees, bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in medicine and jumping for levels, she would one day be asked if she could read. And this person was her husband. Though he was handsome, wealthy, and promising, it was still painful to be doubted about her education. Feeling stubborn, Han Jiao Jiao pulled her hand back. Who said I can't read? I can read and write. Just wait, I'll write it out in classical Chinese. Hey Jiao Jiao. Shen Junshan hurried after her. Seeing her run inside to translate the letter into classical Chinese, he found it amusing. Sun Shuihua smiled. Your wife is really good, she works hard, and is smart. Not at all simple-minded. Shen Junshan nodded. Yes, she's not simple-minded. After waiting all afternoon, Uncle San packed them a big bag of things on their way back. It contained home-dried green beans and chili peppers, mushrooms and wood-ear fungi picked from the mountain, and a bunch of wild mugwort ground into powder to take home. Han Jiao reached out and lifted the heavy bag halfway. It's so heavy. Did we take too much land? We're taking up so much space just to go eat. It's okay, it's not expensive. Oh, I see. Han Jiao smiled naively, thinking about these items in terms of modern value, forgetting that every household in the countryside has them. But even without that, Han Jiao was still happy. A simple gift shows sincere feelings. Shin Junshan knew Uncle San would give a lot of things, so he had already put 50 yuan and a stack of food coupons in one bag, enough for Uncle's family to eat for over a year. Han Jiao walked for a while and said, I think we should find a chance to bring Annie to the city to stay for a few days. Is there a problem? Shin Junshan sensed something unusual and stopped, looking at her seriously. Han Jiao didn't hide anything and said, if I'm right, she probably has a heart condition that needs a stent. Yes, it's not a big surgery. They just put a small device in the narrowed blood vessel of the heart to open it up, like building a bridge and supporting it underneath. Shin Junshan knew that some senior officers in the army or hospital had undergone such procedures. But it's still not a minor operation. The pre-surgery tests are quite complicated, involving an incision in the thigh and inserting a tube into the heart's blood vessels. It's almost like a small surgery. Shin Junshan didn't want Sun Shuihua to suffer. Are you sure? Yes, I am. I checked her pulse when I held her hand this afternoon. According to traditional Chinese medicine, she shows signs of a heart attack, but luckily, she hasn't had a full attack yet. The earlier we prepare, the better. Shuihua Auntie's husband was killed in a logging accident while saving a teammate. Her son drowned 5 years ago while rescuing a schoolmate. Uncle San is her only relative, and she can't have any accidents. Han Jiao clenched her fists, choking with emotion. She didn't know these things. If she did, she wouldn't have told Uncle San about their situation. Her eyes reddened, and she held Shin Junshan's hand, saying, Junshan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I made you worry. In the future, I will think about the consequences before acting and only do things when I am safe. I won't make you worry again. Shin Junshan's expression finally softened. He took her hand and smiled, saying, let's go home. The way back seemed much smoother than when they came, and even the air smelled sweet and pleasant. Around 4 o'clock, everyone in the village who was free went outside. When they saw them walking hand in hand, they immediately started pointing and talking, holding hands in broad daylight. So shameless.
Who does that with their wife?
Maybe it's common in the city. You see, they do that in movies. He looks really handsome. I heard he's a fool, but he doesn't seem like one. Maybe he's not acting crazy now. I heard some mad people act normal until they have a fit. Do fools also need to have fits? Han Jiao laughed as she walked. Shin Junshan looked back at her several times. He was infected by her and started laughing inexplicably too. On their way home, they saw several sisters-in-law lying at the entrance of the yard. One of them saw Shin Junshan and called out, "You're back. Do you still remember me? I'm the village chief's wife." Han Jiao looked at her and thought she didn't seem kind, but her eyes were gentle. The woman next to her gave a look that made Han Jiao feel uncomfortable. Han Jiao just stood nearby, not wanting to get involved with these troublesome women. Shin Junshan politely said, "Aunt Farong, you cooked a few meals for me when I was little. Your scallion fried rice was very fragrant." I knew Shin Junshan wasn't ungrateful. I still remember that bowl of rice from 10 years ago. Shin Junshan was momentarily stunned by her words. Seeing Jean Guizhi's eyes dodge, he understood what was going on. Rumors had spread again. He wisely said, "Today I visited my third uncle. I plan to visit Annie's house tomorrow. How have you and Uncle Village Chief been these years?" Confronting beamed happily. Good. Your uncle often talks about you. He says you're the most promising person in our village. Shin Junshan awkwardly smiled at her praise. Usually people who say such things to him either have a request or a hidden agenda. Sure enough, Confronting asked, you used to be engaged to Haifeng. Why did you abandon her and marry someone else? Mr. Shin Junshan was even more confused. Seeing this, Jean Guizhi quickly ran out from inside to interrupt them. Junshan's wife is still here. Why are you saying these things? Confronting had just noticed Han Jiao earlier because she was so pretty. She was the most beautiful girl in the village. But such a pretty girl being simple-minded? How could she marry Shin Junshan? With her looks, she could marry someone better. Confronting didn't believe it. Are you sure she's Junshan's wife? Could she be his colleague instead? Madam, my name is Han Jiao and I am Junshan's wife. Confronting was puzzled. Not silly? She speaks quite clearly. Hearing this, Han Jiao wanted to laugh. This village chief's wife looked rough and simple, and her speech sounded a bit slow. Han Jiao decided not to pretend anymore. Am I silly? I don't know. Shin Junshan seemed shocked and choked on his saliva. Han Jiao patted his back gently. I also don't know where the rumor that I am silly came from. Now, everywhere I go, people call me silly. It's quite upsetting. Confronting laughed loudly. It's Jean Guizhi. She came back from the county last year and said Junshan married a fool. The whole village knows. Jean Guizhi awkwardly wished she could disappear on the spot. When she saw Han Jiao last year, she really was simple-minded. But this year, she's different. Who can she blame? Jean Guizhi didn't dare to argue with Confronting. She was the village chief's wife, known for her strength, and no one dared to mess with her. Jean Guizhi stayed silent. Confronting finished laughing and asked seriously, since you're not silly, why do you want to break up someone else's family?
What?
I ask you, why do you want to break up someone else's family and be a homewrecker? Han Jiao looked shocked at Shin Junshan. You got married? Shin Junshan looked confused. Aunt Farong, don't talk nonsense. I only have Jiao as my wife. We are married and won't get divorced. Confronting, feeling annoyed, grinned and pulled out her sister-in-law from behind. Xiao Ho, you tell her. Ho Tian stepped forward, panting, you may not be married officially, but you already exchanged marriage gifts. Isn't that the same as being married? Although now a marriage certificate makes a couple legally married, many old customs still hold sway in some places. They follow the traditional 3 media and 6 courts process, where matchmakers deliver gifts to both families. Once everything is agreed upon, they bring the bride price, and the marriage is considered settled. The usual steps are to present the bride price, hold a wedding banquet, and get the official documents. Many people don't even bother to get a marriage certificate. Once the banquet is over, the marriage is considered complete. Ho Tian stared at Han Jiao and said, their family already gave an engagement gift to my daughter a year ago. You must explain this to me. At this moment, Haifeng hurried over, gasping for breath, and pulled Ho Tian aside, saying, Mom, I told you not to come. Why did you still come? Should I not come and let you be bullied? We've waited for him a year. Do we have to wait any longer? But you can't do this. Brother Junshan, my mom didn't mean it. She's just worried about us. Han Jiao felt upset and pushed his hand away. Shin Junshan felt anxious and frustrated. His mind was a mess. He frowned and shouted, stop talking nonsense. His angry shout startled everyone. Haifeng sniffled softly, Brother Junshan, I know my situation has caused you trouble. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Confronting interrupted, a real man should take responsibility. If you decide to marry her, you should be responsible. Even if you break off the engagement, you should give the girl an explanation. Otherwise, how will she learn to be a proper person? Farong, please don't talk nonsense. Why should I be responsible? I haven't done anything. Shin Junshan suddenly raised his voice in anger. I never proposed or promised anything to her. I just met her for the first time when I came home. Please, stop talking nonsense. He quickly held Han Jiao's hand, and when she didn't pull away, he felt relieved. Han Jiao never imagined that one day she would be accused of being a third party because of old customs. It shocked her mother for 300 years. Haifeng and her mother stared wide-eyed. Ho Tian thought Shin Junshan was lying and immediately took out a button. "Look, this is the engagement gift you sent, and this one, do you dare say you didn't write it?" Ho Tian then pulled out a letter, with big characters saying "Love Letter" on the envelope. Seeing these two items, Han Jiao finally lost her composure and burst out laughing loudly and ungracefully. Haifeng pursed her lips and hid behind her mother. She didn't understand what Han Jiao was laughing at, but she felt it couldn't be a good sign. Han Jiao was overjoyed. Auntie, who writes such big characters on the envelope of a love letter, as if afraid everyone will think it's for someone else? That's too bold. Han Jiao opened the letter and paused for 2 seconds after reading the content, then burst into loud, hearty laughter. Shin Junshan took the letter to look at it curiously. Blushing, he stammered, What is this thing? Gon Furong can't read." She leaned over, but couldn't understand it either. She was so anxious she jumped in place. "What does it say? Quickly read it out." Shin Junshan couldn't speak. His face turned a deep purple. Han Jiao smiled and said, "The letter says, 'You are my heart and soul. Without you, my organs wouldn't work. You are my life. The first time I saw you, I wanted to have children with you. Please agree. Let's have 2 kids in 3 years." Shin Junshan opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. His brows furrowed tightly. He wanted to speak, but his throat was tight, and he couldn't say a word. Haifeng, who only finished elementary school and couldn't read all the words, only understood the parts about having children and "you are my life." She hadn't read the rest. Ho Tian hadn't read it either. Today was the first time she heard the content of the letter, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Even Gon Furong was stunned. "Did Junshan write this? I didn't realize." "Of course not. I've never written a love letter before, not even to Jiao. I can vouch for that. He's just a simple guy, speaks little all day, and only writes reports or plans. There's no way he could write a love letter." Shin Junshan looked back at her with a slightly resentful look. Han Jiao, with her big, bright eyes, looked at him, thinking Shin Junshan was thanking her. She almost responded with "You're welcome." Shin Junshan wanted to destroy the letter, but couldn't because it was in Ho Tian's hands. Han Jiao took a button and said, "And this button, if I remember correctly, it's from a military uniform used in field operations. Junshan left the field team 5 years ago. Did you receive this 5 years ago?" Shin Junshan quickly nodded. He no longer had that uniform, so how could he have given it? Haifeng shook her head in shock. "It was last year. That couldn't be right. If he was going to propose to you last year, he would have given you something more personal. This thing couldn't have been given recently." Gon Furong suddenly clapped her leg and exclaimed, "I see now. This matter is suspicious, Xiaofeng. Is the item from Junshan? Did he come back and meet you?" Finally, someone hit the point. After Shin Junshan left, he only returned once 3 years ago. Since then, he has been abroad and didn't come back during festivals. If he didn't come back, he couldn't have arranged a marriage or written love letters to Ah Feng. Aunt Furong's image in Han Jiao's mind suddenly improved, turning her into the village's top wise woman. "Ah Feng, I think there's a misunderstanding. You should check the handwriting on this letter. My husband's handwriting is quite nice, but this letter looks like it was written by a middle school student. There's definitely something strange." Middle school student. Ah Feng seemed to remember something. Shin Jinbao only graduated from middle school. Tears suddenly streamed down Ah Feng's face as she pointed at Jean Guizhi in the yard. "This thing was given to me by you. You also said that brother Junshan wanted to marry me. Later, you said he was dazzled by someone and told me to wait and find a chance." Ho Tian looked angry and glared at her. "Guizhi, what's going on? Tell me clearly." Jean Guizhi's face turned pale as she froze in the yard. She had wanted to run just now, but couldn't move her legs. She tried for a few minutes but couldn't budge. She forced herself to lie. "It's not written by Junshan, it's him." He just doesn't want to admit it now. I didn't. Shin Junshan frowned and took out a pen from his shirt pocket, writing Han Jiao Jiao's name. His handwriting was bold and powerful. It was completely different from the writing on the letter. Suddenly, he remembered something. When I visited my family 3 years ago, you asked me to bring back all the old things so we wouldn't waste them. I took back clothes and shoes. This button is from an old shirt, right? Jean Guiji's face showed everything. Han Jiao Jiao burst out laughing. She admired Jean Guiji's cleverness and courage. Her skills in sneaky tricks were impressive. Ah Fan couldn't believe it. And Guiji, is what she said true? No, it's not. It's because Junshan liked you, but was too shy to say it. That's why I asked Jinbao to help write it. It's solved. Shun Jinbao wrote it. She even admitted it herself. Han Jiao Jiao's mischievous side came out. The letter was written by Shin Jinbao, and the item was sent by Jean Guiji. Isn't that Shin Jinbao sending you a marriage proposal? You should go find him. Mom, I don't want to get engaged to Shin Jinbao. I don't want to. Shin Junshan, you must give us an explanation. Shin Junshan said seriously, I didn't do anything wrong, so I don't need to explain to you. Han Jiao Jiao found it funny. The situation was clear now. Instead of bothering Shin Jinbao, they were demanding an explanation from Shin Junshan. Why is it that capable people have to do more? Even relatives' daughters-in-law are involved? Fortunately, Shin Junshan remained firm and clear-headed, not swayed by the woman's tears. Hai Fong started crying loudly, attracting many people. Ho Tian was about to hit Jean Guiji, but Gan Furong held him back first. Then she asked Shin Junshan, did you swear you didn't do anything wrong? I swear I didn't. Han Jiao Jiao said, the uniform from the army is good quality. I believe we can find that uniform and compare it. Jean Guiji felt weak and knelt down after hearing this. It was because of the good fabric that she had Shin Junshan bring it back for her. She had kept it for years, not wanting to wear it, storing it at the bottom of a box, planning to use it again when her son got married. She also gave buttons because her hands couldn't handle expensive things, and these shiny, pretty buttons looked valuable. If she had known there would be a problem, she would have just picked some grass or flowers instead, saving herself trouble. Han Jiao Jiao sneered. It looks like there's no need to search anymore. The guilty party and the owner of the debt are clear. You can handle it yourselves. Just as Han Jiao Jiao was about to leave, Ho Tian grabbed her arm. Stop. If you don't give an explanation, you can't leave. This matter isn't over. Now Han Jiao Jiao was also angry. She forcefully pulled away Ho Tian and questioned in front of everyone. The letter wasn't written by my brother Junshan, and the items weren't sent by him. He hasn't even entered your house, so why are you asking him for an explanation? Hai Fong cried, but I truly like brother Junshan. There are many who like him. Who do you think you are? Gan Furong also shouted, Xiao Fong, you can't just say anything. This matter is very clear. You can't keep causing trouble. Aunt Furong is right. I am Shin Junshan's legal wife. Your actions are seriously damaging our family's reputation and life. If you keep causing trouble, I will take legal action. Let's settle this properly. Shin Junshan looked at the confident Han Jiao Jiao, feeling a bit warmer inside. He stepped forward and said, Jiao Jiao and I are also victims. Why are you demanding explanations from us? Who should I ask? I feel wrong too. Hai Fong cried tears, and both mother and daughter felt angry, but had no place to vent. Shin Junshan pointed to Jean Guiji inside the yard and said coldly, ask her. Several glances were cast over, and Jean Guiji was so scared she sat down on the ground. She was clever when planning against others, but now her mind was blank. She kept blaming Han Jiao Jiao for meddling. Jean Guiji immediately started crying loudly, I'm innocent. I only did it for little third. He didn't appreciate it and even brought his wife to bully me. I'm so pitiful. She cried and hit the ground, rolling on the dirt and getting herself dirty. Shin Jinbao had already heard the noise, but felt more guilty the more he listened because he had written those letters over the years. If someone compared the handwriting, they would find out the truth quickly. He dared not go out and ran to the back door, ready to escape at any moment. However, Jin Hong was unhappy. She rolled up her sleeves and stormed out, shouting angrily, "What explanation? Little Third's parents died early. As elders, it was our duty to arrange his marriage. So, what if we only gave you a few letters and a button? If that little troublemaker hadn't interfered, he would have married you according to our wishes." Han Jiao was truly amazed. Could arranged marriages be sweet? Maybe, but with this vampire family, it was hard to say. Han Jiao didn't want to waste words with Jin Hong anymore. Everyone heard it. This was their scheme. Shin Junshan and I are also victims. Aunt Furong, please be a witness. Don't let this matter escalate, as it would harm our village's reputation. Don't you agree? Gon Furong quickly nodded. The village was about to be recognized for excellence, and her husband was busy all day and rarely home. She also heard that once they were recognized, funds would come from above to help develop the village. At this critical time, the village couldn't afford any big trouble. Gon Furong immediately said, "I understand." This was all Jin Guiji's secret plan. She never officially arranged the marriage with you, Ho Tian. Let's forget about this matter. Of course, Ho Tian was unwilling. She pointed at Shin Junshan and Jin Guiji and said, "He married his wife and shared a bed with her. She has gradually taken over 80 yuan from me and even made my daughter the joke of the village. There's no way I'm just going to forget it." Ho Tian became angrier as she spoke, and Jin Hong protected her family, stepping forward to face the confrontation. "That was your own choice to give. Why did you volunteer? Isn't it because you want to flatter my little third brother? He's not a good person." "Old man, what did you say?" "I said your daughter isn't worth much. When her plans to climb higher failed and she felt upset, she shouldn't come here causing trouble." Shin Junshan looked serious and criticized. "This is your fault. You should apologize to others." "Nonsense." Jin Hong spat several meters away and cursed Shin Junshan. "Ungrateful wolf, you have no right to speak." Jin Jiao saw Jin Hong acting out and finally understood where Jin Guiji's bad behavior came from. Shin Junshan didn't tolerate her either. "Everything should be fair. You need to clean up your mess." "Yes. You must tell the whole village about this and pay us 300 yuan, or this isn't over." When Jin Guiji heard 300 yuan, she cheered up again. Standing with her aunt Jin Hong, she crossed her arms and angrily confronted Ho Tian. "I support him, so I can speak for him. There's nothing wrong with me talking about marriage. Jin Guiji, don't be stubborn. If you can get them to divorce, I won't pursue this anymore." "Little third brother. The situation is like this, what do you say?" Jin Hong and Jin Guiji glared angrily at Shin Junshan. He sneered and rolled his eyes. In front of everyone, he held Han Jiao's hand and gently smiled at her. He didn't speak, but it seemed like he was saying something important. Gon Furong also sighed. This is a new society. Parents still don't have the right to decide their children's marriage. What are you two? Jin Guiji, shut up. Shin Junshan's marriage application was approved by his work unit. You can't reject the approval from above. Are you joking? And you, Xiaoho, if the divorce happens, can you marry your daughter? What are you thinking? Gon Furong was always straightforward. Ho Tian and Jin Guiji couldn't afford to offend her. Even Jin Hong knew she shouldn't defend her easily. Ho Tian's husband is the leader of the first team at the farm, and his status isn't higher than the village chief. She also wanted to save Gon Furong's face. But she couldn't swallow this anger. She stared at Jin Guiji, getting angrier the more she looked, and felt suffocated by her rage. Ho Tian stomped on a nearby stone and rushed in. "Jin Guiji, you wicked woman. Today, I will fight you."
"Ah!
Someone's been hurt. Auntie, help me." Golden osmanthus blossoms filled the room, and Jin Hong no longer paid attention to her. Jin Hong hurriedly ran to the corner, crying out, "Help! Someone's hurt." "Old fool, I'll beat you to death." "Fu Gui, Chong Ming, what are you two standing there for? Come and separate them." Gon Furong wanted to call for help, but these two idiots just stood inside the house, too scared to come out. The others either didn't want to get involved or were stunned. The fourth family's members were held back by Ching, not letting them go. A look of relief appeared in her eyes. Ho Tian grabbed her from the yard and pushed Jean Guizhi into the corner of the wall. Shameless thing. I'll beat you to death. Jean Guizhi clutched her head and screamed loudly, causing even Jiao Jiao's ears to hurt. Jiao Jiao rubbed her ears and said helplessly, "He didn't hit her, so what are you yelling about?" Jean Guizhi looked up and saw Shen Junshan holding the. No matter how Ho Tian struggled, the wouldn't move. Shen Junshan was also angry inside and wanted these people to be punished. But this wasn't the right way. Shen Junshan said coldly, "Let go. Little brat, you let go of me. Today I will definitely teach Jean Guizhi a lesson." Shen Junshan turned the handle of the with force, easily removing it. Ho Tian lost his balance and fell to the ground, his hand cut by a piece of stone. Hai Fong hurried over, her eyes wide and lips pressed together, looking at Shen Junshan. "Junshan, do you really not care about anything?" Shen Junshan frowned, feeling annoyed. He had only met Hai Fong yesterday. At most, they had just nodded and exchanged a few words. What feelings could there be? Moreover, he found Hai Fong quite annoying. Jiao Jiao was much better. He coldly said, "Handle your own problems." After saying that, he turned and took Jiao Jiao's hand. "I'll take you to the guest house." She also didn't want to stay at the Shen family's house anymore. Just one day and night and so many things happened. It was better to stay with Aunt Du at the guest house. Jiao Jiao quickly ran to get her things, but suddenly, a scream came from behind. "Hai Fong, what are you doing?"
Yunshen.
"Junshan, are you okay?" Shen Junshan clutched his stomach, blood flowing from inside. Jiao Jiao panicked. She rushed over and pushed Hai Fong aside. "Quick, bandages. Give me some bandages." Seeing her frantic, Shen Junshan felt a strange warmth in his heart. Han Jiao Jiao had a piece of gauze in her hand. She didn't think much and quickly tore it open to press against his stomach. Seeing that the bleeding was unusual, she lifted Shen Junshan's shirt to check the wound. The stab was near the gallbladder, but not in a deadly spot. The wound wasn't deep, and it would probably only need 2 or 3 stitches. Han Jiao Jiao was surprised. "It's so shallow?" Shen Junshan reached out his hand. His palm was blood red, and the wound on his palm was long and deep. Han Jiao Jiao's heart felt like it was being squeezed. She angrily shouted at Hai Fong, "What are you doing? Stealing someone else's husband is wrong. Just wait, I will report you to the authorities." She blew on Shen Junshan's hand. "Hold still." She took out a small bottle of alcohol from her pocket and disinfected his wound. Then she sprinkled some medicine powder on the gauze and skillfully wrapped the wound. Shen Junshan didn't want to think about where the medicine powder and alcohol came from. He just wanted to watch Han Jiao Jiao carefully, seeing every move she made, and remember it all. Han Jiao Jiao saw him staring blankly and frowned. "Press the wound tightly. I'll take you to the hospital to get stitches now. Don't relax." She just opened the passenger door and helped him into the car when suddenly they heard Ho Tian scream.
"Ah! Hai Fong.
"What happened to my girl?"
My Fong.
"Oh my god." Hai Fong cut her wrist.
Gan Furong panicked.
Jean Guizhi and Jean Hong looked stunned. They had just gone out to fight someone, and now she was threatening to commit suicide. What's going on? Jean Hong was anxious. "If you want to die, don't do it here. It's so unlucky." "Old woman, stop talking so much. Hurry and get in the car to go to the health clinic." Gan Furong helped Hai Fong into the back seat, and a few women rushed in after her. Han Jiao Jiao was speechless and wanted to hit someone. She had just glanced at Hai Fong's wound. It was bleeding but not deep. As long as she cleaned it well and used some stop-bleeding medicine, she could handle it at home. If she really wanted to die, there were plenty of farm tools in the yard. Just find one, and it would be over. Who was she pretending for? Such drama. Han Jiao Jiao didn't want her to get in the car at all, but Shen Junshan's wound was urgent. She couldn't just leave Hai Fong behind. She was fed up with her and decided to wait until this was over to give her proper treatment. She followed Auntie Forong's instructions to the health clinic, a simple two-story, small building. The consultation room was inside, the operating room was next door, and the inpatient area was upstairs. Han Jiao's first thought was, is this a temporary hospital? But this place was far worse than a temporary hospital. She even suspected there was no disinfection. When the doctor heard someone had cut their wrist to try to hurt themselves, his first reaction was to go see Haifeng. They couldn't find Shin Junshan, which made Han Jiao very angry. Are they graduates of a medical school? Can't they tell what's urgent? Her injury is worse than his. Forget it, she was trying to hurt herself anyway. Don't worry, those small cuts won't be fatal. Nonsense. Han Jiao snapped angrily. She didn't cut through the main artery. If your stomach keeps bleeding, it will be serious. Lie down. Shin Junshan obediently lay down. Han Jiao moved around for a while, then put on gloves. Shin Junshan was given anesthesia, disinfected, and she sewed up the wound herself. At that moment, only Shin Junshan's life mattered to her. Everything else was secondary. After quickly stitching the wound, she applied medicine and wrapped it with gauze. Han Jiao was worried about tetanus, so she gave him a tetanus shot. Shin Junshan lay on the bed with no feeling. He only thought his wife was amazing. She could cook, argue, fight, and even treat injuries. It should be fine now. Rest here first. I'll go across and see if that unlucky person who tried to hurt himself is dead. Jiao, your words are really harsh. Really? I don't like it. No, it's fine. Shin Junshan's lips curved into a slight smile, feeling both sweet and warm inside. Hearing her get angry gave him an inexplicable sense of safety. When Han Jiao left, she just happened to meet the arriving doctor. She glared at the doctor fiercely and stomped off in anger. Dr. Mao found it strange. Just as he was about to examine Shin Junshan, he was stunned. What's going on? Who did this? Is there a problem? This sewing is so perfect. Who did it? Such good skills. My wife. Shin Junshan smiled proudly. Jiao was truly impressive. When Han Jiao reached the second-floor door, Ho Tian was crying by the bed, tears streaming down her face. Confronting was standing nearby, trying to comfort her. Haifeng was lying in bed, getting in 4 drip, staring blankly at something. When Han Jiao entered, she turned her head to the side. Han Jiao sneered, stabbing Junshan and pretending to be suicidal to make yourself look like a victim. You really have no shame in seeing me. Ho Tian cried. What do you mean? My daughter committed suicide, and you still come here to provoke her. Han Jiao walked to the bed and said coldly, her suicide is her own fault. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to inform you that I plan to sue her for intentional injury. It will take about 2 years. Be prepared. Ho Tian and Confronting both looked panicked. In the village, families usually hide their problems. Even deaths are kept secret. The police station mostly deals with troublemakers and hasn't handled other cases. Haifeng is still a young girl. When she was taken away for detention, her reputation was ruined. Even after leaving the police station, she was forever marked. Confronting didn't want her husband's reputation to suffer either, so she hurriedly pulled Han Jiao aside. Junshan's wife, this is just a misunderstanding. Haifeng also suffered and was punished. Can we just let this go? Haifeng was angry too. She sat up and shouted, You've caused me so much trouble. This is what you deserve. The ones who harmed you are Jin Guizhi and others. Besides, you only exchanged letters with Jin Guizhi. There was no engagement or marriage. They can't be convicted in court. Han Jiao, are you trying to clear your name? Han Jiao was fed up with the fake politeness. She faced Chen Xiaoying in the city, and now Haifeng here. They were all so annoying. Han Jiao narrowed her eyes coldly, a chilling aura radiating. The village is small, so it's easy to find out things. You know Shin Junshan got married in the city and still kept in touch with Jin Guizhi for money. Isn't your goal just to pressure Shin Junshan into divorcing and marrying you? You failed, and now you want to take it out on Junshan. Did you think about how dangerous that knife stab could have been, and that it might have killed him? Then you cut your wrist shallowly, trying to pretend to be pitiful, so he wouldn't pursue it. Sorry, he's generous, but I'm petty. I can't do that. You all are funny. When Jun Shan was stabbed by Hai Fong, you didn't even look at her. You just wanted me to shut up. Her life is worth nothing. But Jun Shan's is cheap? If he gets into trouble, I will destroy your Hai family completely. Do you believe that? Gan Furong and Ho Tian didn't speak. They were over 70 combined, and facing an 18-year-old girl, they actually felt scared.